In this world, anyone who shows attitude instantly gets smacked down by an entity called the Angel. Yet this guy did not just get punched, he soared up, ripped the Angel's neck, and snapped its wings like they were twigs. Ryumin, the young man who single-handedly made it to the 20th round in the final battle. The guardians under his command began stepping forward one by one. He entered a vast chamber that resembled a shrine and stepped into a magical circle. The circle lit up, and suddenly a system notification popped up. Out of the current 5 participants, only one is still alive. Sukuna, since only Ryumin survived to this point and conditions were not met, the system forced him to be erased. Ryumin fought back with all his might, smashing around. But it was no use. His body began to dissolve strand by strand. Ryumin died, triggering the time reset and sending him back to round 1. And this was the last time he could reset after failing 99 times. Ryumin truly returned to the real world in his home country, South Korea, just before the tournament had even begun. Tonight was New Year's Eve, a night bursting with energy as crowds flooded the square. Minutes earlier, a few color-coded troublemakers had gathered here, ready to celebrate finally becoming adults at 18. Overjoyed because they no longer needed fake ids to buy beers and party hard. One of them, Rongmin, when asked about his dream after graduation, just laughed and said he wanted to become a gangster since you only live once, and decided to follow his heart instead of logic. Hearing this, the gang's faces twisted in disgust, wanting to cut ties with this crazy dude. Rongmin had always bullied Ryumin because he was weak and unlucky. He joked with the others that even if Han graduated, he would never let Ryumin off the hook. Today was different. Ryumin kept messing with Han, making him seethe with jealousy. Rongmin wanted to start the new year with a fight against Ryumin, but Han's flashy friends stopped him, reminding him it was New Year's time to celebrate. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed from the sky. A dazzling light burst across the night sky, illuminating everything. Everyone turned their attention upward. A lavish, radiant angel appeared, beautiful, elegant, with a mischievous smirk as she taunted the crowd below. Some even thought this was a new TV event to kick off the year with a bang. Everyone gasped, saying she was more stunning than any star on screen. Only Ryumin knew what was coming next. He would been through this scene 99 times before. After each reset, the angel shyly smiled, then declared humans were nothing but pawns, all crushed by her beauty. Let me tell you, women get deadly when they know they are gorgeous. Seeing the crowd's panic only fueled her joy. One guy below called her a fake angel, but her smile twisted into a sinister glare, her eyes glowing red and radiating pure menace. Right after, that guy's head exploded when he insulted her. Panic swept the crowd. It was clear this was not some staged TV drama. The angel's mood shifted coldly as she warned, humans have no right to question angels. Anyone who dares to act equal to her will end up with their brains blown out, just like the guy before. The proud angel then began explaining the rules of the game to everyone below. Ryumin just sighed. He knew this drill all too well after countless repeats. The game's simple. Survive 20 rounds on the first day of each month. Human souls are transported to a new dimension to play. Players must complete assigned missions, finish the mission, and you safely return to reality with a handsome reward. But with rewards come punishments. Not everyone survives the mission. Only half of the participants make it through. Hearing this, the crowd below started to get nervous. Only people aged 15 to 29 can participate in this game. Everyone was stunned, except Ryumin, who stayed as cold and composed as ever. The angel began filtering the data, selecting 1.8 million participants for the game. After explaining and choosing their roles, the beautiful angel started casting a spell to transport the contestants into another dimension. Everyone found themselves in a space where they could not see one another. Here, players can transform their appearance but only lock it in once. Ryumin chose my look and stuck with my old alias Hat Kaw. In Hayu Kwang's rebel camp, Hat Kaw's appearance looked absolutely badass, like next level cool. I have used this look 12 times out of 99 resets, so it feels like it is truly part of me now. Other players started showing up too. Some rocking idol or K-pop star looks they admired. This place grants all those desires. Everyone wanted to be the hottest version of themselves here. But for me, Ryumin, that is a reckless choice. This is a survival world. Looking too flashy will make you a target. And dying here means dying in the real world too. The local gang leader picked a muscle-bound body that even made me speechless. Then the angel appeared again, throwing shade at everyone's appearances. I want to see how terrifying humanity looks when they are cornered, she said, with 1,800 people here. Someone joked there were more players than Bitcoin holders. The angel snapped back, calling them dumb, because this place is divided into many different realms. Everyone pulled up their personal stats. And I just sighed. Having to start from scratch again was exhausting. Then the angel explained the game. Beat 20 rounds and win any wish you want. We were guided to open our inventory, where a mysterious shard appeared usable only once. Just hold it and think about using it, and the shard activates. Each shard has a unique power, whether it is strong or not depends on luck. The angel snapped her fingers, and the mission board popped up. The first challenge: defeat one of the goblins, but only the fastest half survive. Goblins appeared immediately. Some looked weak, so people thought they could handle them easily. But then the angel summoned a whole horde. The mood shifted instantly. 10,000 humans versus 50,000 goblins. The epic battle between man and monster had begun. The goblins charged fiercely right away. I kept my hands in my pockets and confidently stepped forward, making everyone wonder what I was up to. My eyes glowed red, and I unleashed a deadly shadow kick, taking down one goblin in a flash. First impressions matter, whether at work, on a date, or in survival, and I had to make mine unforgettable. I threw punches left and right, leaving everyone stunned by my skills against the goblins. I was not just fighting to win, I wanted to catch the angel's eye watching from above. Wielding my glaive like the wind, I sliced through them mercilessly. Everyone started cheering, impressed by my Hackcaw persona. Seeing me wipe out goblins so effortlessly gave them hope. This had to be the easiest game mode yet. Just as a young guy rolled up his sleeves to fight, a goblin stabbed him through. Those nearby froze in horror, then scattered like roaches. The goblins began slaughtering the players indiscriminately. At this point, no one thought this was a game anymore. All they could think about was survival. When death is near, human instincts kick in. Hard running is the best strategy. I would tried that tactic twice before, but running in this empty wasteland was hopeless. Some who ran far got blocked by a magical wall. Plus, some modern-day folks who never fought real monsters felt helpless against the goblins. But survival means pushing past fear when danger comes. You have to face it head-on. The angel above watched smugly, amused that humans could not stand up to goblins, and just ran away. But she was especially focused on me, this guy hogging all the spotlight. Hackcaw over there. She wondered if I was some kind of weekend warrior, since I would already defeated 70 out of 100 monsters. She was curious about my identity, but the system said I was a legit threat, which made her jealous. Still, she forced a fake smile and acted like humans could not hurt her pride. Meanwhile, I kept wiping out goblins left and right, gaining experience fast. When I finished one wave, 5 or 6 more goblins showed up, and I cut through them like butter. My hands were stained with goblin blood. Now, the hunters had become the hunted. After a fierce battle slaying those bony monsters, he finally hit level 4. Every stat boost went straight into agility, because it not only ups his dodge rate but also cranks up his attack and movement speed. The goblins launched their attack again, but Black Claw threw a javelin and took one down, leaving them stunned. Seizing the moment, he dashed forward, snatched back the javelin he would just thrown, and before they could even react, he sliced through them like a Gojo cosplay gone wild. After wiping out all of them, the mission to kill 100 goblins was complete. The system immediately announced Black Claw as the first of the quickest in this area, and ranked him number 1 across all zones. Since he topped the first round, the system rewarded him with a choice of weapons and a mysterious chest. For Black Claw, those starter weapons were bottom tier, so he went for the compact, easy-to-handle javelin while he pondered over the mortal world. Outside, everyone else was still struggling hard against the goblins. This time, his reincarnation was different from the previous 99 times. He now had the Last Traveler title, because this was his 99th reincarnation. His Ancient Time Shard was unusable. This was truly his final run. In this game, there is something even more powerful than the Ancient Shards. Titles, but with great power comes even harder conditions to unlock them. Lin 1 had a limited skill resurrection, but only at 30% health. Black Claw's title resurrected him at full health, which speaks volumes about how insane this title is. He constantly used it but set it to private mode to avoid unnecessary drama, since the effects still worked privately. Everyone inside was finishing up the goblin hunt, some barely alive, mere flesh shells without souls. The angel unfurled his wings, stirring up the chaos, while some players faded from existence entirely. Then, 50,000 more goblins were added to speed up the quest completion. Sounds generous, but something felt off. The brutal war between humans and goblins neared its end. Stained with fresh blood, some scumbags even used other players' bodies as shields. Some fought with all their might, chaining goblins to save their own skin. Meanwhile, Black Claw sat back, utterly unfazed by the chaos unfolding around him. The angel was ecstatic watching players slash and fight for survival. Once enough players made it through Phase 1, all goblins vanished. But those who had not met the kill quota were doomed to die. Their bodies began to dissolve, and the angel congratulated those who advanced to Phase 1. Rankings for the zone and entire region were announced. Black Claw topped the charts with a time of 10 minutes and 21 seconds. Rewards were sent his way, including 1,000 gold coins usable in the item shop once he hit level 10. The angel was overjoyed that the #1 spot in the whole region was under his watch. Black Claw started poking around his power, but it was a bitter pill since the system's security prevented full disclosure. Still, he boldly claimed to the angel that he knew exactly why he was so strong. The angel just smiled wryly, knowing full well Black Claw was full of hot air. Proudly, he tried to bargain with the angel, feeling the #1 reward was a little too skimpy and basic. Other players were stunned by his confidence, and the angel's expression shifted when Black Claw asked for a VIP Pro-level prize. The angel asked him to repeat that request, and Black Claw did not hesitate to say it again. The other players were speechless, while the angel's face twisted into a fake smile, clearly pissed that Black Claw dared to give orders. The angel raised his hand to strike, but could not use his power again, since he would already used it once earlier. The angel's eyes flashed as he cooked up a clever plan. He landed gracefully and accepted Black Claw's request with one condition. They had to go somewhere private where other players would not interfere. Everyone envied Black Claw for being able to negotiate with the angel. Before they left, he even shot a flirty glance at the smart guy nearby, as they walked deeper into the zone. The angel thought humans were not just disobedient, but downright greedy. The angel decided there was no need to reward such greed. He planned to kill Black Claw the moment they crossed a certain stone. The angel worried that killing a player openly might spark a rebellion, but if he did it in a secluded spot and tossed the body into a chest, no one would know. Turning around with a sweet smile, he asked Black Claw what reward he wanted, only to get punched so hard the sound echoed, leaving the angel utterly confused. Furious, the angel stood up to find Black Claw had vanished. Black Claw sneaked behind him, grabbed the angel's wings, twisted his neck, and dragged him out like plucking a chicken. Then, he ripped off the other wing and stomped on the angel, blood splattering everywhere. Kata already saw through the whole plan, and even revealed the weapon hidden in his wings. He starts by saying it is all just a big misunderstanding. This move is just a temporary detour. Kata knows deception inside out. It is all a lie. He calls out Burial by name, without wasting more words. He pulls a knife out from his sleeve, cornered and desperate. You threatened to blow my head off? I just smiled brightly and said, who else are you gonna kill now? And that shut you up cold. Threats 1T work here. Try scaring me with the power of a friendship, kill me, and the other angels will hunt you down. But I knew these angels were selfish jerks who do not care if their teammates live or die. Trapped and out of options. You said if you killed me, you would never return to the real world. But deep down, I knew the system would just send me back anyway. Angels here. Just pawns monitoring the players. Once I ascended to heaven, I wasted no time driving my blade through your chest, silencing your full mouth for good. The system recognized me as the first player to kill an angel, awarding me the Blood Angel title. I activated it, and ancient runes burned into my skin. The first Angel Slayer title doubles my stats when facing divine beings. I earned this reward after avenging an angel in my 13th reset. Only one player can claim it. Plus, the Slaughter rune kicks in every time I take down a target. All my stats boost by 1% each kill, maxing out at 100%, and last until the current reset ends. But beyond all these insane buffs, the real prize driving me to kill angels was the Blood Angel itself. This item transforms my class into the Reaper, mortal enemy of angels, and a unique role in the entire realm. Players hit level 10 and can choose their own class from a pool of 30. To switch classes, you need a special class change item. Beyond the basics, there are elite classes that blow regular ones out of the water with bonus stats, upgraded runes, and all kinds of perks. These classes are next level pro. I used my rewards and instantly picked triple XP for round 2, leveling up as fast as possible to switch classes. Round 1 ended, and the survivors returned to the real world. Everyone thought it had been some wild dream, but the weird thing, we all dreamed the same thing. Some were still deep asleep, unaware that they would actually left Earth. It was not until Dong Min's friends died that they realized those unconscious ones had been eliminated, killed by demons inside the game. Even Dong Min, the tough guy who ruled the streets, was shaking in his boots. Fear was real, but he also felt the world had become fairer. No matter if you were born Invictus or not, now everyone was equal. His friends thought it was unfair. They knew Dong Min would never be anything big. He was just a street thug. While they might be small time but had dreams and hope, he worried about Ryumin, the restless spirit they feared he might have died out of sheer passion. Over there, a player in full armor caught his eye. Dong Min realized that besides playing the game, they could now access status bars and inventories in real life too. He picked up a stone and easily crushed it to dust, feeling both cocky and proud. National TV soon reported over 10,000 people collapsing suddenly in the central southern square. They even caught footage of an angel exploding, knocking out thousands in broad daylight. The news spread like wildfire across social media. This was not just a national crisis. It was global. The online community exploded with buzz. Keyboard warriors flooded the comments with hype about the video. A thought it was all scripted, just some clickbait to grab views. Ryumin was anxiously watching updates. Some were in comas, others clinically dead, and many celebrities found dead. 11% of the population wiped out in this sudden catastrophe. Ryumin's biggest worry: those who survived might keep leveling up and evolving into powerful entities. No modern weapon or elite army could stop these players. To bring peace back, there is only one solution: wielding a power above all to control every player. No way I'm letting a repeat of Reset 99 happen again. I already have a few potential candidates lined up to join me in conquering round 20. Stepping into the room, Ryumen's gaze locked onto his sleepy little brother. Their family was not rich, and after their parents died in a tragic car accident, everything changed for Ryumin the moment he wrapped that scarf around his neck. The hardest part for Ryumin: raising his little brother. Ryukwon, like a champion, he turned on the light, waking Kwon up so they could pack for a high-stakes mission. Kwon did not fully get what was going on but obeyed without a fuss. Dressing sharp, seeing his big brother so serious made Kwon realize this was no ordinary day. It meant business. Knowing his little bro was still clueless, Ryumin told Kwon to check the trending news online. When Kwon saw his brother had broken through some big barrier, panic hit. Was he hurt? Kwon knew since their parents died, Ryumin had been pushing himself to carry the weight they left behind. The guy had built an ironclad mindset to survive life's brutal storms. Ryumin could read his brother's worries like a book, so he reassured him. Bro's got this. I will be unstoppable. Every single grain of rice. No goblin gang can touch us. Seeing Kwon's arm wound, Ryumin whispered the name Bang Taegu. Today, they were heading straight to Bang Taegu's turf where the gang's notorious bully ruled. Hearing this, Kwon freaked out. He would been hiding the truth from his brother, not wanting to add to his burden. Ryumin felt a deep guilt. He knew Kwon had snuck out to meet someone just hours after he returned from his last recovery. Meanwhile, he was stuck resting and healing when the hospital called that afternoon. Panic set in. Kwon had gone blind after a brutal beating from Bang Taegu. Ryumin blamed himself for being weak and powerless to protect his little brother. But now, Ryumin stood in a new position. This was a leap forward from who he used to be. Anyone who dared touch Kwon would have to face him first. And if they came looking, they would get a warm welcome. In a grimy warehouse, Bang Taegu was still acting like the ruthless bully he was. He slammed and stomped on a lackey, while the others watched in fear. No one wanted to be his next target. After the beating, Taegu started ranting about wanting to buy a new ride, but being broke. He barked orders at his minions to figure out how to make money without actually working. You do not work, you do not eat. That is the deal. One thug immediately thought of Ryu Kwon, the slick kid with mad skills. They schemed to squeeze money from Kwon, but Taegu knew his family was broke. Even if they killed him, there'd be no cash. His home was empty. All he had was a rusty old motorbike, which they would probably pawn off. Taegu also knew Kwon had no parents and only relied on his brother. Just as Taegu was dreaming of easy money, Ryumin and Ryukwon showed up. Their presence made the gang burst out laughing, taunting, talking about a dog. And here it comes. Taegu shouted insults, calling Kwon a bastard. But when he glanced at Min, he hesitated. When asked for his name, Min flashed a cocky grin and said, I am Kwon's brother. Taegu cracked his knuckles, ready to throw down with the Ryu brothers. His three goons swaggered forward. One even measured his height against Min, then took a punch that sent him flying. Another thug swung wildly but got countered instantly by Min, who returned the favor with a punch that sent him crashing into metal barrels. The last two attacked together but were floored after just a couple of punches. Taegu sneered, accusing Min of copying some street fighting moves he would picked up somewhere. Hands in pockets, the big goon stepped forward, looking rough and intimidating. Facing Min, he said, physical strength matters, but have you read the news yet? Min was not sure what the guy meant, only catching the time reference. The thug lunged with a wild punch, but Min easily blocked it and dodged the next one too. Suddenly, the thug realized something was off. He could not land a single hit on Min, not even a feather's touch. Min summoned a glowing blue aura around his fist and delivered a crushing blow to Taegyu's puffy face. Staggering, Taegu jumped up to fight back but found Min had vanished right before his eyes. Min had blinked behind him and landed a second, devastating punch. Surprise. Bam. Taegu clutched his face, then grabbed his precious phone that slipped from his hand. No hospital trip needed. His teeth were still intact. Losing control, Taegu wildly swung at Min but landed on empty air. Min caught his fist and slammed a powerful strike that sent shockwaves through the thug. Already ugly and now swollen like a rice cake, Taegu charged again. But Min leapt up and unleashed a dragon kick that sent him flying straight into the trash bins. You asked him if it hurt. No matter how many times he has been resurrected, the mind can't forget the image of your sister. battered and bruised. This chubby punk started off begging for mercy from the law, but karma waits for no one. Min stepped forward, grabbed his hand, warned him never to touch my sister again, then snapped his fingers like breaking twigs. The goons watching only knew to fold and run. Taegu promised no more harm, but just to be safe, Min snapped his wrist too just to make sure. On the way back, when Kwon asked, Min showed off some real-life skills a gamer could use. In the middle of nowhere, he conjured a badass knife that looked straight out of an action flick. He explained why the thug picked a fight. The speed stat of Kwon had shot up to 11. Normal folks barely hit 3. Even athletes cap a 10. Kwon asked what would happen if his brother leveled up, but Min kept it secret. He is a reincarnation player. After the 11th resurrection, Kwon got cornered by another player. Even though they got revenge, Min's determined to protect his silly little brother at all costs. Later, the brothers hit a convenience store for food. Min emptied all his savings. Then he told Kwon, "Pick whatever you want. Today the big bro's paying." Kwon blushed, worried about spending his brother's money, but still chose the spicy beef hot pot, beaming with pure joy. They feasted on the pricey beef together. Kwon was over the moon, his first time tasting something this good. Min then spent the rest on gambling, making Kwon panic, but the surprises did not stop there. Min shocked Kwon again. All their tickets bore the same number. Min grinned and said, "These are all our winnings for today." Before 5, no one knew who'd come out on top. Today's jackpot, number 1049, was unfolding. Kwon was stressed out, biting his nails over the cash they would risk. Then Kwon froze as the numbers drawn matched every single one his brother picked. Tears welled up. He prayed it was not a dream. Min laughed. "This is no dream." And Kwon jumped up in pure ecstasy as they hit the jackpot. Min was thrilled at first, but after a few rounds, it felt routine. Now Min's biggest goal, make a fortune. Over 900 million will die soon, tanking the economy. Rare game items will skyrocket in value. He felt the cash they would won was enough to shake this world. Then Min geared up and headed to the non-hub bank branch. When the staff recognized him as the jackpot winner at Jin branch with 115 winning tickets, they called the president to personally greet him. He was basically a VIP now. If only his account had a few billion, life would be golden. The bank president greeted him warmly, then led Min to the VIP room. After verifying the tickets, the payout was 22.5 billion VND, about 15 billion after taxes. Min rushed to cash out, eager to invest in Bitcoin, which was about to explode by 500% next month. He told Kwon about their new place, then dropped the bomb. "I just put $1 billion into Bitcoin." Kwon was speechless, stunned by his brother's bold move. But money was just a tool. Now Min was chasing numbers that could win him even bigger jackpots. Kwon begged him to remember everything carefully, confident his brother had done this countless times before. Min told Kwon to pack up. Their new penthouse was waiting. No more living in that rat hole. Meanwhile, Rungmen was somewhere testing his strength, feeling lucky to have the ancient relic boosting his power. He still had a score to settle with Min, so he stormed to his place, pounding the door and listening for any sound before barging in. The landlord, hearing the banging, came out and recognized him as some big shot. Talking with the landlord, Rungmen learned his lackey had moved elsewhere. When he asked for the new address, the landlord had no clue. Furious, Rungmen realized no one was willing to give him a straight answer. Still, the way he and his henchmen acted was almost endearing. Meanwhile, the Rai brothers headed to their luxury apartment. Min had rented a 330 square meter countryside-style luxury apartment, fully decked out with top-tier gear. It carried a steep price that made Kwon want to move out. Way too much money, burning a hole in their pockets. But for Min, money was meant to be spent. The flashier the place, the better the security, because on the first day of every month, players would dive deep into their slumber, and this is the most vulnerable time for the players. Besides uncontrollable events like natural disasters or earthquakes, there is also the risk of being hunted down by assassins hired by other players. Even if you are a top-tier god in that world, you would lose your soul instantly if you die in the real world. Kwon's base is in Europe, feeling useless while enjoying all these luxuries, especially knowing his brother has to be dragged into another world to fight next month. Right? Min patted his little brother's shoulder, hoping he would chill out and stop stressing. Then they both headed downstairs to grab some food. Meanwhile, Rungmen kept pestering Min, but he ignored him, confident he would get his revenge plus interest on that guy later. A new day dawned, and early that morning, Thin Kwon got his gear ready and told his brother he was going out to buy rice cakes to gift the neighbors. Seeing Kwon's kindness, the two brothers went together, spreading goodwill by sharing treats. The brothers happily spread joy and made friends with neighbors' kids, aunts, and uncles alike in the apartment complex. After a morning full of hustle, They greeted everyone except one last household. The penthouse owner had bought both the 44th and 45th floors, so Min guessed they might be celebrities. When no one answered the door, they were about to leave when suddenly, renowned Korean actress Seo Arin appeared, flanked by her bodyguards. Seeing the big star in front of Ri Kwon made everyone fawn over her, but Ri Min stayed cool and composed, just playing the part of a distant beauty. The bodyguards immediately blocked their approach, assuming they were just fans. When they learned the brothers lived downstairs, one guard spoke on Arin's behalf, saying she does not eat sweets, then opened the door to let her in. Ri Min thought this guy was not just arrogant but downright rude, so he told his brother not to waste time on him. Of course, Kwon was not bothered. His mind was totally fixated on Seo Arin's stunning beauty. Ri Min joked about Gen Z kids these days, binge-watching shows while he was out there grinding for cash. No time to fangirl. Social media was buzzing with news of many artists dying. Only 50% of famous stars had survived. Arin's face fell as she read many top actors had died after joining the game. She credited her grandparents' blessings for helping her breeze through the first round. Otherwise, she would already be headline news. Everything she owned, even this penthouse, was provided by the company, making her feel incredibly lucky. Arin confided in her bodyguard. Worried about how she would survive the next rounds, he reassured her, telling her to trust him and get some rest because he has got her back. At first, Arin thought the bodyguard was sent just to monitor her, but after experiencing the game, she realized without him, she probably would not have made it past round 1. She suddenly craved rice cakes. She feared the neighbors might be upset, while the bodyguard thought they would be clumsy around a celebrity like her constantly bothering her peace. But judging by the brothers' vibe, how clumsy could they really be? She wondered how the over 15 neighbors, who had survived the game and still seemed so cheerful and lively, managed it. The bodyguard sighed, thinking killing 100 goblins was easy, only fools lose. Arin mused that the bodyguard's skills were probably top-notch in the real world, but compared to the Black Wolf, he was still a rookie. Watching the Black Wolf, she even felt sorry for the goblins instead of humans. To survive this brutal survival game, you need to team up with someone strong. Arin really wanted to befriend the Black Wolf because in this fight for life, luck alone is not enough. On Tuesday, January 31st, Ryu Min returned home and told his brother he just won 1.5 billion hoon. This was the 4th time Ryu Min had taken first place in the lottery. The chairman there always asked for his secret, and he would just smile and say it was thanks to his grandparents' dreams. His Bitcoin investments had skyrocketed to 15 billion hoon. Kwon worried and wanted to help him manage the money, scared of market crashes. But for someone like Ryu Min who is making billions, a few hundred million here and there was small change. The brothers went out for Italian food, shopping, and stocked up on snacks until late at night. As the day turned, Ryu Hoon held his brother's hand tight, silently praying they both survive and come back alive. Min smiled brightly, teasing, "Look at you, acting like you are tough enough to beat all the street thugs, and yet you do not trust me." He ruffled Hoon's hair and told him to get some sleep, because when he opens his eyes, he will be up too. Everyone was back in the game. The Black Wolf was now famous, ranked top in one region from the last round. Seeing how people whispered and dared not approach, he understood his reputation had spread far and wide. Then another angel appeared, throwing everyone into confusion. She announced the previous angel had been taken out, and now she would step in as the new overseer. She spread her radiant golden wings, lighting up the crowd below, and announced the mission for Round 2. Round 2 kicks off with the main mission. Pick a regional representative in 3 hours. And guess what? Everyone can pass this round without losing a single life. The angel looked at the players with pure delight. She raised a finger and explained that the regional rep holds the power to issue commands to others. If they say quit, you quit. If they say die, you die. A perk that sounds dangerously off. After 3 hours, all players in this region receive a ballot to vote for who they want as their rep. Just write down the name. Simple as that. Sounds easy, right? Because it actually is. No need to overthink it, just treat it like a casual meetup. Everyone's thrilled to survive with such an easy task. Even the angel wished them luck before flying off. Opinion split here. Some players were all smiles, thinking easy peasy. Meanwhile, the Alliance dude sat grumpy, having stocked up plenty and ready to fight. But everything happening felt eerily like Black Dog's memories from past resets. Ignoring the chatter, Black Dog strode deeper, fully aware that where there is a main mission, there will be side quests and hidden tasks in Round 2. It is all about leveling up and snagging a class. Time to grind to level 10 ASAP. The mutant robin in the woods appeared, without wasting words. Black Dog lipped and sliced through it in a flash. Thanks to the butcher's skill, killing one target boosts his stats by 1%, stacking up to 100% after one kill. The cozy clan of Robin came rushing to welcome Black Dog. He smirked, then swiftly took them all down with his spear. Only 30 minutes in, Black Dog hit level 9. Pumping all stats straight up, because you know, the best strategy is to run no matter how strong you are. One critical hit and it is game over. Players have 4 stats. Strength, Intelligence, Agility, and Luck. Strength boosts physical damage. Stamina, and Defense. Intelligence amplifies magic damage. Willpower, and Perception. Agility speeds up attack. Movement, and dodge rate. Luck boosts critical hit chance. Item drops, and gold. Every stat's crucial, especially for Black Dog's class, which uses both physical and magical damage. Ideally, you want to balance all stats. As Black Dog hunted monsters, he sensed danger lurking nearby. He spun around. Spear ready, he knew someone was tailing him. Option 1. Show yourself. Option 2. Do not make me angry, because when I am mad, things get ugly. A girl stepped out from behind a tree. At first glance, Black Dog recognized her as Superstar Xiao Arin. Her bodyguard appeared too, assuring there was no beef with him. Seeing the bodyguard, Black Dog knew he was in Sang Chun, the right-hand man of Majing Lux. Nicknamed Devil, he is the eldest son of the country's biggest corporation, and he is one of Black Dog's prime targets. His real goal is to hunt down Majing Lux's connections in round 20. Suddenly, he recalled rumors that Majing Luth was sponsoring a starlet for ulterior motives. This future had twisted in ways he never wanted. Xiao Arin started explaining they have been tracking Black Dog's every move from the start. She proposed a partnership. Knowing he ranked top silver in the first round, Black Dog just smirked, thinking, collab? Yeah, right? He turned and walked off, fully confident in his own badassery. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, you need a team. Just as he stepped away, Xiao Arin collapsed. Overwhelmed facing him, she really wanted to team up with the top player for safety. But honestly, she was just as dry and awkward as my hometown. Sangchun knew from the start Black Dog's ego was sky high, as it should be for someone that strong. The stronger you are, the bigger your ego, and that is just how it goes. Seizing the moment, Sangchun and Black Dog teamed up to farm XP. The robin in the forest flipped from hunters to the hunted the moment they met Black Dog. Even Namkonon showed up, making Black Dog grin. Feeling lucky. 1, 2, 3 years did I miss a beat. They were wiped out in a single strike. Now at level 10, Black Dog was ready for the big transformation and class upgrade. Side quests in round 2 are all about leveling up before the voting phase. Grab the upgrade item and snag the new class if you succeed. Plus, you get a 50% discount coupon for items sold by NPCs. First-timers always get hit with a mix of confusion, surprise, and awkward smiles. Everyone knows landing a class is clutch. But the real question is, how the heck do you even get those upgrade items? Upgrade items only drop when you meet special conditions. Warriors must boost their power stat to at least level 10 and slay 30 monsters within the time limit to earn the upgrade item. Berserkers have to spill blood nonstop during the countdown, while assassins need to pull off multiple successful monster assassinations. In other words, everyone has to complete class-related challenges to score those precious upgrade items. Back in his newbie days, AK sweated buckets just to finish the basic class quests. But since he got the Grim Reaper class, everything changed. He stepped into a whole new role, no longer the same guy from his previous resets. He started using the item that killed the angel in the next round, and transformed it into the Grim Reaper class. The Grim Reaper class buff doubles weapon attack power for 3 days. At night, attack speed gets a 50% boost. Plus, when resting at night, your chance of being spotted drops drastically, as a ghostly aura starts enveloping you. The reward for completing this is the Grim Reaper's Scythe. His rank also jumped from newbie to apprentice, and that rank matters big time. It is how Vipro players get sorted. There are 6 tiers: Grandmaster, Master, Expert, Regular, Apprentice, and at the bottom, Newbie. Just like any PC game, leveling up means bigger rewards and fresh skills. Soon after, he unlocked a new skill, Death Mark. The Death Mark skill is invisible to everyone except the caster and the target. The marked enemy takes double damage every time the caster attacks, instant 100% extra damage, but the effect only works on a single target. On top of that, he can equip the Grim Reaper SC, the seriously brutal weapon from the countryside. Being the first to level up in the newbie zone earned him a gold pouch, and a new skill called Surveillance Link for 20,000 gold. It lets him track the location of chosen targets, but the caster and target need to sync perfectly for it to work. Naturally, he immediately locked on a Hong Ya Min, waiting for him to slip up so he could stir up some trouble. The target's about 190 meters from the heady out, so he is curious what the guy is scheming. Seo Arin and his bodyguard are battered and bleeding, trying to escape after getting ambushed by Yang Min's crew. The bodyguards blaming Aaron for holding him back. If not for her, he would have bailed long ago. Yang Min's gang is cocky, flaunting their numbers advantage. Their goal? Just to snatch Seo Arin, the youth idol, for themselves. Hearing that, the bodyguard's face darkens. He is thinking, if I would known this was the plan from the start, you would be history already. But he is not about to die over some pretty girl. Everything he is doing is strictly mission-focused. If he can protect Seo Arin, the director McGee will be seriously disappointed. Yang Min smirks, ready to throw down and put this punk in his place. The bodyguard's last resort is to threaten with the law. But killing here means serious charges, and who is going to prove anything? Even if someone does, faces and names probably won't match reality. Just as he is figuring out how to fight in his battered state, the Hidyot's shadowy figure steps forward. Watching, the figure asks what is going on, and Yang Min snaps at him, calling him a pain. The bodyguard yells that they are protecting Seo Arin, and if the figure helps, he will owe him big time. The figure narrows his eyes. Is that true? Yang Min keeps acting cocky. If you do not roar, who will think you own this place? A crimson aura flares around the figure. The Grim Reaper's scythe appearing in his hand. Anyone who messes with them will answer to me, he warns, ready to make sure they stay unharmed. Just like the first time dragon fruit showed up in instant noodles. Today I am about to show you what a real party looks like. You know, helping out here will definitely score you brownie points with Young Luffy later on. If the biggest corporation in the country notices, the rewards will skyrocket, and you will get paid back big time. Plus, I am not exactly a fan of those punk kids acting all tough in front of me. Young Min and Han's crew swaggered over, threatening that if anyone dared step forward, Hem would crush them. But right now, it is more like a bluff. Still, Hen knows his limits. He has seen Black Dog take down a whole pack of goblins solo, and last time, Black Dog was top tier 2 no joke. Hen flicked his tongue menacingly, swung his hands, saying if they would just kneel and beg for their lives, he might reconsider. Young Men felt humiliated in front of everyone, especially with a girl watching. That shame triggered Han's memory how in the real world, he once punched through a wall barehanded if luck was on his side, and even thought he could take down Black Dog with a single punch. Sounds epic, but sorry, he is no Satan. Han sneered, cracked his knuckles, twisted his shoulders like a pro, and swaggered forward, ready to land a knockout punch on Black Dog. Black Dog immediately sheathed his weapon, feeling it would be unfair to fight fist to weapon. That would make the fight boring even if he won. Those words only fueled Yang Min's fire more. Without missing a beat, Black Dog lunged. Yang Min was ready and threw a straight punch. Anyone who thought Black Dog was easy prey just got hit with a knockout blow right to the gut, sending Han flying 7,749 feet, collapsing to the ground. Han's mouth kept running, trash-talking nonstop. Black Dog stepped, delivering a brutal kick straight to Han's face. Then he rained down a storm of punishing blows. Han felt like he was not getting punched, but hammered by a giant mallet like pounding rice. Black Dog's final thunderous punch knocked Han out cold. Han's henchmen behind tried to sneak attack with arrows, but got shut down by Yang Min. He moved like a shadow, slashing off an arm with his sickle. The other two looked shocked but did not back down. One charged in recklessly, and Black Dog marked him with a precise strike. Then with one clean swipe, he sliced through the charger's leg. The last guy tried to beg for mercy, but Black Dog was not having it, not after they dared bring weapons into his turf. One of Han's arms dropped to the ground. Black Dog could be ended it all with a single strike but chose not to. His goal was to make sure these guys never dared come near him again. But this one's covered in wounds. Still running his mouth, Black Dog swung his sickle again, sending chills down their spines. Yang Min hid behind a big tree. But there is no hiding from me. No exceptions, that is the message Yang Min gave before chopping off Han's arm. He hoped these brats would stop whining like babies. What they have been through is nothing compared to the real world pain they once inflicted on him. Now the victim's turning into the tormentor. After the flashback, Black Dog swung his sickle again, severing Han's other arm. Even the bodyguards watching felt a chill run down their spines. When Black Dog can cut off both arms of a broken opponent without mercy, to some, it is brutal. But he respects those who keep a cool head like that. He etched the name Black Dog into his memory, the guy who dared to stand against the whole gang. Done with that, Black Dog checked on his two friends and told them not to worry about those street thugs anymore. As everyone saw, they are all crippled now, and the only thing left is to crawl back home. After that, Arin and the bodyguard bowed deeply, thanking Black Dog for saving their lives. But Arin worried about those losers dying, while Yang Min could not care less. They are nothing but animals. He looked at her, thinking she was way too soft. He figured she wanted to keep up that celebrity image, acting like some kind-hearted saint. The bodyguard wondered why Black Dog didn't just kill off all those social parasites. Black Dog explained simply it would not benefit him to wipe them all out, and as the number of players in the id drops, the chances of beating this game go down too. Hearing the Dark One's explanation, even the bodyguard found it all pretty reasonable. The Dark One really is something else. Yeah, this guy's no joke. The Dark One's definitely not playing around. Then the bodyguard tried to repay him by transferring money in the real world. But the Dark One just waved it off and walked away cool as ice. That left a huge impression on the bodyguard, who immediately knew he had to report this to the guild leader. Before leaving, he did not even forget to spit on the face of that first-class lackey Rung Min, then left with a rin. Meanwhile, at the voting zone, chaos erupted among the players. Everyone wanted to be the district representative. Some were even ready to throw down over the spot. Each one threw out solid reasons why they deserved to represent the area. Suddenly, a voice cut through the noise, silencing everyone to listen. It was young Sakalabaka, passionately explaining his point and making a proposal. Everyone hung on his every word, captivated, and there is always a reason for everything. People followed him, because he held the persuasion skill. Seeing everyone drawn in by his hypnotic voice, he flashed a sly, cunning grin. His confidence came from that persuasion skill he snagged in the first round. Just as Sakalabaka had planned, his persuasion was starting to work its magic back in round 1. Getting persuasion from a random skill fragment was a bit of a letdown. Surrounded by monsters, fighting blindly was pointless, and persuasion clearly did not work on anyone stronger than him. But necessity breeds ingenuity. He quickly figured out how to use it effectively. He persuaded others to help a girl under monster attack, then jumped in to rank those beasts just as they were about to go down. This sneaky, underhanded move got him through the first round and into round 2. Truly, the wicked and the petty always find a way to survive. Right now, if he is lucky enough to persuade everyone, there is a high chance he will become the district's representative. Time to start flexing his manipulation skills. He demanded they narrow the candidates down to 5 or fewer to make voting easier. Everyone pretty much agreed and started nominating their picks. Sakalabaka grew more confident as things unfolded smoothly. The first to speak up nominated him, praising his leadership and calmness. That made Sakalabaka feel like he would just recruited another sucker, just as he was basking in his own glory. Someone raised their hand to nominate the Dark One. He accepted this. After all, the Dark One topped the previous round, so surely he deserved a nomination. The third nomination went to the player ranked second last round, nicknamed the Documentary, followed by the Dark One in third place. Sakalabaka decided to cap the list at 4 candidates and suggested that each speak before voting. Naturally, he jumped in first. No sooner had he opened his mouth than the Documentary appeared, cutting him off and snarling, "Cut the crap, man. You really think everyone's gonna fall for your cheap tricks?" Sakalabaka was stunned. Realizing he would been called out, he tried to use persuasion again, testing if his secret was out. The Documentary kept schooling him like a master, making him lose control. "Listen up. If you want to survive, you better vote for me." Seeing this guy's fierce attitude, Sakalabaka fired back with more condescending talk. "You should stop embarrassing yourself." He sneered. Sakalabaka fell silent, caught off guard. But shockingly, the Documentary gave him a cold glare that froze him in place before Sakalabaka could even react. He was booted out. As a wise soul once said, pride always leads to a fall. Everyone watching freaked out. The guy they just saw moments ago was suddenly logged off. The player community started talking trash about him, but he did not care. Then, the Dark One swaggered forward, spitting out insults like a pro. For him, it was pure bliss. No cops, no snitches, no cameras, just free reign to trash talk whoever he wanted. He pointed a threatening finger at the remaining players, warning that if they did not vote for him, they would end up like the last guy. Witnessing this nightmare, everyone grew terrified. Next target, the Dark One himself. Knock him out, and the path to number 1 is wide open. On the other hand, after clearing over 200 monsters in more than 2 hours, Heko still only reached level 16. Fighting for so long with barely any level increase proves that the higher you go, the slower the leveling speed becomes. The bright side, now farming monsters is way easier. With the Ancient Death and Ancient Butcher in hand, one doubling damage, the other doubling stats, he has got a serious edge. But it is time for him to move on. The voting period's up. All players get teleported back to the starting point by the host. Those who were not there earlier are absolutely freaked out by what they just witnessed. Why are Arin and Chun so spooked? They are all scrambling, wondering what the hell just happened. While everyone's still guessing, Heko stands off to the side, quietly thinking, looks like this time Dungsik is leading the charge. He is the head of the notorious Numbers gang in Korea, and the second strongest fighter in Hakkos district. And to make things worse, this guy's got a seriously trashy attitude. Hatko feels he has to defuse this ticking bomb before it blows. But now's just not the right moment. Lost in thought, he is cut off by Dungsik's voice. Dungsik scorns him, asking where he has been and complains he has been waiting forever. Hatko, annoyed, snaps back, asking what the kid actually wants, like he was expecting the question. Dungsik cuts to the chase, demanding Hatko respect his territory. Hatko's retort is cold, but this guy's still got that hostile vibe all over him, twirling a wooden staff. Dungsik says if Hatko complies, he will let him off easy. But Hatko, he is all about that showdown. He asks if Dungsik wants to throw down right now, then orders him to back off and pleads with him. He promises to forgive him if he pulls it off, feeling his pride stomped and his ego bruised. Dungsik threatens that if he becomes the regional rep, he wants to go easy on Hatko before Dungsik can keep rambling. Hatko interrupts. He conjures a scythe from thin air and throws some serious shade his way. Seeing Hatko's weapon, Dungsik suddenly gets cold feet. He knows he has messed with the wrong guy. Facing Hatko's challenge head-on, he is visibly rattled, trying to save face. Dungsik snaps back that as leader of the numbers gang, he will never kneel to anyone, and even throws down a verbal gauntlet. You can see the tension sizzling between them. Hatko thinks to himself that showing off his full power and risking a vote might get messy. Instead, he plans to make this guy the representative, using him as a pawn in round 3. Plus, the angels are about to show up just as he predicted. The angel appears before everyone. Hatko coldly tells him they will meet again soon, warning that next time he wants to challenge someone, he better check their backing first, otherwise, who knows what chaos will break loose. Even though he is furious, Dungsik's mind stays icy cold. He is plotting to make Hatko pay 100 times over if he becomes the rep. Meanwhile, the angel finally speaks up, asking everyone about choosing a representative. She announces the voting is about to start and makes it clear she does not give a damn about their survival. Just then, the system screen pops up, and the vote officially begins. Each person gets only one vote. Players must cast their vote for their chosen rep. The one with the most votes wins. Anyone who does not vote within 5 minutes gets eliminated and disappears. Everyone's eyes lock on Dungsik's ballot. He is grinning like a champ, but the moment someone stops looking at him, he instantly threatens them. The vote ends quickly. Dungsik only rakes in 2,412 votes, while Hatko snags second place with a solid number of votes himself. Dungsik's pissed beyond belief. He is going nuts, but still barely got any votes. The angel then announces she is handing Dungsik command rights to issue orders to everyone. That is all he has been waiting for. He is thinking about throwing a festival of pain on Hatko for insulting him. But after getting this gift, Dungsik realizes he only has 10 uses of his command power, and it does not work on anyone ranked A or above. While Dungsik is still stunned, the angel drops another bombshell. They have a side mission to level up to rank 8 and find a level up item. She says the quest system was set up to appear like this in the new stage, but none of them noticed. Then one player asks how they are supposed to rank up without any monsters to fight. The angel's expression shifts briefly, but then she calmly opens the system again. She reveals only 80,000 players will be promoted to rank of this round. Not only that, but it also announced that Hatko was the first player to successfully level up. On top of that, Freck whispered that Hatko is actually a Grim Reaper. Realizing Hatko was the Grim Reaper, the players present started buzzing with speculation. Meanwhile, that underworld big shot, Jen, stood silently on the side, wondering how Hatko could change his class at this moment. Clearly, Jen planned to use his regional order to force him to fight himself. Back to Angela, she announced that within the top 2 rankings, rewards had been given based on the order of completing side quests, and the recipient was none other than Ryu Min, with the account name Hatko. Looking at the stats screen, she was shocked Hatko was not just leading this region, but topped the entire server. Impressed by Hatko's class, she kept marveling at his Grim Reaper profession. She even said that Hatko's unique nickname perfectly fit that power. She asked him about it, even suspecting he knew in advance he would get this badass Grim Reaper class. Facing Angel's questioning, Hatko remained stone cold and calmly denied it. He believed becoming the Grim Reaper was his fate. He chuckled inwardly because even the angels had no clue how to get the Grim Reaper class. They only knew it was a rare special profession. Angela found his sharp response intriguing. Someone here actually changed their class. That made Hatko the only player in this server immune to the regional order. Hearing Angela say this, the other players were baffled. She cheerfully explained that the regional order does not apply to those with a class, so the representative can't command someone who already has a class. Plus, the regional order can only be used 10 times. That means being the regional rep does not equal unlimited power. Every word Angela spoke felt like a spear stabbing Dungsik's pride, making him seethe with frustration. He silently fumed, wondering why she would spill the beans like that. Meanwhile, Angela happily rewarded Hatko after hesitating between different armors. She finally chose the professional hunter's armor set. Then, Hatko quickly opted to triple his experience points to rush into the third round monster fight. Just then, Angel announced the start of round 3. The system screen popped up, declaring the player's souls would soon transfer into bodies in the real dimension. Back in reality, Rongmin jolted awake in terror, staring at his still cold arm. He realized he would never mess with Hatko again. Meanwhile, Sia Arin looked toward Sangtrun standing before her, thanking him, but he quickly waved it off, saying there was no need. He was her manager and bodyguard. Of course, he had to protect her. Hearing this, Sia Arin smiled and asked how she could meet and thank Hatko, but since she wanted to keep her identity secret, there was no way. Hearing this, Sangtrun suggested Sia Arin send an item to Hatko in the next round. She loved the idea. After agreeing, Sangtrun excused himself and left. At that moment, he got a call from Chairman Ma. He congratulated him on successfully switching his class to Dark Knight. He also reported that both he and Xiao Arin were only level 8 and injured. Plus, Sangtrun had urgent matters and wanted to meet Chairman Ma at the hotel immediately. But what he did not know was that the entire secret process was being watched by Ryu Min. 10 minutes earlier, Ryu Min had returned to the real world and started digging up info on Sangtrun. The bodyguard, he decided to tail him, guessing Sangtrun might be heading to Magiang Luko's place. Magiang Luffo was on a high floor of the building, brooding over Ryu Min. He thought Ryu Min might have provoked one of his subordinates and swore he would not let it slide, no matter if Ryu Min was top-ranked or not. If he messed with him, it was like messing with his own kin. Sangtrun's voice echoed from the door, snapping Magiang Luck out of his thoughts. The two greeted each other warmly. Sangtrun genuinely thanked Giang Luff. He replied it was not necessary after all. He had not really done anything for the boss. Besides, they were not even in the same region. Sangtrun respectfully bowed in response. Just his presence alone was enough to boost morale. Hearing that, Gaang Lutzi thought Sangtrun was laying it on a bit thick, such a smooth talker. Sangtrun quickly took a seat across from him, congratulating Gin Lukov on surviving the challenge. Hearing this, he just laughed, thinking that their second round felt more like a candy game than a real fight. He modestly claimed that leveling up successfully was just pure luck. Given Lut's reply made Sangtrun say that luck is just another kind of skill. Plus, finishing second and third across all zones was not a walk in the park. More than that, Sangtrun was about to boldly say that his biggest pride was serving under him. Faced with Sangtrun's flattery, Gian Ludov quickly caught on that he wanted to ask something. He stared at him and said, "If you have got something to say, spit it out, bro. I know you too well." Realizing he would been called out, Sangtrun sheepishly asked Gavin Lucca about where he hid the leveling item. Coldly, Gaang Luff replied that the item dropped when he was clearing monsters. But inside, he chuckled he only got that item thanks to the fragment from the Ham Knight artifact he was studying. Turns out his luck in round 1 came from that random artifact, which was basically cheating because it could help him switch his profession at level 10. Still, for Gaang Luff, even if it was a trusted subordinate, he would not reveal anything about this shady demonic info. Human nature changes too easily. With that thought, Givenla quickly switched gears and asked if the wounds on Sangtrun came from the Black Chain. Sangtrun immediately denied it, and even said that the Black Chain was actually the one who saved him. Hearing that, Gaang Lutz was curious and demanded his subordinate to recount everything that happened during the chaos. After a while, he finally understood the situation. Sangtrun said if the Black Chain had not shown up just in time, he and Aaron might have died. He believed Aaron had a strong survival instinct, but the trauma would wreck her mentally and keep her from continuing in the entertainment industry. Ginluk did not pry further. He vaguely asked Sangtrun about the status of those thugs. Sangtrun knew they were tortured by the Black Chain, not just knocked out, because if the total number dropped, so would the survivors moving on to the next round. After a moment of silence, Gong Luff thought about compensating the Black Chain, but decided against it. Since he could not reveal his identity, he had no choice but to ask Sangtrun to thank Ryuman for him in the next round. Then, with a sharp and intense gaze, Given Luck asked Sangtrun about the nicknames of those fools. Meanwhile, Ryman was hiding behind a tree, tracking Sangtrun's movements, constantly admiring his loyalty. Once he figured out Sangtrun's destination, he quickly headed back. He thought he owed his little brother a thank you, because thanks to that kid's clumsiness, he managed to break the ice with the neighbor with rice cakes, which led to meeting Aaron, and that is how he found out about their connection. Ryman believed that just by being the neighbor's humble helper, he would easily earn Gang Lux's trust. But first, He needed to decide if he should bring him along for round 20, because Genlah's demonic night artifact was insanely powerful, almost cheating. But nothing is perfect. It had some unpredictable downsides. Without that artifact, the leveling rewards were forced into becoming a demonic knight. But the biggest drawback was having to use the demonic knight as special abilities. This power required accumulating a unique kind of mana called demonic mana, and this mana could not be gained normally. In some ways, this skill suited someone with a twisted personality like Giving Loss. Ryuman worried quietly teaming up with a weirdo like him could be super risky. For now, he would treat him like a rough gem and let fate decide how to use him. Ryuman thought there were plenty of other talented people out there, and he was ready to start scouting for teammates to conquer this world. At dawn, the scene shifted. While the man in the shop fretted endlessly about sales, a girl suddenly appeared at the door. Turns out, the shop had completely stopped selling, but rent and labor costs kept piling up. They seemed utterly stuck with no way out. Seeing his father's worry, the girl promised she was about to graduate soon. She swore she would help by finding a part-time job to boost income, but her dad quickly shot that down. He advised her to focus on school and chase her dream of becoming a doctor, but she immediately pushed back because surviving the next round was what truly mattered. She told her father she had already survived round 2, and even earned a blessing skill that boosts vitality and stamina for ordinary people. While they were having a good chat, Ryuman suddenly showed up. He walked into the convenience store, and the owner was totally caught off guard to see him. He is the winner, who guessed the exact numbers for 100 lottery tickets. Ryuman greeted the owner and asked if he remembered him. He said he had bought 100,000 currency units worth of lottery tickets here. The owner was puzzled. Why on earth would he come here now? Ryuman bowed sincerely and apologized to the store owner. He explained that, because he kept hitting the jackpot, the store could not sell any more lottery tickets. He apologized for unintentionally causing trouble for the store. The owner waved it off, saying there was no need to worry. It is not your fault. Just because you can't sell lottery tickets anymore does not mean it is the end of the world. Still, Ryuman felt guilty for affecting the store's business, so he wanted to make amends. Even though it was not a huge amount, it was the thought that counted 10 million currency units. The owner and his daughter were shocked and told him he did not have to do that and should just take the money back. But Ryuman was adamant they keep it since he had to rush off. The daughter grabbed the money and promised she would pay him back soon. Seeing her approach, Ryuman asked, "Who are you?" She told him she was Min Julie, a classmate. She was surprised he did not remember they were in the same class. He apologized, saying he was not good at remembering faces, but that was a lie. Ryuman actually knew she had a special role. She was the support player who handled buffs for her teammates. Fate had brought them together in their previous timeline reset. She helped him a lot back then, and now he was chasing his destiny, using this chance meeting with Julie to bring her into his world. Julie told him to go somewhere private to talk, and Ryuman quickly agreed. She returned the money and said they could not accept such a big amount, so he should take it back. Ryuman seemed to understand well they would not take it. She was the kind of person who valued integrity. No matter how tough things got, she hated owing anyone. Julie urged Ryuman to take the money back. Holding the heavy cash hurt her a bit, but he stubbornly refused. He wanted to make it right, because his conscience would not let him rest otherwise, no matter how big the amount. He insisted she keep it or else he would feel guilty and obsessed over it, but Julie felt accepting the money would weigh heavily on her. To him, it was just pocket change, but to her, it was a big deal. After saying that, he left, leaving behind a trail of unresolved feelings. Since she could not convince him, she said 10 million was really too much. She would just take 1 million, that'd be enough. Ryuman told her to ask the store owner, but the owner was actually her father. She was stunned to learn the lottery jackpot winner was a classmate. She could not believe he truly did not know they were classmates. The moment he stepped into the convenience store, she recognized him immediately. Of course, Ryuman knew exactly who she was, but he insisted he was just bad with faces. Besides, this was their first real conversation. He felt a bit guilty for pretending not to know her, but he had to do it to make her feel at ease. But I am a total pro at dropping hints. He joked. Julie stood up, introduced herself again, and pointed at her face, asking, "Remember me now?" Ryuman happily said he would remember her. Julie was totally embarrassed. Imagine being a beauty, having to reintroduce yourself to a classmate. At least now they understood their fate had crossed paths. Since graduation was near, Ryuman figured they probably would not keep in touch, so, while he was on a business trip, he asked for her number. Julie grabbed his phone and typed in her number. Before leaving, he dropped a sly hint. "Meeting like this has gotta be fate, so let us keep in touch." He did not even take the envelope and just left. Julie blushed hard when he asked for her number. Her heart was racing. even though she knew he saw her as just a friend. Maybe she really liked him. They first met by accident when she saw a group attacking him. Seeing the injustice, she called the cops. She followed him to make sure he got home safe. But when she saw him working part-time like nothing had happened, she realized he was way stronger than he looked, despite being battered and bruised. He still went to work and smiled meeting people. From then on, she started to develop feelings for Ri-min, but did not have the courage to talk to him. Over time, her feelings for Ri-min grew a lot. She did not even dare get close. Who would be thought they would meet again like this? She felt this was a golden opportunity handed to her by fate. There was no way she could just pretend she did not know Ryu-min when she was holding 10 million in her hands. She wondered if she should invite Ryu-min out for a hot meal to celebrate. Ryu-min sat on the bed, scrolling through his phone and texting. Turns out it was Julie, inviting him out to eat. Everything was playing out exactly like the perfect script he had imagined. No doubt, she felt like she owed him big time, and suddenly inviting him out to eat. That was next level. He could not help but smile. If he could naturally get close to her, it would be way easier to turn her into an ally. He hopped off the bed and decided to help Julie, bringing her along to the level 20 zone with him. Rieman's brother, sitting on the couch watching TV, noticed his brother dressed sharp and heading out. Lion asked if he was going out with a girlfriend. Calmly, Riemann replied, "Come on. I am handsome and loaded, of course I am meeting up with a girl." He also told his brother to not skip meals at home, since he would be eating out. As the door closed, Ryu-min's brother could not help but feel life's mysteries. He was always flexing on his little bridge. Is he really going on a date? At a steakhouse, Ryu-min sat across from Julie. They ate and chatted happily. Julie blushed shyly. She never expected to have a private dinner with him. She thought, what a lucky day. They sat in the soft music's glow, silence creeping in, the mood getting awkward. She felt she had to say something. Julie asked, "How do you keep winning the lottery like that, 4 times in a row?" As usual, Ryu-min said, "It was thanks to the ancestors, blessings guiding his luck." Then forced a smile. The money he has won means he never has to worry about cash again. Now, he probably can't even think of anything he can buy. The only thing he needs to worry about is staying alive. They continued discussing the first level's challenge, killing the demon spirit, at his zone's number ending in 5, while hers ended in 7, so they could not meet there. Julie sighed, feeling sad she would not meet him in that world. Riemann smiled to himself, thinking she should not worry, they would meet eventually. Later, the zones would merge as the surviving players dwindled. Julie had just reached level 10 in her buffer class, meaning she could boost her teammates' stats. Riemann felt lucky she was a buffer too. She activated her power, a buff called Fucky Lawn that boosts all stats. She channeled that energy into him, raising all his stats by 50% for 3 hours. He was impressed if she hit max level. That boost would hit 100%. Luckily, she buffed him right from the start. That was his main goal for tonight's dinner. The reward he got for changing classes was a random bag, and it could be affected by luck stats. The higher his luck, the more gold he would get. Julie told him to just ask if he needed blessings. Using her skill did not tire her at all. Actually, this dinner was her way of saying thanks for the 10 million. She promised to pay him back soon, but seeing that Ryu-min did not seem to need the money, she pulled out an item and handed it to him, a mysterious purple crystal. After the meal, they said their goodbyes. On the way home, he opened his bag to check the gift Julie gave him. It was a low-grade purple magic crystal. It could sense subtle mana inside and be fused into equipment to boost stats. He did not expect her to give him this. Just reading the description, it was hard to grasp its true power, but at level 20, he would realize how rare this item really was. The fusion feature unlocked at player level 20. Using it, Ryu-min could combine a weapon with a magic crystal and even choose upgrades. The magic crystals came in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, teal. Red boosts damage, orange boosts strength, yellow luck, green enhances armor, blue increases intelligence, teal reduces damage taken. The purple magic crystal was the rarest, with a very low drop rate, and it boosts all stats. Ryu-min suddenly remembered he had to open the gold bag before the time limit expired. But first, he needed to boost his stats by using the ancient butcher's glyph by slaying 100 powder moths. Each target he killed raised his stats by 1%, and this applied to any living insect. Now the hour has struck. He pulled all the luck inherited from his parents and opened the gold bag. With my usual luck, I would typically get between 3,000 and 6,000 gold, but this time, I was stunned to see I got the max 9,999 gold. I just hit the jackpot with the max gold payout. That kind of luck deserves some serious celebration. Now, my total gold stands at 16,249, enough to snag an epic tier item, but the item I want won't drop for another 2 weeks. so I am holding on to these stones tight. As soon as I got home, little bro Roman rushed over to grill me. How's the dating life? Any progress? He figured I was off wooing my girl, but I just brushed him off, telling him to zip it for once. When I asked him what he wanted to eat, he shot back, "You have no clue how much I am craving black bean noodles right now. Just 10 months ago, things were tough for both of us. Now, my investment capital has shot up to a whopping 150 million. Like last time, there is a good chance the value will drop significantly in 2 weeks. Until then, I gotta get my driver's license sorted." Sitting in the theory test room, Roman was probably losing his mind, wondering how many times I would taken this test already. Just wing it and get out of here, I thought. I finished quickly and headed straight out. The proctor was shocked. This good-looking guy already scored 95 points with barely any effort. The result was crystal clear. I got my license in just 4 days. I have got tons of experience by now. Wait, how many years have passed? How old am I supposed to be? Anyway, right after getting my license, I immediately bought a supercar. Did not even take long to decide. After all, I have driven this model several times before. 2 weeks flew by, and now it is time to cash out my investment. Sitting there, I could not help but smirk like a total boss. Ryu Woon came to check in, only to find out I would just liquidated all my investments. The total cash out, a staggering $300 million. The actual profit, only about $60 million. But hey, now it has jumped to $300 million. Ryu Woon was happy I was not throwing money into risky ventures anymore, until I dropped a cold splash of reality. I am diving into stock investments next. Little bro freaked, asking if I even know anything about stocks. Meanwhile, Ryu Woon's motto was basically, dream big, no matter what. He watched his beloved little bro with concern. Worried? Yeah, but I am already a few steps ahead. The company I am targeting ranks 85th, valued around $900 million. It is called Tianma Consulting, run by Jiawang Lok. Not too famous yet, but after round 4, they will roll out a special system and skyrocket. If I can grab a big chunk of shares and control operations, I can steer the company as a major shareholder and rake in serious profits. First step, invest $280 million for a 31% stake. As Ryu Woon hit invest, I heard his prayer echo in my ear. Please, make his dream come true. Yeah, my little bro still skeptical as hell about life. That midnight, Ryu Woon logged onto the auction to buy all the gear I needed. Every single gold coin I would saved was for this moment. Just having gold means I can buy basic items and skills. No better feeling than that. Even if they are regular tier, it does not mean rare materials and epics are off the table. Today, I am after the Frostbite necklace. Boosts critical power and attack speed. For what it does, it is a steal. I scored it at 50% off, thanks to the bonus from leveling up. With this cash, it is like milking a cash cow. After buying it, I still had plenty of gold left. At first, I planned to pick up a full set of regular gear with the rest, but if I saved just 6,000 more gold, I could buy an extra normal skill. Skills beat gear any day, so I decided to hustle for that extra 6,000 gold. Luckily, the third round was crawling with monsters, perfect for farming after a long grind. The moment finally arrived. In round 3, players were pulled into a remote fortress. This place was completely isolated. Everyone glanced around. There stood a massive, thick fortress wall. At the center was a colossal, sparkling crystal. The crowd's mood, tense and worried. The only one who looked calm was Deng Sech. Some said he was a gang leader, brandishing a sword to force everyone to vote for him. He was supposed to be the representative, not some cold-blooded killer like him. Another guy nearby overheard and snapped. You can say that Deng Sech could hear it all now. He held the power to rule the underworld, but only for 10 rounds. He caught snippets of the crowd's gossip and called everyone over for a meeting. He knew this kind of drama was inevitable and just wished the angel would zip it. Suddenly, Young Min stepped out from the crowd, bowed respectfully, and shouted, "Hello, sir," because he knew the guy was the real deal. Deng Sech, leader of the notorious gang, a true gangster kingpin. Jossie was shocked and asked if the kid was one of his henchmen. The kid just shrugged and said, "Not yet. I am just dreaming of being a gangster." Jossie thought he would lost it, but Young Min said, "He is my role model." The kid desperately wanted to join Jossie's gang. Then he dropped to his knees, swearing he would follow him for life if only he would take him in. Jossie laughed mockingly. He would met plenty of crazies before, but never a kid this stubborn. Suddenly, he really liked this punk's spirit. "Get up already. Are you blind? Don't you realize my westward army is moving out and you still want to follow me?" Jossie did not care what others said. This kid had his respect. As long as he took him in, he did not give a damn about anyone else's opinion. Jossie laughed heartily. "I will take responsibility and train you." The crowd buzzed, whispering Jossie had lost his mind. But Rima, watching from the side, was thrilled. It was definitely a good sign. Suddenly, the angel appeared, bathed in radiant light from 10 directions, announcing, "We are short 90 people today." The official notice clearly stated the main mission of the third round was to protect the sacred relic for 3 hours. Total participants across the zone, 856,300,000. So far, no one had completed the mission in this area. Currently, 4,900,000 players were active, and none had finished yet. Everyone was stunned. How could this zone be missing players? The angel's face hardened in disbelief. Suddenly, people started dying for no reason. It seemed like, in the real world, chaos was breaking out with players killing each other. The angel worried, wondering how far this rivalry would go. Meanwhile, players below panicked as only 1,225 had completed the mission. People blamed bugs or errors. The angel just chuckled. Looks like you are all scared because fewer people can finish the mission, but you forget, only half survive each round. But all the survivors make it to the final round. So it is totally normal that only a quarter survive this third round. In this third round, every 30 minutes, monsters in the army would spawn at the castle gates, targeting the sacred relic at the kingdom's heart. There'd be 4 waves, and everyone had to work together to defend the relic. Extra rewards awaited those who protected it for the full 3 hours. Fail, and there'd be harsh penalties. Rankings would be based on how many monsters each player killed. Dungsich stood nearby, thrilled. Just kill the monsters. And this round was a breeze since he held command. The angel warned that if Dungsich died by monsters, his spot would be left vacant. If another player killed him, that player would instantly become the new leader. Then she announced monsters would appear in 10 minutes. Then vanished. Jossie fumed. Everyone behind him was gunning to take him out and steal his spot. Ryman approached and offered to talk. "I have got a crazy idea. I will protect you from other players. I will be your personal bodyguard," he declared. Everyone was stunned but realized that a powerful full figure like Ryuman guarding the jerk was a game changer. That meant anyone wanting to take down Dungsich would have to face a legend. The crowd's reaction showed this offer was irresistible. But nothing is free in this game. Dungsich asked what Ryuman wanted in return. Ryuman said he would obey all his orders. That was the catch. He was basically making Dungsich a subordinate. Curious, Dungsich asked why Ryuman was making such an offer. He pressed, "What orders?" "Spill it." Ryuman refused to say, just demanded unconditional obedience. Dungsich scoffed. "So you want me to follow you for life? Don't you think you can fool me like some street punk? But what if I say no?" He worried Ryuman would not just attack randomly. Would he? Ryuman urged him to make a decision quickly. Just as Ryuman predicted, he was definitely going to say no. There was no way he would stoop so low as to sacrifice his honor. Everyone was stunned, wondering why he would even consider it. If he agreed, he could have strolled right into the arena. It is clear this guy values honor even more than his own life. Everything was unfolding exactly as Ryuman had planned. Now all he had to do was draw up a lower-level plan. Since he refused, there was nothing Ryuman could do. Then he just moved on. Roxich was fuming. He is supposed to be a top player, but is he really going to swallow that insult? Suddenly, the announcement came. Round 1 is about to start. Everyone, gear up for the monster breakout. You have got 30 minutes to survive and protect your rank, no matter how many monsters you take down. Round 2 will still kick off after this. Round 1 officially begins now. Roxich knew he could not fight those who held grudges against him. Ryuman saw him heading to the front and decided to follow. Checking the status window, it shows 9,800 monsters. Roxich panicked and fled. He did not understand why Hatko was not moving. Is he planning to fight solo? Confident he can handle this nightmare alone. From above, Roxich assumed Hatko would fight briefly then chicken out. Meanwhile, Ryuman's group was charging into attack. Hatko unleashed his powers, wiping out wave after wave of Ryuman's forces. Roxich was shocked. Hatko was way stronger than he expected. Roxich wondered if he would be that strong at level 16. But now was not the time to dwell on that. He needed to level up fast and get stronger. The battle between players and monsters was heating up. Players took turns holding off the monsters, stopping them from breaking through to the crystal core. Roxich moved down and started attacking monsters, using his skills to predict their movements. Suddenly, an arrow grazed his face, wounding him. He vowed to tear that sneaky archer apart into 100 pieces. A player attacked him, so he charged with his spear straight at him, then threw the arrow back, hitting the sniper who had been picking him off from afar. Roxich thought it might be time to accept Hatko's help. A real man stands his ground. But maybe he needed a different plan to survive the arena without getting bothered by other players. Seeing Hatko wielding the top 3-player S-sword, he approached and told him to protect him from now on. After eliminating the monster wave, Hakko had taken down 500 and 2 out of 100 required, with triple XP from the previous round and Butcher perks boosting his stats after monster kills. Hakko's stats had hit 100%, plus, his gold stash climbed close to 20,000. After some deep thoughts about the future, Hakko spun around and wiped out the monsters guarding him in one clean sweep. The rest saw this and got spooked. Going into the arena was turning into a nightmare. Round 1 ended, giving players a brief breather. But many had already fallen. At this point, Cho Dong-suk was still alive, just as Hakko predicted, but was cornered by players aiming to take him down and claim the representative title. Someone from the faction charged at him, but Cho Dong-suk was shielded by Dong-min, which confused everyone. Still, the bigger problem was his weakening state after the battle. In this condition, his chances of survival were slim. Round 2 kicked off with even more monsters flooding in. Hakko, with his superior skills, effortlessly took down monsters one by one. After hitting his Ps, he leveled up from apprentice to regular at level 20. He also unlocked the fusion feature to craft unique items no one else could buy in the store. But that was not all. His sword was enhanced to 120% damage, and he learned a unique skill called self-illusion. Within a 500m radius, it created a dark energy veil, cloaking the area in shadows. Players could drop skills whenever they wanted with self-illusion. Combined with the ancient self-divine relic, Hakko was like a tiger with wings. As monsters approached, he immediately tested his new skill. The illusion shattered the space around them, plunging it into darkness and confusion. But with that golden opportunity, all he had to do was swing the scythe a few times to claim a life. Round 2 is complete. Now it is time to snag a detection skill to spot targets within a 30-meter radius. Round 3 starts immediately. Then 4. Then 5. Only 1 hour left. Survive it, and you live. All players push to get through, but the number of monsters keeps climbing 10,000 strong. While preparing to fend them off, 2C suddenly gets ambushed from behind by a group of players aiming to snatch the representative title and uses his decoy to defend. But it won't hold for long. So he fights 3-on-4 and makes a run for it. On the way, he runs into Hakko. Cornered with no escape, 2C asks Hakko to protect him and agrees to follow his orders. But as Riemann warned earlier, life's not that simple. Opportunities come once, and once you refuse, whether you live or die is no longer Hakko's concern. Someone who has lost command is not worth keeping around. Though 2C regrets not agreeing sooner. Now it is too late to regret. He is just borrowing time. He spins around, facing the attackers head-on. Even if he dies, he is determined to take a few of them down with him. Suddenly, Dong-min appears, reigniting his hope. But before he can celebrate, that bastard lunges and lands a direct hit on his avatar. He collapses onto the ground, dazed. When Dong-min starts pounding his face like a rice grinder, throwing so many punches his face becomes unrecognizable. He never imagined that a big shot like Rang Ho-lo would one day be betrayed by this scumbag Dong-min. Well, serves him right that is karma catching up to him. Putting an end to 2C's story, that bastard Dong-min lands one final crushing blow. Then stops. The system announces the regional representative, Bai-san, has been eliminated and his power will be transferred to the new representative, Dong-min. Smirking, Dong-min now has 10 command uses to dole out and his current target is SSS-Rank. After witnessing the new rep being none other than Dong-min, who betrayed the very person he wanted to follow, the nearby players can accept it. They rise up, aiming to take down 2C, but at that moment, he seeks out Hakko and demands his protection. At the same time, he agrees to obey every order Hakko gives. It is easy enough, but there is one catch: he has to kneel to Hakko, and only then will Hakko agree. 2C begrudgingly agrees, having no other choice. If no one's going to be humiliated, it might as well be Dong-min. Hakko sighs at the scene, but agrees since Dong-min still holds command authority. He steps forward, calls out the names of the players chasing Dong-min, and gives them two choices. 1. Give up the representative title and go fight the small monsters. 2. Die under the scythe of this god. They are torn but respect Hakko's power and choose option 1 to save their skins. Dong-min is stunned. Just a few words and Hakko completely flipped the public opinion. For him, Hakko is now the only person he can truly rely on. Hakko commands Dong-min to use his 10 command rights to destroy the relic. Dong-min is not happy if he uses all 10 commands. He won't be able to enslave SSS-Rank anymore. He will lose his main goal. When he questions it, Riemann stays silent. So Dong-min has no choice but to obey. He orders 10 people, including his own friend, to break the relic, which makes him awkward as he explains. But the command takes effect immediately, and everyone rushes to smash the relic. When the system announces the relic is broken, the mission officially fails, and players are punished for letting the mission fail. The angel's avatar will appear and sweep through them for 30 minutes. The game won't reset until the time runs out. This is the hidden side quest they must overcome. The players seem oddly relieved by this new twist. Protecting the relic only earns 2,000 coins, but breaking it nets 3,000 coins, more than wiping out the fifth wave of monsters. No wonder Hakal hated breaking the relic himself, for good reason. The system then announces that the 10 players who broke the relic will be permanently penalized with a 50% stat reduction. Dongmin's bedfellows stepped forward, pointing fingers at this bastard. He thought only those guys could escape punishment. But since he represents them, he has to share their fate. In a fit of rage, he kicked the wall, shattering it, sacrificing his strength stats like it was a death sentence. Black Claw started his shop, using the gold he earned to buy essential gear, the assassin's horned helmet and the long wisdom robe. Next, he leveled up the combination system before fusing the previously bought necklace with mana stones. Instantly, all his stats were infused into that necklace. For the rest of his gear, Black Claw kept socketing mana stones to boost his attributes. Though these stones were low level and did not add much, something is better than nothing. The space darkened, chilling colder than any wind, and fear started to show on the players' faces. In his previous life, out of 2,700 players, only 500 survived. Just staying alive seemed almost impossible. At first, the god's avatar was a boss so tough it took 5 level 40 players to bring down, but this was the final redemption, and Black Claw wanted to solo this reward early. Suddenly, a watermark appeared in the sky, glowing with the light of 10 Buddhas. He dared to gamble because he had the Angel Slayer title. The first to kill the god would double all their stats against divine beings, and the god's avatar was just that, a divine creature. Players whispered, thinking that just by facing this boss, they might all survive. But the avatar created a sealed zone, trapping players inside with no escape. 300 players caught inside lost 50% of their stats. Then the divine creature unleashed countless spears of light, piercing through them. Avoiding the zone was impossible while it focused on others. Black Claw saw his chance. He knew the boss had no ears, so it would not turn to spot him. He leapt 5 meters, activated the death mark, and swung everything he had in a deadly sickle strike. By the time it realized, it was too late for the boss. Black Claw hit its eye. That move drained 60% of its health thanks to the death mark's effect, leaving only 40% left. Black Claw then sprinted away, because now the boss would activate a new range to hunt him down. While it was blinded, Black Claw dodged to the side, jumped up, dropped the sickle, and slashed the other eye clean off. The boss finally trapped Black Claw inside its domain, but now blind in both eyes. It was no more than a sitting duck. As it channeled a healing spell, Black Claw used the Death Knight to blind its vision completely. Black Claw could not defeat the darkness itself. The system had this fate scripted. Now was his moment. He dropped the sickle and readied the finishing blow. He cut off one wing, lipped up, then slammed down to sever the other. With just 10% health left, Black Claw did not rush to finish it. He backed off. The god's avatar had met the conditions to trigger its final form punishment with immortality. If he would beheaded it earlier, killing it now would be impossible. It healed rapidly and fired countless violet beams hunting Black Claw. But it was all for show, no real threat. After 60 seconds, its immortality faded. Black Claw charged, swung the sickle, and decapitated the god's avatar. The system flashed a flood of rewards for him. It confirmed he was the first to kill the god's avatar, granting him a new title, Punishment Challenger, which reduces 80% of damage from divine creatures. He also earned the Igtaka prize for being the first to slay the punishment avatar. This was now his main target because Igtaka was needed to craft god-tier items. Plus, the Holy Seal effect boosted his critical power by 1, and the Holy Avatar skill effectiveness increased by 1% per level. Now at level 30. That meant plus 30 critical and plus 30% skill boost. After all quests completed, every surviving player received 3,000 gold. Everyone respected Black Claw's insane power. Soloing a massive boss like that, even the Angel could not believe it, and for the first time, Oliver admitted a human's strength. The Angel approached Black Claw for a quick interview, but the questions were all distant and formal, so he gave polite, surface-level answers. The other players admired Black Claw's heroism, how he risked everything to save them all here. The Angels paused to ponder how is it that humanity can still unite despite all the chaos. But with Blackfang, honestly, these angels are mostly selfish. So how could they possibly understand the true meaning of being human? The leaderboard popped up next, showing 3,631 as the total monsters Blackfang had wiped out. Of course, our guy proudly holds the #1 spot among all silvers this round. The second place player has not even hit 1,000 kills, so Blackfang's dominance is unreal. The gap between him and the rest is just insane. Then the top-tier rewards started rolling out for Blackfang. Without overthinking, he opened his reward chest, which included things like disease resistance, blue magic resistance, and he immediately picked the resistances. The name might not sound flashy, but the effect is a game changer. It protects him from every negative status. Because in this place, Even one bad effect can mean instant death. Moving on to the next reward. Since there was no option for triple XP, he chose to take 4,000 gold. Then the angel dropped a bombshell. Players ranked below 1,225 would be eliminated. With a snap, those who did not make the cut were sent straight to the Western Pure Land. And just like that, round 3 wrapped up. Sao Arin woke up shocked at herself for achieving the profession of completion master. Now she could heal with fairy spirits. And with their help, she safely finished round 3. She was also grateful for that adorable fairy and her trusty bodyguard, who stood by her side through it all. She held the stone she just received, wondering if Blackfang would appreciate it. Meanwhile, Longman woke up filled with both determination and rage, and accidentally broke his bedside lamp because all his stats were permanently cut by 50%. Just as he was fuming, he got a call from his brothers in arms. Hun's friend kept yelling at him for abusing his command to force Hun to destroy the water crystal. Rung Min fired back, saying Hun was just powerless and out of sync at the time. The friend snapped, telling Hun he should be died instead of wasting space. Rather than hurting friends, he might as well just sleep with the garlic and be done with it. Rung Min tried defending Hun's misery, but the friend disowned him, calling Hun a traitor and warning never to call again, whether in reality or the other world. Hun would now see Rung Min as a stranger. Furious, Hun called everyone he knew, but all lines were dead. The number you dialed is temporarily unreachable. Hun felt like everyone's got their own life now. Does he even need friends anymore? So what if I get beaten up? If anyone dares show up, it will be Hun ready to throw down and take out the whole crew. Blue skies. Bright sun. Sang Chun came to report he would just completed round 3 to Chairman Mai Inge. When asked about his rank, he said he would reach level 11 with the title of Knight. He mentioned Seo Arin matched his level and was a summoner. Thanks to her spirit shield, Sang Chun could safely approach monsters. Chairman Mai Inge was pleased and urged Sang Chun to maintain good relations with Seo Arin, and if things got serious, maybe even date her. Hearing this, Sang Chun panicked, wondering if Mei Inge wanted him as a lapdog to spy and figure things out. Despite his confusion, Sang Chun asked again if he should date her, looking totally flustered. Mai Inge just chuckled. It would been ages since he would seen that face. Sang Chun felt relieved, thinking it was not necessary since Seo Arin clearly liked him. She always called him my bodyguard. Putting that aside, Manij got to the real topic, the urgent report Sang Chun had today. He bowed solemnly, apologizing for not following the order to assist Hepsi Sudru and for failing to pass on Mai Inge's message. Then he sat down and recounted everything that happened during round 3 with FD Shiju. While Manij listened intently, after hearing it, Manij was impressed that such a powerful being, a god's avatar, was taken down single-handedly by Hakju. Sang Chun felt like FD Chu was someone who did not need anyone's help at all. This made Mai Inge question life itself. Fa Suju was so strong that even he felt small, thinking he was powerful as a shadow knight. He hoped someday to meet Hekchichu. Since that was a fair reason, he did not press further. He then asked about the thugs from the lower ranks, telling Sang Chun to investigate. Minj nodded as Sang Chun explained the detective had narrowed down the search to the vehicle and expected to find the culprit within a month. So after round 4, they would track down the bastard. No rush until then, they would take it slow and steady. Then Chairman Ma asked about the gold Sang Chun had earned. He would found 10,000 gold, and Ma told him to save up 20,000 before learning the tracking skill from the shop. Switching gears from the other world to reality, Sang Chun reported that last month, an investor had bought a large chunk of Chairman Ma's shares. Ma admitted he did not know which company the shares belonged to, too many to keep track of. Sang Chun added it was the Viven the Ma company, where Chairman Ma was focusing his resources. When asked the ownership percentage, Sang Chun casually revealed it was 31%. The company was worth 90 billion kwon. So just one person owning 31% meant an investment of 24 billion kwon. A wealthy stranger Ma did not know, but it was clear this person wanted a direct role on the board. So he grabbed his phone and called his staff to dig up info on the big investor. Meanwhile, Rick Min was holding his phone all afternoon, waiting for a call from Chairman Ma. He knew he was now a major shareholder. Just as he was focused, Rick Kwon barged in yelling, "How much did our brother level up?" Scared out of his mind, Rick Mun dropped his phone on his face. That cocky kid had been bragging to Rick Kwon that he hit level 11 and just landed a profession. And now the little brother wanted in to mess with that kid because of all the trouble caused by his pesky little brother. Ryo-mun modestly claimed he only reached level 12. Seeing this, Ryo-kwon smiled brightly and asked about his brother's profession, but Ryo-mun quickly shut him down, saying it was a secret, then kicked his annoying brother out of the room. Just as he settled down, his phone rang. It was the CEO of the demonic consulting company, giving Love a calling. Though a sly fox himself, Ryo-mun played innocent. pretending to be an easy mark to lower the guy's guard. Gyung Luff greeted him and set up a lunch meeting to talk. He suggested Friday, but since that day was packed with important stuff for gathering inner thought cores, Ryomun rescheduled for Saturday to dine with him. He was dead sure Gyung Lutta would call, because the demonic company was pretty much built to gain recognition from him. No way the guy would ever mistreat a major shareholder. But before meeting up, Ryomun needed to grab the thought core he required. There were plenty of ways to farm those cores. You could find them in specific locations during certain rounds, or they might drop as special rewards. They could also fall from boss monsters after being defeated, or though super rare from regular mobs in some cases. There was one method most people did not know about the one Ryomun was exploiting: hunting for cores in the real world. He sneaked into a warehouse, tailing a player named Jiang Xiaohyun, who would show up soon. He never forgot that name, because that guy was the criminal who cornered his little brother. He remembered every vile word that jerk said. The guy had an inner thought core he used to scan Ryo's mind. From then on, he knew Ryo was a top-tier investor. Naturally, that jerk ended up flat on his back after mouthing off and picking the wrong fight. Ryomun had been doing that since hitting level 11, so he held no personal grudge now. His only goal was to snatch that inner thought core before all this drama unfolded. Today, that jerk dragged a girl here, after being freed. She kept begging and pleading desperately for her life. To get the backstory, a few days ago, while wandering the streets, he ran into a girl just like her. He followed her, and suddenly flashed his core's blinding light right in her face. He found scaring girls like that thrilling, because his life was dull as hell. And honestly, he did not care if he died tomorrow. His core gave him the power to glow and blind his victims. In real life, he was cocky and hunting for new kicks. He stopped by a cafe and noticed the lively girl working there. He ordered a large Americano and started chatting her up. After some smooth talk, he learned she owned the place, and all the part-time staff had quit. The world had gone nuts, they could die anytime, so who bothered wasting time on jobs anymore? She was 32, and feeling bold. He confessed he liked her and asked for her number. She froze, scared stiff by his words, which pissed him off. He figured he was not handsome enough. He slammed the table, refusing his coffee, and demanded a refund because she dared to look down on him. Taking his money back, he stormed off but swore she was sneering at him behind his back. So that night, he decided to strike her from behind as she closed up and headed home. Just because of the look she gave him then, back to reality. The creep ignored her desperate pleas, his face twisted in malice, ready to finish her off right there. Ryomun stepped out from the shadows wearing a white mask and wielding a scythe. The guy thought he was some cosplay lunatic messing around, but look at that scythe, it is not a toy. When Ryomun swung the scythe, the jerk realized he was a player too. Ryomun then told the girl to get out of harm's way. The thug yelled obscenities, but Ryomun landed a crushing blow that sent him crashing to the ground in agony. Once the guy stopped whining, Ryomun urged the girl to leave immediately. With only the two of them left, Ryomun's face darkened with menace. Now, the real game begins. The thug, hearing this challenge, flew into a rage, cursing, "Damn you, I will kill you, you son of a bitch." Ryomun noted the guy's fiery attitude but said, "If it is over too soon, where's the fun?" The thug lost it completely and lunged straight at him. Every one of his early reckless attacks was dodged effortlessly by Ryomun, something he never saw coming. Ryomun's eyes locked onto the weapon he was attacking with. Then, with just a flick of his tongue, he spun around and swung his scythe, slicing off the very arm that had been swinging at him nonstop. One hand casually tucked in his pocket, the other gripping the scythe with deadly intent. He sneered at the bastard. "Does that hurt?" The guy tried to clutch the gushing wound, blood spilling out as panic spread across his face. But there was no remorse in his eyes, so Ryomun, without mercy, lunged forward and carved another brutal slash across his belly. Desperate, the bastard tried to escape using his light-based powers. Too bad for him. Those skills were useless against Ryomun, whose dark energy snuffed out every bit of light around him. Ryomun knew this move was coming, so he would already activated his darkness skill, thinking to himself as he charged forward, slicing through the guy's wrists and ankles. The bastard screamed in agony, tears streaming down his face. "Hey, you damn demon. Why the hell are you doing this to me? Why?" Ryomun jabbed his scythe straight into the guy's thigh. "You want to know why people wipe out pests like you? Because living together only brings harm." As he spoke, his hand kept stabbing into the bug's body beneath him. Despite the blood pouring from his wounds, the guy still glared at Ryomun with a stubborn, hateful look. Seeing that defiance, Ryomun swung his scythe again. The bastard was already lying face down on the cold ground, cursing Ryomun in his mind. "Seriously? Why is he doing this to me? What did I ever do to him? This is not fair at all. Damn it." Not fair. Tears and snot streamed down his face. Gritting his teeth, he thought about ending it all just to escape this torture. He tried to bite his tongue to kill himself, but Ryu Min caught him just in time and stopped him. Then he resumed hacking at the guy's battered body with his scythe. You won't die until you beg me for mercy. Demon scum. By now, the guy's body was racked with unbearable pain. All he wanted was to end the suffering. His lips trembled as he whispered, "Kill me, please. Just end it." Hearing this pitiful plea, Ryu Min finally revealed the truth. Junk here. Listen up, we have met before. Hearing Ryu Min call his name snapped the guy back to reality. He even thought maybe Ryu Min was connected to that woman. But no, Ryu Min was not involved. Instead, he explained how the guy had kidnapped his little brother and even threatened him to spill hidden info. The bastard had no recollection of doing any of it. Of course he would not, because it was a future that had not happened yet. Ryu Min had not killed him here to stop that from ever happening. Based on his inner dark instincts, that power was inside him, and it could only be triggered by hearing someone's genuine voice, the voice from their heart, honest and unfeigned. If Ryu Min had not come today, this bastard would have assaulted that woman. She would have pleaded for her life with a true voice. Then the guy would have developed that dark inner power and done even worse things. This had been proven countless times in Ryu Min's past resets. Even ignoring all that, this guy's previous dozen offenses prove he is nothing but scum, a complete social parasite. Hearing this, he begged Ryu Min to just finish him off already, but Ryu Min refused. Instead, he shoved an iron bar into the guy's mouth. What he wanted was to watch him slowly choke and suffer. The guy squirmed in frustration, silently cursing Ryu Min for not letting him speak. Little did he know Ryu Min had already triggered his mind-reading ability and had heard every silent curse he would muttered. This power lets Ryu Min read the target's deepest thoughts. If you focus on your target, you can even glimpse fleeting inner thoughts within a 30-meter range. Now, Ryu Min started toying with the bastard lying before him. After a relentless assault leaving fatal wounds, the guy finally succumbed to death, no witnesses around. But Ryu Min wanted everything spotless. He then used his skill to erase all traces from the scene. Happily, he removed his mask and headed home, satisfied with today's results. Now, it was time to get ready for tomorrow's meeting with Master Roke. Early in the morning, Ryu Min dressed himself in a sharp outfit, his hair sleek and perfectly styled. The little brother instantly assumed his big bro was out on a date, because he looked sharp as hell today. I mean, when does he ever dress this serious? Ryu Min then dropped the bomb. Today, he is meeting a business partner. The little bro panics and rushes over, asking if he is diving into the Asian business scene now. Ryu Min just ignored him, casually scrolling on his smartphone. Meanwhile, the little bro's brain is spinning, suspicious about his big brother's peaceful investment plans, worried sick that if things go south, Big Bro would be crushed. But Ryu, with his sharp instincts, caught every word of those silent fears. He chuckled softly, touched that instead of stressing about their finances, his little brother was actually worried about him. Then, he flashed a bright smile, telling him not to sweat it. If this meeting goes well, I will come back and spill all the details for you. Ryu Min pocketed his phone and headed out, not forgetting to warn his little bro to stay home, because the streets are dangerous. The little guy nodded obediently, promising to listen. At home, the kid watched the news and learned that some players were using their powers to commit crimes. Overseas, criminals with abilities were even fleeing justice. Ryu Min confirmed all those reports were legit, because at certain crime levels, even offenders get chances to become players themselves. Players kept getting stronger while the population dropped every month. If nothing changed, things would get really strange. Ryu Min silently pondered that eventually, there'd be a time when players hunted humans like animals and treated regular folks like slaves. That is when these players hit peak power, and a chaotic world would be on the brink. So right now, Ryu Min's mission is to build his reputation and crush everyone with overwhelming strength and a legendary name. As he left, he glanced back to remind his little brother to be careful out there. The little bro just wanted to know what kind of deal Big Bro was about to make. Ryu Min gave him a quick peck on the cheek, telling him to wait right there and that he would be back soon. He also joked to splurge on something better than black bean noodles for dinner, because outside of 7 pieces of land like Miss Min Hyu, he had nothing but the bare essentials. Then, he swiftly made his way to a heavily guarded, high-security spot. The place Majiwong Lok chose to dine, officially a hotel owned by the Oxen Group, but in reality, it was one of Majiwong Lok's own hotels. This was top-secret info only time travelers like Ryu Min could know, maybe some family members of his new too. Ryu Min planned to use this intel to boost his value in the eyes of this guy. Now, he had to play the role of a naive rookie and act the part perfectly with this character. He approached the front desk, feigning nervousness as he mentioned his appointment. The staff immediately recognized him as the person the chairman had scheduled to meet. She then showed Ryu Min to a nearby seat to wait. He nodded in thanks and sat down, awkwardly trying to pull off the wide-eyed, small-town kid who just stepped into the dark city lights. While staring up at the chandelier with innocent eyes, someone suddenly approached and greeted him. They both froze in surprise at the unexpected reunion. The guy asked, "Haven't we met before?" At the Galeria Forest Hotel. Ryu Min recognized him as the bodyguard who accompanied actress Seo Erin, because earlier, he and the little troublemaker had gone around handing out rice cakes to neighbors. The bodyguard bowed his head apologetically for his rudeness that day, secretly thinking Ryu Min was just some kid under 20 who somehow invested 28 billion won. Ryu Min understood those words through ancient language, but agreed the suspicion was fair. How the hell does a 20-year-old kid own $10 billion? Ryu Min laughed heartily, playing innocent, and said he never expected the chairman of the consulting firm to live right under his nose. The bodyguard raised a hand, denying he was the chairman, then introduced himself as Sang Chun, the unit chief. He invited Ryu Min inside the bodyguard's lounge to wait, since their boss was running a bit late. As Ryu Min sat down, Sang Chun quickly turned away to grab his phone and text the chairman, "Sir, I have come face to face with the guy. There is no way he invested that much money on his own. Someone must be pulling the strings. Please be careful." Ryu Min caught every one of his thoughts. He was right. Sang Chun was sent ahead to scout the situation. For such an important meeting, there was no way a billionaire like Majiwang Lok would just show up by chance. Just as Ryu Min glanced over, Majiwang Lok arrived, smiling and greeting him warmly. "Hello, I am Chairman Majiwang Lok of the consulting firm, Chianma." Ryu Min immediately reached out to shake his hand. The three of them then sat down at the table. Ryu Min was puzzled why he brought Sang Chun to this meeting without even asking him first. Looks like he is trying to take control of the situation. Majiwang Lok insisted that Ryu Min eat first before diving into business talk. Soon, a flood of traditional dishes from the next year appeared, filling Ryu Min's plate. Ryu Min grabbed a huge bowl of rice, enjoyed the food, and praised it as delicious. Watching his moves, Majiwang Lok started to think maybe the unit leader's words were on point. He is way too young to handle a 28 billion investment on his own. Even if he had the money, he would not have the guts to pull it off. He suspected there was definitely someone backing Ryu Min. Eating, he could not help but feel on edge. He figured the people behind him were his brothers and family members. Then, he put down his chopsticks and started questioning Ryu Min. First, he asked about his age. He had no clue how old Ryu Min was. Ryu Min straight up said he just turned 20. Hearing that made Majiwang Lok sweat nervously and quickly corrected himself, saying he was 29. Meeting someone his own age was a relief. Then he seriously asked why a young guy like him had so much money. He guessed Ryu Min must be the son of the family tycoon. Ryu Min played along with the act, replying, "I am just a regular student." Until a few months ago, he revealed he would won the lottery 4 times in a row. Both Sang Chun and Majiwang Lok could not hide their surprise. The prize money was about 6.6 billion, but Ryu Min had invested the rest in Bitcoin. Sang Chun recalled reading an article about how Ryu Min saw blurry numbers. Ryu Min cut him off, saying he did not dream those numbers. He thought this was the only way to earn Majiwang Lok's acceptance and to get him on his side. He started bragging about having a supernatural gift to see the future. "This ancient power lets me glimpse years ahead," Ryu Min boasted. Calling himself a seer, he said this with total confidence. But Majiwang Lok thought he was talking nonsense. He asked if he was serious. Ryu Min backed up his lie by explaining how he won the lottery. Then he said he invested all that money into Bitcoin because he could see the future and trusted the investment. Majiwang Lok wanted proof that Ryu Min was not lying, so he challenged him to guess what he would do in the next meeting. For him, this was easy. He could read his mind, but to avoid trouble, he would set limits on the fake power he was pretending to have. "Sorry, but I can control this ability freely. It triggers randomly and beyond my control," he said. Hearing this, Majiwang Lok believed him. After all, a powerful seer having limits made perfect sense. That is when he realized Ryu Min had invested 28 billion won in his company. "Yes, I know the Chiama consulting firm will boom soon, so I invested," Ryu Min said. Majiwang Lok then asked how strong that growth would be. Ryu Min confidently said within 6 months, he would break into the cosplay market without any issues. Majiwang Lok chuckled, secretly thrilled by the news. "If that is true, that'd be amazing. Not only would your father approve, but you could also take the chairman's seat." Then he paused for about 5 seconds, composing himself and cooling his excitement. But this news might not be 100% accurate. Ryu Min said success only comes with a total shift in business mindset. Sang Chun slammed the table. Shocked at that demand, Chairman Majiwang Lok told him to watch his tone. Ryu Min nonchalantly kept eating and talked about changing the business model. Of course, The name has to change too. Sang-jun stood up, clearly disagreeing with Ryu-min's attitude. Ryu-min shot a sideways glance at Sang-jun. At this point, you still think I am bluffing? We are all players here. You should get it. You revealed your ancient power, and that is a huge risk for you. Then Ryu-min smoothly led them with poetic words, saying he wanted to work together in the future and help the company grow. And since you have already invested 28 billion won, if you want to succeed, I have to team up with you. Sang-jun was instantly thrown into panic. He feared his boss would fall for the sweet talk Ryu-min was spinning. Ryu-min sighed when Maggie did not say a word. So you do not believe in my abilities? Huh? Sang-jun quickly shot back, desperate to defend himself, and he was not buying a single word from Ryu-min. Ryu asked him if he ever stopped to wonder, why did you move right below at Mai's apartment? Don't tell me you think that is just a coincidence. That is when he finally caught on to something fishy. Maggie also turned around, curious about that. Sang-jun hurried to explain that about 2 months ago, Ryu-min moved in just below up Mai's apartment, the place where actress Seo Irene lived. Ryu-min picked up the thread. Exactly. Just days after I got the foresight ability. Maggie, clearly irritated, scolded his subordinates for not sharing this info with him sooner. Maggie thought, if Ryu-min did not actually see the future, there is no way he could pull off moves like that. But that thought was quickly crushed, because it was possible Ryu-min knew he was backing Seo Irene all along. Ryu-min smiled, reading those thoughts loud and clear. But even that was not enough. He realized Sang-jun still was not fully sold on him. So he dropped another bomb. This hotel is actually his property, and about his identity, he is the eldest son of the Ozan conglomerate. The Tianma consulting company was secretly created to gain his recognition. I'm right. Sang-jun stood up, stunned that Ryu-min knew all this, when only the Maji family should. Maji calmly told his subordinates to stay cool. With a cold, calculating look, he admitted all the info was accurate, but that still was not enough to convince him that Ryu-min truly had the power to see the future, because everyone in his family knew these top-secret details anyway, and now he suspected Ryu-min might be a third party sent here to trap him. Everything Ryu-min knew seemed way too convenient. Impossible even. Maji thanked Ryu-min for investing in his company, but said that to change the business strategy according to his wishes, they would need to call an executive meeting. After saying that, he apologized and excused himself. Hearing such cold words, Ryu-min had no choice but to play his ace card. He never imagined this would be the only way to keep this valuable alliance alive, to prove he truly had foresight. So Ryu-min revealed Maji confidential info about round 4, hoping it would sway Maji's trust. After spilling those secrets, Ryu-min left. Sang-jun bowed his head, apologizing to his boss for his earlier outburst. Maji waved him off cheerfully, saying it was fine since Sang-jun only cared about him. Then Sang-jun shared his own doubts about Ryu-min. He questioned Ryu-min's foresight abilities, because if he really had them, he would keep quiet and enjoy a life of luxury, so why bother helping their company at all? But Maji had a different take. He believed Ryu-min's cooperation was driven by greed. Sang-jun still did not get why Ryu-min acted this way. With 28 billion won, he could live like a king without ever lifting a finger. Maji agreed with Sang-jun's logic. Human greed is relentless, and if Ryu-min really was a prophet, they needed to turn him into an ally. Getting insider info for the next round would be a game changer. Plus, it would help the company grow. It is a win-win. For whether Ryu-min was truly a prophet, only time would tell. Outside, Ju-min strode confidently down the street. He was sure that when round 4 ended, Maji would finally believe he was the real deal. But he did not reveal all the critical details to him just yet, like the side quests or how to climb the leaderboard. Earlier, he had told Maji and his men that round 4's mission was not to kill monsters. Instead, it would be a massacre between players, so they had to be on high alert. Ju-min mulled over a perfect plan for himself and his brother. That way, they would protect their family once it became clear he was the prophet. After all, having the prophet on your side beats following someone else any day. Then he pulled out his smartphone, about to call someone. Juri, dressed to the nines, hurried off to meet someone. While waiting for the light to change, she noticed a luxury car parked outside her shop. She thought, who does this guy think he is, making my place look bad? Just then, Ju-min opened the door and apologized for being so careless. He invited Juri into the car, suggesting they cruise around and chat. Inside the sleek red supercar, Ju-min transformed into a total heartbreaker. Juri was thrilled. This was her very first time riding in such a swanky ride. Curious, Juri asked how much the car cost. Ju-min casually replied, not much. Just around 900 grand. Juri was stunned at his nonchalant flex. With that kind of money, she could be opened a whole bunch more convenience stores. But for Ju-min, a guy swimming in cash, spending that much was no big deal. Juri thought to herself, He is right after all. He has got a fortune worth 60 billion. These two were worlds apart. She felt shy and awkward, like they were on a date or something. Suddenly, Jumin's voice dropped, making Juri freeze. He had something important to confess, nothing weird. Just something he wanted to get off his chest. Juri's face flushed red, embarrassed but trying to play it cool. Misunderstanding. No way. What do you want to confess? He reminded her about how he would dreamt of the lottery numbers. But today, he told her he actually saw the future through ancient scripts. These ancient texts supposedly let him predict future events. He even said his true calling was prophecy. Juri was genuinely happy for him. That was one heck of a unique talent. She thanked Ju-min for being honest, even among friends. Sharing something like this is tough. Feeling his sincerity, Juri opened up about her own ancient script secret. Hers was a protective script, within a 10-meter radius. The number of people around her created an equal number of thin protective layers surrounding her body. Sharing the truth felt like a weight lifted off her chest. She asked why he would chosen to reveal his ancient secret to her. Ju-min played it up. Going deep, keeping secrets kinda stresses me out. Plus, if I did not confess, you would not believe what I am about to tell you. Juri leaned, eager to hear more. The car kept gliding smoothly over the quiet road. While inside, Juri was stunned as Ju-min dropped info about the fourth round. He warned her to be extra careful, no telling what other players might throw her way. Juri felt grateful. Knowing he cared enough to share this with her, she shyly glanced at him, secretly hoping maybe he had a little thing for her. And honestly, she hoped that was true. Later that evening, Ju-min went home, still shocked that Juri had liked him all this time without him knowing. She would kept it so well hidden. It blew his mind, though a bit awkward. He figured it was for the best. At least she would trust his prophetic words now. That bond made her an easier ally to have. After a long day grinding, Ju-min finally crashed on a bed he would just bought from Tae Kong's stall. He rewarded himself with a solid night's sleep. Time passed, and the last day of the month arrived. 5 minutes before midnight, Ju-min bought a special event item. A stealth glove that only works at night. Its stats were insane. Plus the ability to turn weapons semi-transparent was super useful. Combine that with Death's Grasp, and it would be unstoppable. Ju-min knocked on his older brother's door, asking if he was confident about conquering this round. Worried, he told his brother to survive and come back to the family. Ju-min was annoyed his brother was already bossing him around. Then he drifted off to sleep, ready for round 4. The scene opened on Ju-min clutching his head, confused about how he would ended up here without understanding what happened. Suddenly, a status window popped up with a punishment. All his stats permanently cut in half. He now had fewer than 10 command tokens, making round 4 a huge challenge. Plus, rivals were circling, aiming to snatch his representative spot. Even his so-called best friends were gearing up for revenge. Only now did he snap out of it and look around in shock. The space was pure white, eerily sterile and cold. This white labyrinth made him feel like a lab rat about to be tested on. It turns out that guy is the one who has been pulling all the strings. The very person who dragged me into this mess. Someone lurking in the shadows, controlling everything, and did not even hesitate to kill the embodiment of punishment itself from behind. He thought, if only he were stronger, he would have blasted that guy's smug face by now. Annoying as hell, but he was powerless to change a thing. Because he was just a roadside weed, how could he reach the clouds? To survive this round, he had no choice but to cozy up to that guy. He reminded him of their initial deal. Become that guy's subordinate, and in return, he would be protected. Now, I do not need a pawn like you anymore. Those cold, heartless words hit him like a bucket of ice water. You are out of command privileges. What good is a regional rep without any authority? Plus, everyone's got their roles locked down. Having command rights now is just useless. Folding his arms with a bright smile, that guy told him he was worthless. You are nothing but a moving target. Hearing this, Rongmen was speechless. He started scanning the players around him. That guy quickly snapped him out of it, saying he was only a target in name. Not many would actually want to kill him, because these players' lifespans were short, and everyone probably understood that being a regional rep now is just a title without power. The more people level up, the fewer he can actually command compared to a parachute. It is not even worth mentioning. Hearing this, Ramen felt strangely calm. It all made sense. That is when Arin and Sang-chun showed up, joining the group. Rongmin froze, biting his lip when he saw them gather here. Both greeted that guy cheerfully, asking if he remembered them. Sang-chun even sneakily glanced at Rongmin. You saved us from that crazy guy standing right here. We just want to thank you again. Rongmin's face twisted when called crazy guy. That guy quickly put a hand out to calm him down. One thank you is enough. No need to come looking for me again. Sang-chun Besides thanking, also passed along gratitude from his company SCO to that guy for saving them. He wanted to add more, but that guy shut it down with a shake of his head, saying it was enough since he was not really involved. Then Aaron pulled out a shiny purple magic stone, sincerely thanking that guy. Just by looking, you would recognize it as the lowest tier purple magic stone. Quite the unexpected gift. Aaron seemed to feel a simple thank you was not enough, so she offered this. Before she finished, Gilman snatched the stone away. It is a priceless item, no way to refuse that. Holding the stone, he promised himself to try crafting low-level magic stones when he got back. Aaron's face flushed awkwardly, wondering if that guy would even like this useless gift. She feared he might get pissed off. Gilman read her thoughts perfectly, and just as expected, she had no clue about the magic stone's true value. If she did, she would not have given it away. Gilman crossed his arms, secretly thinking he had one of those too. That thought stuck with him. He scratched his face, remembering his own magic stone called the Steel Force Stone. As far as Gilman knew, the Steel Force Stone dropped from monsters at an insanely low rate, way harder to find than magic stones. At this stage, snagging one intentionally is basically impossible. Gilman smirked, realizing he had such a rare gem on him. Didn't know if that was lucky or cursed. Then Aaron asked if he needed a protective shield leaf. She revealed she would leveled up to a spirit conductor and could summon a shield leaf for him if needed. Gilman thanked her but declined, feeling it was not necessary. Aaron looked a bit embarrassed after hearing that. She bowed and wished him luck in this round. As Rongmin hurried to leave, Gilman called him back. If you keep this up, you will regret it. I warned you, you are just a walking target. Rongmin still did not get what he meant. Since earlier he said no one was targeting him, Gilman quickly corrected him. I said not many. Not nobody. The perks of being a regional rep are not gone completely yet. Even though most have reached level 10 and have their professions, there are still a few who have not. That means there are still targets to command. You really think none of the thousands of players will set their sights on you? Zongmin stared at him and asked, so what do you plan to do? Gilman smiled bright as dawn and said, I have got your back. I will make sure you are not an easy target for danger. Hearing this, Zongmin felt elated, about to thank him, but Gilman cut him off with a sly reminder. I never said this was free, to pay me back for helping you. You saw the Marcel Arendt stone he gave me earlier, right? If you have anything like that, just hand it over. At that, Zongmin quickly pulled up his status bar and took the stone from his inventory. Handing it over, Gilman accepted it and asked, anything else? Zongmin hugged himself, feeling robbed of all his gear. I have already given you everything I could, but do not worry. Even if I wanted to give more, you would not want it. Gilman slipped his hands into his pockets and turned away, keeping his promise to protect him. At that moment, a radiant light spread across the area. Archangel appeared from that light. Greetings, humans. Today, you have gathered here once again, but the numbers have shrunk. He added. The players were surprised by this revelation. Some wondered if fights had broken out in the real world. Only Gilman, who had reset 99 times, found this completely normal, because in the past month, not getting caught in deception would be the real anomaly. Archangel, noticing the players' reactions, eagerly announced the rules for round 4. This round is all about ruthless slaughter within 3 hours. The players panicked at the word massacre and the thought of killing each other. Archangel floated above and calmly clarified. All you have to do is stab, slash, and kill the players right next to you. Simple, right? The goal this round is to reduce the number of players by making you kill each other. Unlike previous rounds, there won't be any monsters this time. The players grew anxious hearing this. One player raised his hand hesitantly. So if half of us survive, each person only needs to kill one other. Right? Archangela smiled, held a finger to her lips, and whispered, that is a secret. And secrets are no fun if you spill them all. But human. Down below, sneered. She saw through it not because it was fun, but because the angel was just following orders from higher-ups, forbidden from revealing her true reward. The angels were merely messengers in this brutal survival game. There was another game master behind the scenes. The fact she hit a specific rule meant she was taking orders from the real controller. Archangela crossed her arms and added, killing players alone won't complete your first mission. Only the top 521 will survive. But how the rankings are decided, that is a secret. Also, even if you are the first to kill, you won't claim the top spot. That is it for the broadcast. Now, start the slaughter. The moment she finished speaking, a 3-hour countdown appeared on the system board. The players froze, hesitant to make a move since they had no personal grudges against each other. From afar, Zongman watched them closely. Inside, he was pumped for this round. He had a few targets in mind. Do you mind glanced at him? Guessing right, he was plotting to kill his buddies. Zongmin smiled wide. If no one else dared to kill, he would be unstoppable. Just as he was sizing up his friends to strike, Dumin approached and startled him. Got a problem? Zongmin asked. Dumin replied. I told you I would keep you off the hit list. Right? Consider this me keeping my promise. Then, a blood-red scythe appeared in his hand. Before Zongmin could react, Dumin slashed his neck, and he collapsed. The system then popped up a side mission. Eliminate the regional representative within a set time. Completing it earned the lowest grade mana stone extraction ticket. This ticket randomly grants between 1 to 5 lowest grade mana stones. And that is exactly what Du Min wanted. Killing Zongmin was to snag that side mission reward, though it was not the only reason. Nearby players, witnessing this, quickly started trash-talking Du Min. Du Min just glanced at them, seeing nothing but hypocrites pretending to be good. Not long. They aimed to be the regional reps and wanted to kill Ji Min. You can just go around killing people like that. Don't you have any humanity left? Murderer, you are a killer, and honestly, they are not wrong this time, because you already killed that Rang Xiaoqian guy earlier. But that is not all. You will keep taking down countless others all the way to round 20. The only thing worth respecting is that you never kill without a reason. Especially this round, you have no choice but to kill to survive. Like it or not, even though the Angels' rules were clear from the start, these self-righteous hypocrites kept throwing shade at you. Tons of them wanted to seize this chance to wipe you out because to them, you are a huge threat. But what they do not realize is that Jivmen can read their every thought. He smirks confidently. Fully aware, they think they have got a golden opportunity. What a joke. They kept trash-talking and gossiping until the system announced the player, Hutrta, has become the new regional representative. That is when their jaws dropped. Now. He is like a tiger sprouting wings. Jeekmine folded his arms and threw it back at the hypocrites in front of him. What is the matter? Why do not you just give up already? Or are you scared now that I am the regional rep? He realized these scared losers probably have not switched roles yet. Some black-hearted guys snapped back defensively. Hutchu's name then changed from yellow to red. At this stage, once you have killed someone, your nickname turns red. The more kills you rack up, the deeper the red grows. The nickname color shows who has taken lives. Instead of targeting innocent players, people go after killers. That way, their conscience stays a little cleaner. But those who kill killers become killers themselves. And before you know it, they encourage each other to keep killing everyone around them. Right now, some are still hesitating to kill anyone. But that is the very reason so many deaths will follow. Jeef Mine kept taunting to rile them up. A few quick-tempered ones snapped back, calling him a murderer. Jeef Mine explained the harsh truth behind being labeled a killer all this time. It is simple. Kill or be killed. Don't tell me you have survived this long without grasping this basic rule. Stop pretend to be all moral, face reality. When your life's on the line, no one's gonna hand it over to the person threatening you. Jikmine tilted his head, sunlight casting sharp shadows on his handsome face. Now's not the time to sit around doing nothing. If you are so worried, argue it out like we voted last time. Jikmine knew even if he did not say this, they would rush to fight soon enough. But by then, it would be too late. At least saying this might save them some wasted time. And from his memory, if that happened, the number of survivors past this round would not be just 521. His harsh words hit them where it hurts, trying to save as many lives as possible. The players started to hesitate after hearing what Het Hugh just said. Two players voiced their own opinions, sparking back and forth arguments. Insults flew, and the place got louder than ever. Why is Arin worried about having to kill to survive? But for Sang Chun, if they do not kill, they are the ones who get killed. He spoke his mind. Why care about strangers' lives we do not even know? He fully agreed with Hechu and told Aaron to steal herself. Killing's no fun experience. Why's Aaron looking at him like that as if he is killed before? Sang-chung quietly walked away and replied, No way. I am just guessing. Now they all kill as the situation demands to survive. Then a heated debate broke out. Some even suggested killing Hetatsu. But that is a crazy idea. How could they ever kill a level 30 player? Another guy shot that down. I bet even if we all attacked together, we could not take him down. Another went silent, knowing Hetatsu could hear every word. Over here, my buddy Du could only click his tongue because he heard everything. That guy saw him staring and panicked. Well, a decent guy stepped up to call out those hypocrites. What the hell are you guys even talking about? Life is precious. You know, even if that person's some kind of corpse or zombie, we still should not be killing anyone. The guy next to him nodded, thinking that was spot on. If we kill someone, we will just turn into monsters like him. But then another voice shouted, Who says I am decent? Someone has to die for him to keep living. The guy next to him agreed, let us just kill the criminals. But dude, how are we supposed to tell who is a criminal? You planning to tell everyone with a record to raise their hands? That righteous guy heard the girl's comment from afar and immediately showed his readiness. The two started trading barbs, and from outside, people egged them on to fight. Seeing the provocation, the decent guy switched targets to the slimy one instead. Both unleashed their skills, ready to throw down. Watching this, I could only shake my head in disbelief. They just keep yapping, but never get anything done. But do not worry. It won't be long before they start throwing punches for real. Suddenly, amid the chaos, Wrong Min made a comeback. Here's the hidden rule of this round. After killing someone, in 10 minutes, the player will respawn. Wrong Min sat up, confused about why so many eyes were on him. He craned his neck. Baffled, he was just talking with that guy a moment ago. The players witnessing this were stunned out of their minds. Others began plotting their own moves. Seeing Wrong Min revived by the system, weapons were drawn. But a girl desperately tried to stop everyone, warning they might not respawn. Before she finished, someone sneaked up behind her and attacked. She was slashed from behind by a stranger's clawed hand. Blood splattered everywhere, leaving everyone shocked. Witnesses were horrified by the brutal scene. Someone recalled that Wrong Min only respawned after 10 minutes and suggested they wait for her to revive before making a move. Everyone agreed to hold off. After 10 minutes passed, her wounds healed, and sure enough, she was back. She turned around, confused about who just tried to kill her, when the sneaky attacker appeared behind her again. But this time, another player struck him square in the back, killing him instantly. The killer laughed arrogantly right after the kill. So they really do come back after 10 minutes. Huh. His casual tone sent chills down everyone's spines. You just stood there, watching silently. Even though you proved the respawn ability, I bet the others still can't stomach killing. But people are like that. They are shaped by their circumstances and easily driven mad. Just as you said, all the players soon charged at each other, no one showing mercy. They fought and killed, reminding themselves that everyone would come back. And so, about 1,000 players butchered each other in a savage frenzy. This place was basically a war zone now. Du finally decided to swing his scythe and step into the fray. Players got cautious but were quickly wiped out by his attack. 3 guys tried to team up and sneak attack him, but none stood a chance. Du's detection skills made sneak attacks totally useless. Besides Du, there was another player nicknamed Flame Song Dragon, who was also slaughtering relentlessly. For him, this chaos was like a feast, judging by the bold color of his name. Du guessed he would already killed about 10 people, and he would need a few respawns to really regret his actions. This guy was pumped because every kill boosted his stats. His Flame Song skill made his progress bar fill up faster with each enemy downed. When the bar fills, he gains a random stat boost. Riding the momentum, he went on a killing spree to max out his power. He was thrilled watching his progress bar soar. He wondered just how much it would jump if he took down a big shot like SSS-Rank. But thinking better of it, he held back. Messing with a heavyweight like that could spell disaster. Instead, he scoped out other players and happily kept leveling up safely. Then he wildly swung, slaughtering players left and right. This playground was his turf now. His minions kept respawning, offering up their lives to him like sacrifices. He lost count of how many he would slaughtered, and his target was the top dog on the leaderboard. Suddenly, he hesitated. Right in front of him stood the Black Hook. G activated his death form, and the entire mystical sky above plunged into darkness. His scythe then turned semi-transparent, shimmering with eerie power. This guy was trying to stay alert, ready to react, but before he could even process it, his head exploded off his shoulders. No wonder they call him the Black Hook. Damn, I should have avoided crossing paths with him in the first place. The clash of swords rang out nonstop, while countless players fell lifeless on the cold ground. Wrong Min watched closely and spotted a girl who had just resurrected after 10 minutes. He knew this was solid intel, and could not help but smirk with satisfaction, thinking this was his chance to take down every bastard who'd stabbed him in the back. He hurried off to find his closest allies. Everyone was on their own grind. Wrong Min rushed over, threw a punch that felt like a lifetime's worth of pain into his buddy's gut. A sinister grin spread across his face as he unleashed a brutal flurry of blows on his friend. After that savage beatdown, his friend was dead. With a grim expression, Wrong Min turned, hungry to hunt down more targets for revenge. If hell exists, is this what it looks like? A place soaked in violence where people only know how to hate and betray each other. Arin gripped her weapon, her face worn and bloodied from battle. Sanction watched her, thinking he could handle this for a bit, but it was clear Arin was struggling. If this mess messed with her head and messed up her job, he would have no face left to meet the boss. Lost in thought, someone suddenly grabbed Arin from behind and attacked her out of nowhere. Sanction dashed forward, counterattacked, and skewered the attacker with his sword. Following his lead, Arin lunged in to finish the job, clearing their path through the fight. Even as a bodyguard, if he told her to act, she would listen. After killing, Arin stood up, steeling herself, and asked how much longer the fight would last. Sangchun replied, "At least another hour." Arin's eyes widened. She admitted she could not even bear to watch them die anymore. Sangchun clenched his chest, thinking she was way too fragile for this. Senza was already overprotected. Even though he thought this, his words clashed with his own rough demeanor. "If you are tired, then just rest. Haven't you already killed about 50 people? That is probably enough to land a spot on the leaderboard. Leave the rest to me." Sangchun said. Arin shyly thanked him. This was exactly what he would been waiting for now. He could fight freely without risking her life and focus fully on his score. Only 10 minutes remained until the round ended. Zuman locked in with laser focus, slaughtering other players. He was not about to lose his rank as #1 across all regions. He moved like lightning, swinging his mighty scythe with deadly precision. One swing was mesmerizing, 2 swings intoxicating. Even though he would killed so many to climb the ranks, Zuman had set a rule for himself: no need to kill the same person twice. Ranking in this 4th round was not just about the body count. You had to kill as many different players as possible. Killing the same person twice only counted as 1 kill. So Zuman dashed past Zongbin, ignoring his furious attacks. That guy had already killed 3 of his friends repeatedly. Those poor souls probably would not survive this round, because dying right after respawning meant no chance to rack up points. Only 1 minute left until this round ended. Time was tight, so Zuman pushed forward, eager to score as much as he could. He scanned the players. All were people he would already taken down. Except for that golden-haired guy. Zuman swung a blade straight into his back. Just as he finished off that guy, the round ended, and the angel appeared with a bright smile. Watching them tear each other apart is kind of fun, right? The other players looked at her with pure disgust. Who could enjoy watching people kill each other? Glancing at the bloodstains below, twirling her golden hair, she added, "Still, you all did a damn good job hacking each other up. Before we check the results, let us bring back those who fell in battle, okay?" Dongmin saw that the angel was just messing around, because, actually, resurrection is a system ability. The fallen players were revived and returned to the game. Dongmin and his friends immediately started roasting this jerk. The angel, hearing the commotion, appeared with a terrifying expression. "From now on, if any human dares to speak, I will snap my fingers and turn them into a pile of bones." That gentle breeze, like threat, shut everyone up. Even Dongmin got chills. The angel relaxed once the crowd quieted down. "All right, if everyone's back, let us take a look at the results." Then, the angel revealed the side missions for this round. Leaving everyone in awe, with a snap, the system leaderboard appeared before all players. The side mission: eliminate regional representatives within a set time. Only 1 player completed this mission in the current round, none other than the young idol, Blackfang. The rest were furious upon realizing this, but by then, it was too late. They were bitter they had not taken down Longmin sooner. Dongmen was furious and deeply stung by Blackfang's betrayal. The angel then explained how the results were calculated. Rankings depend on the number of unique players you have killed. Killing the same player multiple times only counts as 1 kill. Players realized their mistakes too late and regretted every death. The angel laughed heartily, saying, "You schemers really think this game's that easy?" With another snap, the final results for the round were revealed. Across all regions, Blackfang was the top killer with 722 kills. Right behind him was the foolhardy mage with 521 kills, and the Dark Knight with 433 kills. Other players could not help but praise Blackfang for single-handedly wiping out 70% of everyone here. The angel waved his hands enthusiastically, eager to reward this outstanding student. The system also started spitting out tons of notifications about rewards, including a choice of armor. After reviewing everything, he chose the Bloodstained Assassin armor. This piece boasts strong stats and high defense. Along with that came a special reward pack, a 50% stat boost for the next round, 5,000 gold, and info about the upcoming round. Having respawned countless times and knowing how brutal the next round is, he did not hesitate and grabbed the 50% stat boost. The angel then dropped another bomb. In their region, 30 players tied at 521 kills, and everyone below them would be eliminated. The angel's face lit up with excitement. It was now time to dispose of the eliminated players. No matter how much they begged for mercy, those players quickly turned to dust. Longmin narrowly escaped elimination, and Sao Arin and Sang Chun also breezed through this round. Round 4 ended with nearly 90,000 survivors across the region. In G's area, only 521 people made it through alive. Soon after, their souls will be transferred to their current dimensional bodies, The South Round will kick off at midnight on February 3rd, 2024, at the Imperial Hotel. Sang Chun rushed to find Chairman Ma. He was resting on his bed after a grueling round. Sang Chun hurried over, worried because he could not reach Chairman Ma and feared something bad had happened. Maggie, the Stormlord, quickly sat up to explain, "You really thought I would die in round 4. Didn't you see the results?" Sang Chun rubbed his neck awkwardly. "I saw your name on the leaderboard. But I was still worried. That last round was insane, was not it?" Maggie covered his face. "That is why I collapsed as soon as I got back. My mind is just wiped out. 433 people died in that first round alone. And if you count the repeated deaths, the number's probably even higher." At this point, Maggie felt like he was already strong yet still. Hutchu was something else entirely. Was he even human? Sang Chun guessed he was an active duty soldier in a special forces unit. Someone with skills and guts like that is unrecognizable even in Korea. Maggie, deep in thought, only grew more impressed the more he considered Hekatsu. No matter who he really was, if they could team up with him, it would bring peace of mind. Chairman Ma immediately thought of Ju Min and wanted to ask the seer about Het Toyu's background. Sang Chun added that Ju Min's predictions were spot on. The seer warned them it was a massacre, a disaster where players had to kill each other to survive. Sang Chun asked Chairman Ma if he really wanted to make Ju Min a business partner. Maggie said, "Of course. The guy already holds 31% of the shares." In reality, the company was basically in Ju Min's hands. Beyond running the business his way, their next move was to pull him fully into their camp. He warned his subordinates not to underestimate Ju Min or get cocky, just because he is young, even if they disliked his attitude. They had to respect and follow his every command. Only then could they reclaim all the sweet benefits from this secret weapon called the seer. Chairman Ma nodded in agreement, signaling Sang Chun to carry out the plan. Then he told his team to call Ju Min immediately. Said they should throw an epic party tonight to celebrate their survival, something wild and unforgettable, and to bring any family members along. Maggie quickly joked about inviting the top idol Liu and Aaron to the party just to show off. Cut to early morning. Ju Min arrived in a luxury car to pick up Juri for a meal. To make her feel at ease, he insisted on footing the entire bill. Having a rich friend certainly has its perks. In the car, Juri thanked Ju Min for leaking info on round 4. Because of that, she got through it easily. Ju Min thanked her for trusting him and not thinking he was lying. To Juri, lying would not benefit him, and she believed he would never do that. She felt grateful. If Ju Min had not told her to kill at least 30 people, she would probably be dead now. But Ju Min thought she did not really need to thank him at all, because whether he said it or not, she would still get through it easily thanks to the insane protection she gets from every grain of rice she carries. Compared to Aaron, who is like a flower in a greenhouse, Juri's more like wild grass growing outside. They headed to a restaurant to celebrate. Juri kept thanking Ju Min, who lost count of how many times she would done that already. Juri ate while nervously replaying everything she would done in round 4. Ju Min sensed her guilt was still eating her up inside. He advised her not to overthink or blame herself. She needed to survive too. Besides, she was not alone in this. Neither me nor the other players can avoid it, he said. Juri trembled and cried over having killed people. This made Juri's mind snap, and she shouted back, "So what? If this keeps happening in the future, are we just going to let it slide? If I do not stay sharp, what will happen to my family here? We have people waiting for us." At that moment, Juri thought of her father back home. If she did not make it, he would be heartbroken. She realized she would forgotten the most important thing, her family. That is why she held on for so long. Then she happily enjoyed the food with Ju Min, savoring every bite to shake off the exhaustion from round 4. After finishing, Juri thanked him again, but this time she called him just Min. He was caught off guard. This was the first time she used only his first name, no last name. Juri quickly said if he did not mind, she would keep calling him that. At that moment, Juri's mood seemed to have settled down. Ju Min was ready to get down to business. He shared details about the South Round, explaining it was the toughest one so far, with all the regions merging together. Basically, the separated regions would become one combined zone. Juri was surprised she might actually run into Ju Min in the South Round. Ju Min fibbed, saying meeting was possible but unlikely in the Southern Round. So yeah, they will meet there. But if he said our region, she would definitely want to see him. Ju Min wants to see Juri while keeping his identity under wraps. Then he drops another tip on how she can cruise through the Southern Round. He mentions Hat Kaw and tells her to seek him out for help. Juri's jaw hits the floor when she realizes Hat Kaw is the top-ranked player across all regions. She is puzzled why Ju Min wants her to ask for help from him. Ju Min quickly clears things up to avoid misunderstandings. Rather than help, it is more like teaming up. He needs to temporarily ally with Hat Caw to survive. Juris worried Hat Caw's a level 30 solo powerhouse, a true lone wolf. What chance does someone like her, a low-level nobody, have against him? Jumin reassures her she has got her own ace, her pen. Even Hat Caw will need her. Their relationship will be symbiotic. On the surface, she is skeptical, but deep down Juri thinks if she can safely pass this round with his help, that'd be perfect. But her pen is seriously op, and only Jumin knows that it is not just some tiny trinket like she thinks. He tells her not to worry. Hat Caw will cooperate with her not just this round, but the next one too, because he has already seen how it plays out in the future. She has nothing to fear. Hearing this, Juri finally perks up. She thanks Jumin for the crucial info, and then magically summons a pen from her hand to gift him one of hers. Jumin totally saw this coming. He knows she hates owing anyone. Now he can confidently head home and put that to good use. Thanks to Juri's blessing effect and the bonus stats from the ancient butcher relic after killing 100 worms, Jumin's stats have skyrocketed. He opens his status window and nearly faints seeing his luck stat shoot up by 84 points. With luck that high, he is confident enough to use the magic ritual ticket he earned last round. A normal guy might pray to the spirit god for a better item, but Jumin, he is no ordinary player. He is a hardcore game hacker with some shady cheats who could not care less about praying to that damn spirit god. He recalls his first day meeting the angel. He did not know who she was then, but he is sure some god is behind all this. Who else could gather 1.8 billion people and throw them into a deadly game? The mastermind behind all this has got to be a god messing around with humans. If he survives the final round and gets to make a wish, he is wishing that cursed spirit god, who made this nightmare game, dies a miserable death with his insanely high luck stat. Using the magic ticket nets him 5 magic stones. He is stoked about the results thanks to the pen, not the spirit god's blessing, feeling he is seriously lucky right now. Then Jumin starts combining the stones. First, he merges 2 low-level red magic stones and hits combine. When you merge magic stones of the same color and level like this, you get a higher level stone. Using the one from Corin and the one drawn from the lottery ticket, he successfully crafts a low-level purple magic stone. Then he combines stones with items to boost his stats further. After a few tweaks, he uses up all his magic stones. Now, his next move is to meet up with the mage Mir Loft, dressed to the nines. His younger brother eyes his older bro. Turns out the company president where his bro invested is the mastermind behind the Puksung conglomerate. Diu Ming does not hold back and confirms the info is solid. Today, his bro's been invited to a party as a business partner, and in the future, they will have a long-term partnership. His little bro nervously wonders if he is even qualified to tag along with his big brother. Diu Ming straightens Diu Quan's collar and tells him not to worry after all. Locke said family members can come along. Just as they step out the door, subordinates rush over to give a warm, crowded welcome. Diu Quan politely greets and exchanges business cards to introduce himself. The guy apologizes for treating him poorly before. He even said to treat this party as an apology. Hoping you won T-Mind. Both of you were chauffeured in a sleek, top-of-the-line limousine to the Imperial Hotel. Stepping into the grand lobby, my little brother nudged me when he heard the demon chairman call my brother a shareholder. The guy warmly greeted Diu Mint's younger brother, chatting him up like old pals. They were seated at a lavish table brimming with exquisite, high-end dishes. Diu Mint's eyes lit up like fireworks at the sight of food prepared by a 5-star chef. The demon chairman noticed your reaction and immediately invited you to join the small feast. Though it was not much, it was definitely enough to fill you up. Just as they were about to dig in, top idol Liu Xiaoyan appeared, draped in a mysterious black ensemble. She bowed apologetically to the chairman, explaining she had to attend a colleague's memorial service, hence the late arrival. The chairman smiled warmly and reassured her. No worries. We completely understand. Then he pointed her toward their company's major shareholder Diu Mint's brother. Diu Mint stared at his idol, stunned and speechless at seeing her in the flesh. On the surface, Xiaoyan seemed happy that the shareholder was her neighbor. But inside, she was silently thinking, the chairman must be favoring him. He is younger than me, and already a major shareholder. Diu Mint's little brother could not hide his admiration for Xiaoyan's beauty. Honestly, anyone who sees her would react exactly like that, seeing his brother act all starstruck. Diu Mint tried to fake a bit of interest, playing his Hollywood role to perfection. The chairman caught that expression and smirked with satisfaction. This kid's just like the rest of the family, he thought. Then he invited everyone present to join the party and celebrate together. The demon chairman asked if the dishes suited the major shareholder and his brother's taste. Both enthusiastically praised the food, making him visibly pleased. He had personally sampled all the dishes and instructed the chefs to prepare them fresh for the honored guests. The chairman then inquired about Diu Mint's family, Noticing no other relatives were present, Jiumen did not hide anything and explained that his brother was his only family. Their parents had passed away. The chairman was caught off guard by this unexpected situation. He quickly apologized, worried he would lose points by bringing it up. Jiumen's face fell, clearly saddened by the question. Sensing the awkward tension, the chairman wanted someone to lighten the mood. His eyes quickly flicked toward Aaron. After finishing his tea, he called Aaron aside for a private chat in the lobby and asked if she enjoyed the food tonight. When Aaron replied it was delicious, the chairman's face lit up with a sharp glint. She probably thought, he just called me here for free food. Huh, I called you here to help lift the mood a bit. What? Slow on the uptake. At this moment, the chairman dropped a major bombshell on Aaron. Besides being the company's major shareholder, Jiumen is also a prophet. His career means he can literally see the future. Just like his name implies, what they need to do now is make sure he is happy. If they can predict the next round's info, the advantage would be massive. So he gave Aaron a plan. Use her fresh face charm to play along with whatever Jiumen says. Smile at and keep him entertained. He grabbed her hand firmly, making his point crystal clear. Aaron tried to argue but was silenced by the chairman's sharp words. He had given her the break of a lifetime in acting, and now it was time to pay that debt back. Her job was to keep Jiumen happy whatever it took. Though reluctant, Aaron had no choice but to follow his orders. Back at the dining table, the atmosphere was more somber than ever. After their private talk, the demon chairman and Aaron returned. Despite everyone moving on to the next entertainment spot the chairman had prepared, he kept a close eye on Aaron, who hesitated, struggling to win over Jiumen as instructed. Jiumen did not pay her any mind, but the 14-year-old boy was a different story, blushing and shy. He asked the beauty if she could snap a photo with him later. Seeing her brother more interested in Aaron, the chairman quickly texted her to switch plans. Change targets. Get close to the little brother first. Why was Aaron so bummed out about the kid being a genuine fan? Yet she had to deceive him for the chairman's secret agenda. Upstairs, Jiumen had already read her thoughts. The chairman happily pictured a perfect script in his head. Little did he know Jiumen was reading his mind right back. Everyone was led to the VIP room to soak in the lavish atmosphere and enjoy some delicious drinks from the hotel. But Jiumen immediately declined. He is just a kid after all. Sangchun got the chairman to bring him different drinks, so he quickly took off. As for the other four, Jiumen also told them he could not drink. Then Maggie, the wild card, insisted he try a drink, but Jiumen was not having any of it. He snapped, dragging Aaron outside along with his brother, leaving them both confused as they left. Meanwhile, Jiumen shot Maggie a look sharp enough to cut glass. Chairman, do you think I'm that easy to fool? His glare alone dared the man to step back. Jiumen reminded him of his prophetic role, making sure he remembered who he was dealing with. He also mentioned overhearing the chairman's scheming with Aaron. He knew everything already. Stern and serious, Jiumen warned chairman not to keep secrets from him. At that moment, Maggie panicked, realizing their private conversation with Aaron had been exposed. The chairman had not expected Jiumen to see so far into the near future. He would told Aaron to win me over, but now he was trying to use my brother too. That crossed a line. Called out on all his backdoor plans. Maggie could only offer a sincere apology. I made a stupid mistake. Prophet, I will fix everything that has upset you. Seeing his genuine remorse, Jiumen decided not to hold a grudge. Maggie quickly thanked him for giving another chance. Just then, a subordinate returned. Jiumen straightened his clothes and told him to step outside. Then he instructed the subordinate to guide the other two to the next room. Things were spiraling when the beauty's charms had zero effect on Jiumen. He asked if the guy wanted more info about the next round. That caught his attention instantly. Turns out, the only reason he agreed to come to the party was to leak info to him about the next round. But with such a clumsy attitude, whether it is sharing info or cooperating, it is going to be a tough sell. When the guy quickly apologized and begged for forgiveness, Jiumen just hoped he would not cause any more trouble down the line. He also told him to trust him unconditionally in the future. Jiumen hoped he would not question the company's operations anymore, and urged him to convince the other shareholders at the meeting. When the guy reluctantly agreed to Jiumen's terms, Jiumen then spilled the details about the upcoming 5th round they would face. This time's challenge is to kill 500 vultures. But it is not going to be easy. Plus, the zones will start to merge together. Since the number of players has dropped drastically, the cut zones will begin consolidating. Hearing this, the guy's eyes lit up and he asked about a player named Hat Kaw. Jiumen shook his head and revealed he would not be in the central zone with this Hat Kaw character. The guy pressed for more info about him. Jiumen just chuckled softly and said, honestly, I do not even know who he is, but you will meet him soon enough. Actually, He is probably standing right in front of you right now. Jiamin thought quietly and added something else. He reminded the guy about the name he switched to, Hongdan. Mentioning this sent the guy from one shock to another. Just as I suspected. Your future vision is beyond anything I could imagine. Jiamin only advised him not to investigate that name, because messing with him could cause serious damage. And this is the only info he could share, because Fate's secrets are meant to stay hidden. Actually, Jiamin was protecting that guy because he still has a lot of use. The guy fell silent, deep in thought, and then decided to drop any further investigation on Dong Min, taking Jiamin's advice seriously. Then he called Jiamin to head back to the party together. Tonight, he just needed to blow off some steam. Outside, rain poured down in a deserted alley where a one-armed man was desperately running from someone hunting him. He ran into a dead end when slow footsteps echoed closer. A sword was raised and slashed straight at his legs, under his soaked shirt. Muscles tensed up. It was none other than Chairman Meiji Wang-lok. He was delivering justice because the old man was a predator preying on kids. The man had served time and was recently released. He collapsed onto the cold ground, but Meiji Wang-lok ignored his pleas. He stabbed the sword deep into him. If you do not want to die slow and painfully, zip it and stop talking. If you add any more witnesses, the body count's gonna rise. Seeing the old man comply, Meiji Wang-lok used his skills to send him off peacefully with dark mana. He thought if it were not for needing to replenish his dark mana, he would be wiped scum like that out immediately. To use the dark mana skill, he needs to absorb dark mana, and to replenish dark mana, he has to take lives. Plus, killing humans yields more dark mana than monsters. He brushed back his messy hair, feeling a twisted joy since he would always enjoyed hunting criminals. The dark mana knight profession fit him perfectly. After finishing, he approached his weapon and absorbed mana into it. His dark mana skill could only drain life from living targets, not from corpses. Suddenly, a noise behind him made him spin around cautiously. Luckily, it was just a cat. Otherwise, he might have had another murder on his hands. Dawn broke as he thought about Ryu Min and the future Dong Yu. Maybe Dong Yu already knew he was a serial killer, but still got close to him. Meiji Wang-lok smiled mysteriously. Finding it all fascinating, he was ready to settle his score 2 weeks after the party with Meiji Wang-lok. During this time, Ryu Min stayed home, with nothing urgent to do, lost in thoughts about the future. He spent his days listening to soothing music, but today marked the end of his rest. Checking his phone, he read news about players changing the world, and realized it was time to take action. Now, he had to go retrieve one of the 5 ancient relics that could be found in the real world. This time, the relic he was after was the clone relic. A flood of headlines flashed across magazines and official websites. 1.8 billion people dragged into another world, dropping to just 90 million in only 3 months. The economy's on the brink, crushed by the loss of the younger generation. Even schools nationwide have shut down. The endless grief of parents and siblings around the globe is written in every anguished face. Hyung-taech sat in the classroom, his body still stained with fresh blood. Only the 4th round. And there is already a mountain of corpses, pathetic losers all around. The news he cared about mostly focused on humanities, criminal psychology, people exposed by the game to their darkest nature, turning on each other without mercy. But Hyung-taech was utterly thrilled. What a chaotic mess. If they were players, they would be doing the exact same thing. What is wrong with wanting to do whatever before I die? Damn fools expecting me to stay in line. The more they try to box me in, the angrier I get, swinging my iron rod like a man possessed. One blow shattered the wooden chair to bits. Hyung-taech's shirt was soaked in blood, chicken blood. No less, and that is when we all exploded. His eyes went cold, vacant, and wild. Nothing mattered anymore. Who could possibly stop me now? After all, I am a player. Blood might be the only thing I have over all of them. Standing amidst the battlefield littered with bodies he caused, Hyung-taech wondered who is next on my kill list. Things had spiraled completely out of control as his thirst for massacre grew. Killing in real life did not faze him anymore. Was it because he would survive the 4th round's hell? Scratching his head, he cursed the system. Just 1 point per kill. Seriously, are they just civilians? He reveled in memories of the previous battle. The 4th round was pure bliss, way better than slaying monsters. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Devarin absorbed this item grants you random stats. Hyung-taech's bloodlust only intensified. He wanted to kill other players, not mere civilians, since they gave more points. Staring at an article for a while, he noticed, oh, is this an online player community forum? Could I join this forum to meet other players to kill? That way I would rake in more points. He mused. But to join, I gotta fill out my info: name, age, rank, username. Hyung-taech curled his lip. What? They want all my personal info and even an interview. What a pain in the ass. But I gotta get in if I want to meet other players. Other players would never expect some lone wolf out there killing fellow players. The interview day arrived. Haidong Tech stood outside a shabby cafe. Was this really the place? The address was clear. Please come to Welcome Coffee in Wabu. Namyam before noon. Dress however you want. Haidong Tech hesitated. This place. Damn it. They are making me come all the way out to nowhere. I am not running off anytime soon. He grumbled. He pushed the door open, ready to kill the damn interviewer if provoked. Woo. The interior sway fancier than I thought. His eyes locked onto two seated guests. Are they the only ones here? Someone stepped forward and asked, Are you the one we are interviewing? Haidong Tech replied, Yeah, that is me. The interviewer came closer. What is your username? The exchange felt robotic, like an A-chat, but the guy held a flaming sword. Oh, nice to meet you. I am the interviewer. Username. Age 30. Haidong Tech blinked in surprise. Huh, you are a player too. Age 30. The interviewer just laughed. Yeah, I know. The name's a bit off. I am actually 30 years old. This way. Please. He introduced the other person at the table. This is Letaki UC. She is also here for the interview. A Kafkalu. And this is the flaming sword guy. You might be teammates someday. So say Haidong Tech immediately got bad vibes. This punk, looking like a sardine, is a player too. So weak, yet we still sat down and exchanged greetings. Hello? Sitting down. Haidong Tech scanned the cafe. Looks like a struggling business with no customers and no extra staff. The interviewer shrugged off his critique. It is pretty far from the city, so it is understandable. That is why we rented this spot for interviews. Haidong Tech still suspicious. So you rented this place, but the owner's not here. I do not see any A around. Age 30 calmly explained. The owner's prepping food in the kitchen. This is a cafe, but they serve meals too. Haidong Tech nodded. Got it. Just one quick glance and he silently judged. Damn. Not even a single camera here. Haidong Tech quickly shook off the thought. Just gotta kill these two. I can miss this chance. Then he spoke up, urging them to start. Aren't we doing interviews? Minjin calmly replied. We are just waiting for one more person. We will start as soon as they arrive. His composure broke for a moment as a thought popped up. One more person. But he still tried to confirm. There are 3 of us. Right? The guy explained while glancing outside. Yeah, the scheduled time was pushed a bit, so just hang tight a little longer. Here they come. The door slid open, and Vung chimed in cheerfully. Minjin quickly stood up to greet. You are here for the interview. The newcomer nodded shortly, and the guy jokingly asked, What is your username? When the other confirmed with that name, Minjin could not hide his emotional reaction. Just a few days ago, Hyun had held an online meeting with the management team. Welcome, Jamie. The chairman called out, and he enthusiastically replied, Great to meet you. He then called out another name. Welcome. Paul Poring. After roll call was done, Hyun dove straight into business. Everyone is here, waiting for Jamie at Ufoni. Let us kick off the week 3 meeting for April. Lost? You start, he promptly responded. Yes. Chairman. The chairman pressed. How many people joined the forum this week? Lost Chia gave a brief report. About 2,000. Hyun sighed softly. That is more than last week. And he admitted it with ease. Yeah? The player count is dropping month by month, but forum participation is climbing every week. Lost Chia paused then speculated. I think that article about us caught their attention. The chairman's interest piqued. Who is the journalist behind it? Dammy raised a hand and admitted, That is me. Chairman. Hyun was a bit surprised. I see. Didn't I expect you to have connections in that field? She smiled modestly. It is a new relationship. The staff's background made him noticeably more enthusiastic. Excellent. I expect nothing less from a veteran member. Out of those 2,000, Lost, how many actually have skills? He cautiously estimated. If we exclude those without classes and those below level 10, we are looking at about 1,200. Hyun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. And how many truly understand the game? Bo Poring, adjusting his glasses, took over the spotlight. I will cover that. One standout player is Hetya Longha in hand from Region X45. He is a regular level 10 warrior but ranked 3rd in his area. He hesitated. 3rd. That means he must have some serious ancient heritage for his level, or he is bluffing. Poring cautiously suggested. But I think he is solid enough to be considered for a leadership candidate. Hyun gave a brief nod and urged. Right? Anyone else? He kept up the roll call for intel. Another one is Lido Coco, from Region X1. 227, always ranking between 4th and 10th. Finally, Poring summarized roughly, besides those 2, there are 50 players in the top 100 of their respective regions. Hyun, pleased, mapped out the next move. That is quite a number. Looks like I will be busy interviewing everyone. As chairman, of course, he would delegate the task right. 30. The guy was suddenly called out, eyes half closed. Muttering, "Yes, sir," Hyun snapped annoyed. "You are dozing off? What were you doing last night to be this sleepy now?" Min-jin stammered a response. Well, but before he could finish, the chairman cut him off. "I do not want excuses. Finish those 50 interviews before the next meeting. If you do not, someone else might snatch your spot." Terrified, he slumped down to accept the task. Understood. Please assign it to me. Hyun dropped the subject and switched gears. Anyway, Losiak, has Hachu been contacted yet? He glanced at his phone and shook his head. If I would report it immediately. He flashed a disappointed look. Yeah, looks like not yet. I would offer him an executive position right away if he joined. Such a shame. Hyun played his media card. Jammy, can you get that reporter to write a few more articles? We might need a solid promotional strategy to reel Shiju in. She smiled, twirling her fingers meaningfully. Of course. As long as there is budget, he promised confidently. Don't worry about that. I will try to secure you the resources. She beamed, shooting him a playful wink. Awesome. Thanks. Chairman, Hyun, reassured, moved the meeting forward. All right, let us move on to the next topic. Just then, Losik suddenly raised his hand. Wait. Chairman, someone just requested to join the forum. The chairman could not hide his curiosity. Who is it? The guy held up his phone, struggling to get out 2 words. Hutrta. Everyone present instantly grabbed their chat devices. Unspoken but united, Min-jin replayed that shocking moment in his mind, making his heartbeat race even faster now. Great to see you. Getting here was not too tough. Right? The guy flat out denied it. Nah, it was tough. He admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. Sorry about that, but this spot's the best place for us to keep things private. Min-jin grinned sheepishly before motioning invitingly. Anyway, you are seriously handsome. Bet all the girls love you. This way. Please. He pulled out a chair with a smooth move and introduced. Have a seat. These two came for an interview too. Just like you. Hyuntich never expected to run into his enemy in a setting like this, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Ryuman tried to play it cool, lowering his gaze before finally speaking up. Hey, and Hong Kong confidently crossed his legs and shot back. The other guy nodded, relaxing as he introduced himself. I am Lito. Though inside he was thinking, dang, that clever dude's kinda funny. Hyuntich fought to control the mix of confusion and dread swirling inside him. Achu, the guy who has killed him 5 times. He desperately wanted to ask if they would met in real life before, and why this dude got such a kick out of killing him. Sitting across, Min-jin noticed his silence and asked, Hefka Long, what is up? No plans to introduce yourself? That startled him. Stammering, I am Ha Long. No words were exchanged as In Hong just glanced around, and suddenly the air thickened with tension. The pressure was suffocating, making him bite his lip, his mind spiraling into a maze with no escape. What the heck? Did he really have no reaction? I thought dropping my name would trigger recognition after all. He has killed me 5 times. Maybe he just can't remember me. Ryuman sat off to the side, slowly sipping his strawberry drink, eyes sharp as he tracked every move from across the table. Had he really been that cocky, he was faking his identity too. But this guy was a real shark with his polished, familiar demeanor. Min-jin quickly pieced together some personal info. His player name was Kukuruban Bong, a pro swindler who used every dirty trick imaginable to make cash. All the evidence painted a grim picture, making Min-jin uneasy. He was not dangerous yet, but with the replication core, he was destined to become infamous, or rather, notorious for the crimes he would commit. A dark cloud shadowed Min-jin's eyes, revealing the deadly aura he carried. No effort to hide it. It is bitter that criminals can get powers from another world. But at least I found him as planned. I am going to use him to get that replication core. Without paying attention to the heavy silence at the table, he pulled out a thick file from his bag. Everyone's introductions done. Alright, I will start by verifying personal info. Let us begin with Lito Coco here. Calmly calling his name, Min-jin watched as he coughed and quickly regained his composure to answer. Okay, my name is Kim Sung-hee. I am 20 years old, graduated from grad school, and currently jobless. The guy scribbled furiously, firing off questions for quick answers. It says here you are a level 13 assassin. Right? Yeah, and I am ranked 4th in my region. Right? Right? Though playing clueless on the outside, Ryuman was inwardly annoyed, smirking at the lies except for the player name. Remembering his run-in with an anonymous player, he sensed real chaos brewing. Lito Coco was definitely a real person. In other words, I am impersonating someone too. But I gotta do it to get the replication core. His breaths grew heavier, mind spinning with every passing second. The core demands the user kill someone where it is hidden while wearing another's identity. Facing that fake cold attitude, Ryumin took a deep breath to hold back the rage ready to explode. In the past, this jerk killed someone while pretending to be him and snatched the replication core. After jotting down all his info, Minjin glanced toward high-end tech to keep the unfinished business moving. Alright, next, you are up, Hefka Long. After seeing someone set the example, spoke properly. My name's Exim Hyde Titch. I am 11 years old and currently in middle school. His face lit up as the guy responded. You are the youngest here. Huh. But inside, his empty words made others cringe. And this chubby kid claiming to be a middle schooler. That is just absurd. That thought flickered through the guy's mind, but was instantly caught by Ryumin. What a joke. He sneered silently. Would he still look down on him if he knew Exim Hyde Tech had killed a classmate? That is not something any normal middle schooler could pull off. Minjin awkwardly asked because of his round figure. You are really a level 3 warrior, and once ranked 3rd in your region. Right? Caught off guard by the suspicion. Hyang Tich slammed his hand on the table. Yeah? So what? You think I am lying? The guy suddenly switched tones, and the tension in the air snapped tight like a guitar string. Do not mind me, it is just part of the process. Sorry if I offended you. With that, he flipped the page quickly, revealing a fresh blank sheet for the next round of interviews. Your turn. Hatkaw. What is your name? He did not hesitate to spill everything. His face as disappointed as someone who just missed the jackpot. Kim Yenhong, 28 years old. Manager Kwawa. I have never dropped below the top regional rank. Level 30. Surely you know my job title is death itself. Right? Need me to confirm anything else? Suddenly caught off guard, Minjin's posture stiffened, and his voice deepened. No thanks needed. On the surface, you are calm and collected, eating strawberries like it is nothing. But inside you are thinking, this manager Kwahao is trouble. More like a con artist manager. Honestly. Then he would use Hatkaw's name to scam money from others. Minjin gently placed the folder on the table, his measured words sliding out like rubbing alcohol soaking into skin. I have just confirmed your identity. Let us start the interview. Just tell me why you want to join Say about doubling up. You first. Light a cop. The moment mentioned, Ryumin switched into top-tier acting mode, flipping the page. Well, the world's super dangerous right now. Going out alone scares me. So I figured living with other players would be safer. The guy caught the cue and made a sharp turn. Alright, next up Hat Holong. Hi, frozen on the spot. Not quick enough to come up with an excuse yet. I can't exactly say I am here to kill other players. He hurriedly scribbled something incoherent, like a last-minute essay during a test. Just like Lady Ko. Can't he go to school anymore, and I am worried about the next round. Hearing that, the guy's eyes glimmered with a bit of hope as he looked at Yen Hong. I see. What about you? Hatkaw. He expected a reaction and casually threw out a half-hearted answer. I just signed up because I saw a forum, it sparked my interest. The response left him speechless. So all he could do was laugh it off. Haha, so that is it. But inside, he silently comforted himself, like a balm for a wounded heart. We will get through this, no matter what he says, because he is Hatkaw. One blink later, the guy flipped the page even faster than flipping rice paper, his voice suddenly dripping with danger. Alright, your answers so far are pretty solid. Now, we are moving to the final part of the interview. A wild grin spread across his face, chilling enough to make anyone's spine crawl. Murder? You all have to kill someone to pass the final stage of this interview. Sitting motionless, Ryumin let out a cold breath, then slowly turned, lips moving silently. Murder? But why? Not getting the reaction he was hoping for, Minjin's face showed regret. You do not get it. Huh, fine. Let me help you understand. His words carried a silent pressure that squeezed the space tighter than before. You have probably seen the articles. The government has started turning its back on us. They are afraid we are stronger than them. His fists clenched tightly, showing his unwavering resolve. But we players will soon rule the world. That world can become reality sooner if we all work together. His empty eyes and crazy grin revealed Minjin as nothing short of a sociopath. We do not need the law holding us back. We need to show the government that players are the law, starting by fighting the law itself. You could not help but panic, barely able to speak, like a weak kid caught in a street fight. So that is why we have to kill someone. Savoring their reaction, Minjin arrogantly added, Exactly. That is how we show the government our will. Everyone at the table held their breath, hanging on every word that escaped his mouth, proving they were not controlled by the law. After dropping that horrifying bombshell, Minjin looked at you and forced a fake smile. Got it now. Light a call. Ryumin shyly nodded, pretending to be scared while avoiding his gaze. The tense silence was so thick, Minjin decided no one needed extra time to digest it. If anyone does not want to continue with the interview, just leave. But remember, you won't get our help again. You swallowed hard, retreating to a corner to gather your thoughts. Clearly, anyone who leaves gets added to a blacklist, forcing us to kill someone, making it impossible to back out later. Without a word, the other two sat in heavy silence, eyes fixed on some distant void. Minjin took that as an invitation and instantly lit up with a radiant smile. Unstoppable energy surging through him. Looks like you are all ready. Great. Then I will take that as a yes and we will start the final round right now. Hyon Tich was the first to speak after that bloody ultimatum. We are really starting to kill someone. But who is even here to kill? Despite his worries, the guy stayed oddly calm, saying, "You do not need to stress about that." Thunder cracked right on cue, twisting Minjin's face into a grimace. Her eyes losing their spark. "I have got it all planned out already." The rain poured down just in time, dragging along a heavy silence no one dared to break in the cramped room. Realizing it was late, the guy pushed himself up with one hand. "Let us roll," he said, pulling three others to their feet. "All right." Watching the guests shuffle their chairs back, a curious voice piped up. "You guys leaving already? You are welcome to stay if you want. You have rented the whole place." After all, Minjin answered calmly. "We are in a rush. But, by the way, is there a bathroom here?" Hearing this, she casually pointed to a hidden corner, while the guy glanced in that direction before awkwardly adding, "Thanks. Actually, can I ask you a favor?" Caught off guard by the sudden request, her expression flickered. "What is it?" The guy casually slipped a key onto her handcuffed wrist. Smirking, he asked, "Mind grabbing my car out of the lot for me? I am in a hurry." His vague tone was annoying, but since she would been paid handsomely, she stayed cool. "Sure, I will get it right away." Shielding herself with a red umbrella, she stepped outside, leaving the four men behind in their own mess. The car door popped open quickly, thanks to the key he would just handed her. Saying nothing, the cuffed guy skillfully folded the umbrella, shook off the rain, then climbed into the car. Just as his hand touched the footrest, a cold, snake-like hand silently snaked out to grab him. Minjin's dark voice hissed, "Don't worry," as her grip tightened around his neck. He struggled desperately, but his limbs stayed frozen, only letting out muffled groans. The chokehold cut off his oxygen supply, making every muscle tense and thicken under the pressure. After a tense moment, the guy passed out, but she held him tight, not letting go. The others, except one, awkwardly cleared their throats. "Hey, what did you just do?" "Wire." Minjin snapped at the few scared guys behind her, then casually said, "We are done here. Get in the car." Just as the guy kept his word, the cuffed man suddenly slapped him hard. This only made the Ryu gang sweat bullets. Realizing, is this dude the owner of the coffee shop? The white car sped down the narrow mountain path, then screeched to a halt as the tires caught on rough ground. The tense atmosphere inside doubled instantly. Minjin hoisted the cuffed guy onto her shoulder, leading the group slowly toward an abandoned warehouse guard post. "We are here. This is where the last part of the interrogation goes down." Inside, the dim, damp guard post echoed with their footsteps. Without hesitation, the guy threw the cuffed man onto the ground, his dry voice chilling the air. "Let us get started. Who is going to kill her?" Without giving anyone a chance to think, Minjin pointed. "How about you? Go ahead." In Hong, standing off to the side, suddenly froze. "Fine." The guy grinned, amused by his serious attitude. "Just as I expected from you." Min fell silent, contemplating, then abruptly slammed on the brakes, right as the tension peaked. Wait a sec. The sudden stop killed the momentum, leaving the guy annoyed. "What is the deal? You need to think it over before talking." "Huh? Can I do it or not?" A spark flared in his eyes, sensing something interesting. "Yeah? You want it? Sounds fun. I am not counting on much since you seem so nervous." His fake sweet tone made In Hong shake his head. "Whatever. I am fine with it. Go ahead. Sing your song." Let him prove himself. The two men exchanged places without a word. As he walked past, the handcuffs clicked open instantly. "Make it count. I just helped you out." His sharp eyes flicked past the fake back. "Thanks. I will make sure to use this chance well." Hearing those familiar words, the guy froze. "Huh? Use this chance? What do you mean?" But before he could finish, In Hong grabbed his head. His big hand twisted the guy's head sharply to the side. The guy just stood there, watching his neck bend with no reaction. Minjin was stunned as everything unfolded too fast in the icy silence. The guy's body twitched violently, his cold eyes now glazed over with madness. What the hell? He slammed his hand on his head and screamed like he was getting tortured on the spot. What did you just do? Did you just kill him? Are you out of your mind? Rymin's piercing glare shot straight over, freezing the guy solid. Hey, come here and face me like a man. An intense aura radiated off you so fiercely that even Minjin seemed to hesitate, stepping back like he was scared. Damn. That look in his eyes, it was like he was sizing up prey. Something had shifted. What the hell just happened? In Hong's death triggered a flood of system alerts. You killed someone while impersonating. Secret condition met. An ancient star glyph discovered. That glyph automatically branded itself onto your body. When you boldly stepped toward him, the guy recoiled in terror. Imposter. You. No way. After a moment of total confusion, Minjin's brain finally kicked back in. Did you really kill that woman? Why would you kill me too? Answer me. Under that merciless gaze, Ramin slowly sat before Bojum. Because he is a reincarnator. Just like you carefully pulled a black hood over her head, taking no chances yet. Hearing that, the guy's nerves flared so hot he almost exploded. Alright, say that again. Without warning, Minjin whipped out his pirate sword, feeling like he would just lost 2 months' salary unfairly. Luckily, he caught it in time, watching the stun scene unfold. No one dared back down as he called out to his crew. The Grim Reaper's scythe appeared, dripping with crimson energy, a chilling sight that sent a thrill through the onlookers. I am the armor here. Right? Am I drunk or what? The tough guy was speechless, his brain scrambling to form a decent sentence. What the hell is that scythe? Is that the Reaper's main weapon? I have never seen a player wield a scythe that huge. No, that is insane. His face drained pale as he struggled to breathe in the heavy, suffocating air. A player using a giant scythe while his mind was still reeling. Minjin heard a muffled sound from the guy, because he is a coward trying to impersonate me, which made him twitch in irritation. Impersonate. Wait. Reading Minjin's thoughts, he smoothly shifted stance, ready to face off. Now do you get who the Reaper really is? But both lowered their swords hesitantly. You are the Reaper? Hearing that weak question, Minjin felt a twinge of regret but had to answer. Sorry for lying. His trembling hands dropped the sword to the floor, without even realizing it. So it is true, this is not the Reaper I know. He is the real Reaper. Feeling the tide turn, the guy immediately dropped to his knees, abandoning any shred of pride. Reaper, I am sorry for mistaking you. You acted too well. Please have mercy on me. Suddenly, a sharp clang broke the silence, making him freeze and instinctively look down, sensing something cold against his neck. With a brutal swing, the scythe's blade slammed into the ground, the shockwave rippling all the way to Hyung Tich. The blade landed right before his nose. The glare from the Reaper so fierce he could not think straight. His feet scrambled backward, his face drained of color, mouth dry, unable to utter a single word. Damn, facing this stone-faced man, Hyung Tich was frozen solid, too scared to speak. Now this is the real Reaper. He is on a whole different level. I could not even catch the movement of that scythe. Rymin raised his weapon steadily, voice calm but cold enough to freeze the room. It is just you and me now. What do you think I am going to do next? Your eyes were ice cold, void of life, carrying only one last warning. If you are going to deny it, say it now. Though his heart was racing, Hyung Tich forced himself to speak. Reaper, I won't waste words like a coward. There is only one thing I have always wanted to ask. If I ever got the chance to meet you, flashing back to the memory at the bar, you calmly pressed him. Tell me, why did I have to kill you 5 times in round 4? Before he could even process, he blurted out instinctively. Right? Rymin was silent for a moment, then summed up the reason simply. Because I wanted to keep you under control. That left him both puzzled and awestruck. This genius player wanted to keep me in check, and now it is me you had already decided to share. So you did not hold back revealing your true thoughts. You seem to be the most skilled person I have met so far. I need to eliminate any competition. You kept your word, and Hyung Tich stumbled backward. Clearly overwhelmed, I could see him fumbling for words. Ryumin quickly pressed him. Anything else? Now's your last chance to confess. Hearing that, his whole body stiffened like he would been frozen solid. Can I ask one last question? You stayed perfectly still. His lips moved slowly as he stammered out a few hesitant words. Why do you want to kill me? Like a seasoned judge, Ryman spoke calmly and deliberately. But beneath that calm was panic. He was just a nobody suddenly branded with a brand new crime. And it showed on his face. What did I do? He asked, only to get a reply so cold and logical it left no room for argument. You did not come here to kill her, fearful for his life. He scrambled to defend himself, but it was useless. His weak excuses were easily brushed aside. You have not done anything yet. But you have been watching the whole time. Ryaman's eyes flickered with a fleeting flash of emotion before he slowly lowered his weapon, The boy's voice was not loud or hurried, but it carried an uncanny authority. All right. Not like those other jerks. Your only crime was standing there. Indifferent. I will give you a chance. Consider yourself spared. His face cleared up in surprise. Really? The scythe gently tapped the floor, but his half-lidded gaze made the air thick with tension, every silent second loaded with pressure. But now, you have to give up everything you own. Ryuman eyed the neatly arranged belongings in front of him. Silently impressed. Well, this guy's got some useful stuff. The genius thief started scanning each item, calculating their worth like a pro. If I sell all these things he bought from the shop, I could make about 2,000 gold coins. Seeing him focused on the loot, Hyung-tich awkwardly scratched his head. I even gave you my gear and booze. This is literally everything I have got. I have nothing else. Calmly, the boy picked up 2 magic stones and casually said, I never said anything. When Ryuman showed no intention of picking more, Hyung-tich quickly asked, You are not taking anything else? Getting a nod of confirmation. No thanks. You can keep them. He hurried to accept it like a man granted mercy, watching his quick retreating back. The boy silently felt a pang of regret. There was no way to resell that stuff to the shop anyway. With his head buried in the space cube, Hyung-tich nervously asked one last time, You will spare my life like you promised, right? Seeing his timid stance, Ryuman suppressed a laugh and nodded. Of course. A gentleman keeps his word. The storm in his heart finally calmed. He bowed quickly. Thank you so much. The boy watched, unimpressed. Cut it out. Do not embarrass yourself. A light kick to Hyung-tich's side, then a cold smile and a whisper as smooth as the breeze. From now on, try living right. You can deal with these bodies if you want. Intimidated by the boy's calm power, he bowed again. Yes, sir. Ryuman bent down to check on Bojum, who was unconscious in a corner of the warehouse. Muttering, I will take her away. Remembering the earlier mercy, Hyung-tich stepped forward. Let me help. The boy slung the girl over his shoulder, voice tired but firm. No need. Why should I trust you? Prove it. He silently watched the boy lug her away, not daring to say another word. After a long moment, he let out a heavy sigh. Phew, I'm lucky. Thought I was a goner for sure, but the kid spared him, though he lost some valuable stuff. Nothing's more precious than life. Hyung-tich's face twisted with frustration. But why does this hollow feeling keep gnawing at me? What did I really do wrong? He robbed me just because I stood there watching. His mind churned with confusion, the bitter injustice thickening by the second. Eyeing the scrawny figure ahead, a surge of triumph swept over him, clouding his reason. Isn't this guy totally off guard now? One clean hit to the back, and he is done for. What do I do? Killing a high level like this would boost my stats exponentially. His breath quickened as thoughts raced. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, one I will never get again. Veins bulging, he gripped his steel cane tighter than ever. If I do not take this shot, I will regret it forever. Hyung-tich crept forward, each step aimed straight at his target. Don't he notice me? Do not notice me. The finishing blow was near, and his heart pounded harder than ever. Just a little more. Hyung-tich's eyes locked on Ryuman's exposed neck. Now's the moment. His whole body tensed as he gritted his teeth and swung with all his might at the part of the armor protecting the neck. Die already. You bastard. The exquisitely carved scythe instantly stained with blood from his foolish strike. Hyung-tich let out a long, satisfied breath as he watched his handiwork fall cold against the ground. The fat jerk muttered under his breath, eyes shining with undisguised malice. I killed Ryuman. That was too easy. Damn. To think a high level like him got taken down by someone like me. But that is not all. Hyung-tich quickly stomped hard on Ryumin to vent his earlier humiliation. Man, you really should not have turned your back on me. Who cares how high you jump? Dumb as hell. And laughed emptily. Eyes vacant, clueless about how messed up he looked. Thanks for starring in this episode. Idiot. But when he fell silent, the system did not pop up in his dream as usual. Only now did Hyung-tich freeze. Utterly stunned. Huh. Why has not the level up notification shown up yet? That message usually pops right away. His lips kept moving, but his brain was completely frozen from start to finish. What the hell was going on? Just then, a plot twist he never saw coming hit hard. Ryumin was standing right behind him, voice cold as ice. What do you think? Hearing that, he spun around in utter panic. Seeing him just standing there calm as if nothing happened left Hyung-tich stammering in shock. You, Ryumin said with a sly grin but a soft tone. What is with the tough act? Scared of ghosts or what? His body quickly went into full retreat mode, backing away nonstop. Wait, did not I just kill him? Does he have some kind of rebirth skill? His foot accidentally kicked the thick floorboards behind him. Hyung-tich hesitated, trying to figure out what was going on. There was no body left next to her, just a faint ghostly outline that made him jump. Huh. And no blood left behind either. Ryumen quickly cleared up the confusion written all over his face. What you killed was my clone, he said, making Hyung-tich panic and silently pray. Clone? Remembering his own action scene earlier, Ryumin continued calmly. The clone skill lets me create an exact copy of myself. He quickly skimmed through the new skill details. The clone comes with a link to the user's soul and lasts 10 minutes. It can T-fight, use skills, or carry items. Hearing that, Hyung-tich felt a twinge of regret, but it is useless since it can actually battle. Take off that mask, Ryumin said, flashing a sly smile at the two-faced guy. But you have already been played? I bet even if it can T-fight, it still understands the plan. A pretty good experiment. By now, Hem was done hesitating and ripped off his fake facade. You tricked me. But Ryumin did not even bat an eye at his anger. Why are you acting like the victim now? I am the real victim here, Ryumin shot back. Think about it, you killed me. Hyung-tich is not even scared. You are the victim. You are the one who threatened me first. The tense, backstabbing vibe thickened the air as he swiftly grabbed his beloved scythe. Whatever. Bring it on. Without a word, Hyung-tich swung wildly and struck Han's head in a split second. His face flooded with doubt, then confusion as his view naturally dropped to the ground. Huh? What? I can T-move my body. Han's body collapsed to the floor, leaving his head spinning somewhere else. Ryumin smirked coldly. Talking is just wasting time. He calmly activated a skill to cover the whole area, erasing all traces. The bloody scene slowly faded into nothingness, swallowed by a strange blue aura. Watching everything dissolve so fast, Ryumin sheathed his weapon and strode forward. No one would guess this was a crime scene, because it was all his doing. Near the prison gate, he coldly scanned the area. No response from the other side. So he had to tear through her top-notch acting. You are awake now. How long were you going to pretend to be unconscious? She knew she could not fool a player, and silently thought, I can hear your thoughts. Realizing her trick was uncovered, she hurriedly sat up. I am feeling the hair on her head a bit itchy. She tried to laugh it off, but then came the iron command from him. Stay put until I leave, making her flinch and pull back. Yes, sir. Seeing the bright light outside, his mood softened a bit. I will ask a few questions. Will you cooperate? Noticing the stairway he cleared, she quickly nodded. Yes, yes. Looking at the woman still lying on the ground, Ryumin gently but sharply asked, how many clients do you have? Can you remember every face? She nodded. I have talked to that guy, but the others, using a skill to evaluate her, his eyes showed satisfaction behind the mask. She was telling the truth, so he let out a breath and replied, all right, that is all. Still wary from earlier, she nervously asked again, so I am safe now. Is it really over? Exhausted from today's unexpected chaos, Ryumin rubbed his tired eyes. All right, you can head home now. But do not go snitching to the cops, that could backfire. After a pause, Baojian sighed in agreement. Got it. He glanced toward the warehouse door, timed his move, then gave the signal. She smiled quietly to herself for a moment to their mysterious benefactor. She naturally nodded along without fully grasping what was happening. A calm voice echoed through the dusty walls. 1. 58. 59. 60. The final numbers were called out under the harsh sunlight, urging her to quickly remove the mask covering her face. Her bewildered eyes darted around, searching for something. What is going on here? The warehouse game spun her head. Leaving Bozom, already shaken, stumbling around like a bat caught in a dizzy whirl. Nothing here. This can't be a nightmare. Right? The sun gradually faded, making way for the moon to shine high in the sky. The moment Ryumin opened the door, he softly called out, Goni, you are back. Ryukwon hurried out to greet him. Welcome home. Spotting his signature pink shirt, the boy froze in surprise. Hey, that is my favorite shirt. Where have you been? His sudden question threw him off, unsure how to respond politely. Well, he started brushing it off like he had not heard. Sighing, man, I am wiped out. So exhausted. Seeing his brother drenched in sweat, the boy's worry escalated. Where did you go? Have you eaten yet? Ryumin peeled off the shirt, exhaling deeply. Not yet. Hearing the fatigue in his voice, Ryukwon did not even let him catch a breath before asking, should we order some food? That made him sigh again, forcing out, yeah, whatever you want. Just order. Staring at the stains on the shirt, he recalled the earlier fight scene. The shirt was spotless now, but he could not give it back. As they waited for Ryumin to order, the boy suddenly saw his beloved shirt tossed into a trash bin, soaked in spray. Min, what are you doing? Why do you throw it away? Seeing his brother's anxious face, he casually leaned on his hip and said, It is a... I will just buy you a new one. You have had that shirt forever. But the boy was so upset he burst into tears, making him feel torn. I will get you an even better one. All right. Ryukwon's handsome face darkened, his sad eyes revealing everything inside. It is... School's closed anyway, and I can't even go outside. The disappointment weighed heavily on Ryumin's heart. It sucked to be stuck inside and banned from school because of something like a health scare. Suddenly inspired, he threw out a bright idea that instantly lifted the boy's gloomy mood. Goni, wanna come out and play with me tomorrow? Let us hit Evelyn's? Thinking he would misheard, the boy quickly double-checked. Evelyn? Really? Are you serious? Seeing his brother's face light up in an instant, he laughed, teasing the boy's sudden burst of energy. Yeah? We will eat dinner quick and hit the sack early. The lively play area came into view, the buzz of chatter wrapping around the brothers like a warm hug. Ryukwon grinned, so wide it looked like he might lift off the ground. It has been ages since he would been here. Watching his little brother soak it all in, Ryumin silently blamed himself. Life's been tough lately, and he had not been able to take him out before diving into the chaos of the entertainment complex. They exchanged a few words. Is this place still open? These days, more spots shut down than stay open. In times like this, hope is the most precious thing we have got. Suddenly, a cheerful family of 3 wearing matching headbands stepped out of a store. Catching Ryukwon's eye, a sly grin crept onto his face as he plotted a little mischief. Alongside his ever-grumpy older brother's unamused smile, the boy urgently tugged his brother forward, giving no time to think. Min, you go ahead this way. Quick. Hurry up. The stall dazzled with every kind of panda plushie, from tiny ones that fit in your palm to giant ones you could barely hug. Ryumin's shy smile shone even brighter as he tried on a panda headband. How do I look? Ryukwon admired his brother's star-like glow and the way the headband swung with every move. You look super cool and adorable. Grab that one. Whoa, so many cute things. Seeing his brother happy made him happy too. Take whatever you want. Let us... After shopping, Ryumin turned to check on the boy. What do you want to do now? As if he would been waiting for the question. Without hesitation, Ryukwon answered. We have to try every single thing here. Right then and there, they dove into a whirlwind of rare games, like the super-fast roller coaster. The water spin ride soaked Ryumin to the bone, nearly choking him with cold. After braving the thrill rides, they chilled out watching baby pandas live, quietly savoring the happy moment with his brother. Ryumin whispered, Whoa, twin pandas too cute to handle. Deep down, I am so grateful for my quick thinking. Yesterday, I was a total mess, so taking him out like this was definitely the right move. A little fun and a quick reality check. But then, as Ryukwon remembered his brother's job, worry nodded him so much he had to ask right away. But Mina, tomorrow marks a full month. Do you think it is okay if I hang out with you like this? Of course. She is happy, but knowing the worry behind it, he did not hesitate to reassure her, telling her not to stress at all. I will be fine. This time, it will be over 10 hours. So even if I end up sleeping a bit long, do not freak out. Hearing that, the boy panicked even more. 10 hours. That is not dangerous. Right? You have to come back safe. Got it. His worry was like a cool wave washing over Ryumin's restless heart. Don't worry. I have got this. Running his fingers through her soft hair, he whispered to himself. He promised he won't leave me alone. Quickly switching topics to snap them both out of their anxious spiral, he said, Enough worrying. What now? Let us go to the zoo. Okay? April 30th. 11:50 p.m. The skyscraper glowed warmly, its light spilling into the night sky. Ryumin lay sprawled on the bed, suddenly jolting awake from a deep sleep. His phone kept buzzing nonstop, forcing him to check immediately. Hey, Min, what is up? Messages flooded his screen. Min, it is almost midnight. Woo. I believe this time will be fine too. Give it your all. Go. Catch you later. He chuckled at the emoji sealing the message, definitely nervous. Ryumin's eyes softened, but his goofy smile would not quit. Don't worry. I will protect you from now on. After checking the messages, he calmly set his phone down. Time to roll. The clock struck midnight, but the owner had already slipped into sleep. Not caring one bit, a group of players had been summoned to a vast, unfamiliar land. No announcements yet, so a few voices broke the silence to ease the tension. Hey, are we all here? No way. I bet not everyone's arrived yet. Last round, about 500 survived, but ironically, that only made things more tense. That makes sense, said Kim. The opener, glancing around nervously, something felt off. Ryumin stood frozen, quietly processing their words. Yeah, it feels tense. The first round had nearly 10,000 players. But this edge of your seat vibe won't last long. Suddenly, from above, Oliver swooped down like a godly figure from ancient tales. Glad to see you all. Congrats on reaching round 5. He greeted, but no one acknowledged him, leaving a heavy silence hanging in the air. Ignoring the cold shoulder, she smirked slyly. Huh, what is with the sour faces? Last round was a blast. Right? You really went through hell killing your own kind. But her gaze burned with pure hatred. Oliver, caught off guard, stammered, okay, I will stop. Your reactions are way too dull. 442 survivors this round. You should have had 521. Looks like some real-world conflicts popped up. The crowd buzzed with gossip. We are losing more people every time. Same old story. She did not care about their petty complaints, cutting them off quickly. Whatever you do in the real world is not my business. But with so few of you, we can play properly. Her beautiful face, hidden behind a bamboo veil, twisted into a chilling smile that sent shivers down spines. That is why I have prepared something special for all of you. Oliver's sinister grin grew wider as he slowly revealed shocking news. The regions were merging. A player raised his hand hesitantly. Can someone explain that in more detail? She flicked her tongue, clearly annoyed by the delay. What? You do not get it? You are making me do extra work? It is a region merge. Plain and simple. Still, she had to keep her role, so she tried to explain patiently, wondering if they would even understand. But there are 875 regions in your country alone. Someone below exclaimed, eyes wide. Woo, 875. That many in our country. Oliver laughed scornfully. No need to get worked up. Compared to other countries, that number's actually low. The first questioner seemed a bit cursed now. Makes sense. If each region has 10,000 people, then some countries must have way more regions. Nazi chimed in approvingly. Right? If there is an angel in every region, imagining something, he blurted. So that means at least 10,000 angels. Everyone around perked up at the key phrase. You are right, that many angels. She mocked, quickly jumping in. That is just your guess. An angel in every region. You guys are slow catching on, so dumb. Nazi fired back with lightning speed, turning the interrogation around. Isn't he there, someone behind the scenes pulling the strings of this survival game? His slick comeback left Oliver completely speechless. All his barbs stuck in his throat with no comeback at all. But she snapped back to life in a flash, regaining her voice and firing off denials like a pro. What makes you think that he is convinced he has uncovered the truth? That is why he clings so fiercely to his theory. I do not believe 10,000 angels would unite just to create a pointless survival game. Oliver lunged at her with a challenging question. And what if we did join forces? Would you stand a chance against us? She jabbed a sharp finger into Nazi's forehead, issuing a cold warning. Stop asking dumb questions, or you will get yourself killed. The threat hit Nazi like a ton of bricks. His whole body went limp. His face drained of color as he muttered, She slid back in her usual spot in the empty space. But the tension from that exchange lingered, heavy as ever. Yeah? Humans. Ryumin watched silently from start to finish, a seed of doubt planting itself deep in his mind. Surely, there had to be a rule forbidding angels from speaking about the creator of this survival game. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that he was on the right track. Plus, no way a single angel could be beaten by a player create a survival game like this. Suddenly, Oliver cut through Ryu Min's thoughts with a sharp tone. I am done answering your stupid questions. Focus on surviving. She shut down any chance for debate, eager to close this chapter, no time to waste. Anyway, I am starting the zone merge now. Remember, we are doing this because there are not enough of you. And for anyone thinking about digging into the truth, like Nazi, do not even bother making up wild stories. She did not hesitate to throw down another threat. No sooner had she spoken than the ground trembled, cracks forming deep channels glowing with golden energy. Everyone shared one question. What the hell? An earthquake. The mysterious power divided the space into neat, glowing squares, packed tightly together like a patchwork of territories. The area closest to them suddenly roared to life, the surrounding flames burning hotter than anywhere else. Everyone's eyes witnessed a scene more shocking than anything under the sea or sky. Players, whether standing or sitting, wore the exact same stunned expression. The fiery chaos spread from the neighboring zone into the one housing nearly 500 residents. The ground there bulged upward like Pandora's box, and nobody knew what might erupt from its depths. After the energy release peaked, the entire area was bathed in a shimmering golden glow. All the land parcels simultaneously emitted an invisible, oppressive force. As the light faded, only smoldering ashes remained, but a new face, carrying the heat of those flames, began to emerge from the crowd. When the cracks cooled, A voice broke the silence. Is it the sharpest player? Having watched closely, cautiously spoke up. Those people are. Oliver caught the hint immediately and kindly answered the unspoken question. Yeah. The zone merge is complete. She waved her hand dismissively but spoke with urgency. All right then. Introduce yourselves. Mizin, freshly energized by the merge, chimed in. How long you gonna stare at each other? Everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief, an angel among them. To confirm their suspicions, a massive angelic altar suddenly appeared in the blood-red sky. Oliver, representing the sisterhood, stepped up to introduce herself smoothly. Hey humans, I am sure you have heard we have merged all the low population zones. She brushed a lock of red hair from her face and calmly announced. We combined 10 zones into one, with a total of 4,844 people. That astronomical number sent the players into a whirlwind of confusion. 10 zones. Almost 5,000 people. Woo, that is crowded as hell. But what she wanted to say next stirred even more chaos. The other zones were merging too, meaning the zone names would have to change. Oliver's gaze locked downward, emphasizing every word. From now on, this zone is called Chake 001, and it only includes players from Korea. The crowd erupted again. All Korean players here. At least we can communicate. But later, we might have to merge with other countries too. Ryumin silently agreed but was already thinking beyond them, calculating the future. It made sense. Zone merges happen whenever there are fewer than 5,000 players per zone. In his mind, he painted a harsh future where, once Korea's player count dips below 5,000, they would have to battle players from other nations. For now, he is okay with how things stand whether it hits room 11 or somewhere else. It does not matter. Better to just focus on the present. Ryumin glanced at the little white winged figures hovering above him, boldly guessing that the angels were about to kick off a side game soon. Sure enough, after some back and forth, Oliver stepped up as spokesperson again. Before we reveal the main mission, we are kicking things off with a simple side game to celebrate the merging of the regions. She ran the show like a pro, perfectly planning the competitive vibe in every player's mind. One rep from each region. Right? But now that we are merged, what do we do? Of course, we need a new rep. Right? The female player next to Ryumin boldly echoed. A new. She raised her index finger and laid down the only rule. The rep step up and fight it out. Cruelty dripped from her words as Oliver soaked it all in with wicked satisfaction. Last one standing gets crowned the new rep. The room buzzed with whispers. We gotta slaughter each other to become the rep. Seriously. Woo. Hold up. That sounds intense. Someone mused. It will be wild seeing who comes out on top. Wish we had popcorn. Among those reluctantly thrown into the mix, some smirked, just happy they did not have to fight. Izura's mind raced like crazy. We have to kill each other to pick a rep. Meanwhile, Zimin was biting back regret over past choices. Man, I should be never taken that rep spot. Alongside the worried, some tribal members seemed chill. Maybe if we die, we will just respawn. But no matter their mindset, everyone shared one unspoken thought. Can I just skip being the rep? Ryumin was probably the only one holding a secret thought that being the rep is not a perk at all. But from this region, it is different. He has to win this death match and claim that rep spot, no matter what. Sensing the tension, Oliver dropped a calming bomb. Hey, do not sweat it. No one's actually dying here. You will all respawn after the game. That guarantee boosted morale big time. Ryumin's eyes snapped open. Oh snap. We are not dying this time, but the other rep still looked doubtful. Noticing the weak reaction, she tossed out an even juicier carrot. You probably think being rep has 0 perks, but the new rep gets a dominating title way beyond just authority. This power lets you control players ranked below you. The crowd below froze, stunned by the promise of real clout. It is like an upgraded authority. She explained, letting you boss around anyone beneath your rank, but you can only use it 10 times, and the role goes to whoever kills the current rep. Oliver grinned slyly, dropping mind games like honey tempting. Right? The chance to dominate the rest. Several players were already biting on that sweet bait, especially if those others had lower ranks. What can I control? Ryumin clenched his fists, fired up to fight, no matter the class. This setup pleased him. Finally some motivation. Alright, bring it on. With the players sorted, the angels hit a snag. Kahari spoke up. Now that the regions are merged, we need to pick a rep. She posed the question but got nothing but deadly silence. Anyone want to step up? Realizing she would put her foot in it, Kahari sighed. Yeah, probably should not have asked that. Britzilla shot back, an angel volunteering. That'd be a freak show. Just then, Mazin broke the awkward silence. We know no one volunteers. What is the plan? Ideas? Harry snapped his fingers. How about rolling dice? Nova shot that down fast. Relying on luck? Not bad, but kinda boring. Annette jumped in. What about taking turns? The leader pointed out the flaw that is not fair. Later picks never get to be rep. Natalia chimed in. Yeah, we will have to merge the regions eventually anyway. Alice sighed deeply. Is there a way to make this fun asterisk and asterisk fair? Britzilla suddenly lit up with a bold idea. What if the reps just straight up fight it out? Ada shot Oliver a knowing glance and unspoken rule. Whichever angel's champion falls first, that angel becomes the representative. The rest lit up instantly, fired up and ready, confident their home team would not finish last. Sounds good. Huh, I like this idea. Anyone else on board? Everyone raised their hands in a flash. So fast no one had time to back out. I am in. Me too, count me in. Amid the chorus of agreement, Oliver suddenly jumped in, breaking the momentum. Hold up, what about this? Standing beneath a blazing red orb, she calmly proposed flipping the script. Instead of the first to die, why not choose the angel with the last survivor? She locked eyes with Priscilla. Hinting, the queen among us. Oliver crossed her arms, exuding confidence as she laid down her stance. The angel whose human outlasts all others becomes king. Priscilla was not about to let this slide. King, huh? She challenged, opening the floor to debate. That title means total obedience from all angels to the king's command. Like, if an angel is just a guide, they have to follow orders because that is the king's word. Harry suddenly jumped into the discussion. If our humans win, do we? And if we win, can we be kings like our humans? The others nodded in agreement. Sounds interesting, a king, huh? That has got me curious. Great idea. Oliver, Drusilla sensed the tide turning. Slyly jabbed. You really think the winner will become king? Oliver did not flinch. Of course I am confident. He smirked teasingly. Who knows? My regional rep 1T go down easy. Our humanities never lost first place in the region. She feigned indifference. Really? But inside, she sneered quietly. What a clueless fool. Beat the region's best. Just for that, they dare brag. Oliver pictured Ryu Min in his mind, only strengthening his faith. If she knew who her rep really was, she would probably drop to the floor in shock. She glanced at her main rival. What now? Fight or quit? Drusilla shrugged but stayed cocky. No reason to back down. By now, everyone was rooting for their players. The air thick with cheers. This sounds way more exciting. Me too. I am sure my region's rep 1T fall easily. No one objected, so momentum surged forward. Alright then. Since the decision's made, let us get this started. Oliver, you are up to inform them. She shouted. Got it, consider it done. With that, Oliver's voice echoed through the arena, announcing the battle rules. We are kicking off a special match to settle the regional reps once and for all. The deadly showdown starts now. Kill or be killed until only one remains standing in this arena. The reps below clenched their jaws and fists, resolve burning in their eyes. Though from different regions, they shared a single goal in this moment. Naturally, I am no different, fueled by the same fierce ambition. The 10 reps gathered in one spot, all eyes locked upward on the angel hovering above. Oliver smiled, raising her hand to signal the start. Suddenly, the ground beneath everyone trembled. They found themselves trapped on a blazing platform, cut off completely from the other players. Walls started rising from the ground, transforming the battleground into an ancient Roman Colosseum. The structure built itself in a blink. When the dust settled, the colossal arena stood fully formed. 10 reps looked around, shock and disbelief written all over their faces. Oliver beamed proudly at her creation, then grinned wickedly, addressing them one last time. If you die outside this arena, no resurrection. So even if it costs you your life, do not leave this place. Even now, this strange death trap held them all steady, waiting for her command. Let us begin. Each player drew their destined weapon, switching into battle mode and sharpening their senses. Some already locked onto their targets, eyes blazing with lethal intent. Jamie calculated silently, if I just take out the last rival here, will I become king? He scanned the group and quietly concluded. No one's making the first move. Everyone's playing it safe. Makes sense if they are all regional champs. They have got to have some serious skills. He is carrying blind faith, eyes darting like a lost gambler, muttering curses under his breath. Still, there is no way there is anyone stronger than me here. Of course. This confidence is not baseless. Jamie has got the muscle. Since this whole thing started, I have never dropped from number 1 in the region. Besides, my oath talisman. Total cheat mode, like a cursed sword that knows exactly where to strike. He is reminiscing about his glory days and wondering. Thanks to that, I have already taken down 312 in the 4th room. So what are they doing still brawling? Harry shares his confusion, grinding his teeth, urging, "Come on, fight already." Nova's practically buzzing like a powder keg about to blow. Jamie watches the two angels steaming mad, and he is like, "What the hell? Are they really that good? Why are they so impatient? I was about to make my move." He decides to be the lead bird to kick off this showdown after all. No one here beats him. Time to make a killer impression, scare them straight, and prove who is boss. Scheming hard, he moves to center stage and stops. Once he gauges the perfect distance, he slowly draws his sword. Jamie stares at the representatives' tense faces. His mind racing, he needs something real, a sacrificial pawn to elevate his performance. "Step up, and I will send this guy straight to hell." The chubby Jai offers himself up like a feast. There is no way Jamie is turning that down. Rai steps forward amid the stunned silence. Carrying the scythe on his shoulder, he calmly sizes up this idiot from head to toe. Inside, his grip tightens as he shifts the sword from vertical to horizontal, ready to strike. Finally, the first sacrifice is here. If there was a contest for the best internal monologue, he would be top tier, still thinking silently at this moment. Honestly, that scythe this monster sized. Not your everyday weapon. He sizes up his opponent low-key, confidently flashing a creepy smile. He has seen plenty of nicknames before, but not many actually wield what they brag about. Ryu notices G-Siri grin and silently displays the user's name above his head. His mind plunges into chaos. Name. His alias is Hut Tegju. Gripping the sword tightly with both hands, G tries to steady himself and keep a calm exterior. Maybe it is just a coincidence. No way. He is pretty sure no two players share the same nickname. His mental struggle fails. His hands go limp and lower the sword. So that guy is holding his scythe. He steps closer, and his suspicions only grow. Level 30, the top dog of the Hetshu area. This unusual detail catches the angel's attention, sparking tension. What is up with that human guy? He seems confident, so why the nervous shift now? Leiden cuts through the chit-chat, questioning on the spot. "Priscilla, is not he your regent's rep?" Ada just bites his hand in silence. The confusion makes him mutter under his breath, "What the hell is he even doing? This dumb human." Priscilla screams at Jimin, "Why are you just standing there?" While Ada's losing his mind, the person beside him bursts out laughing. Hey, Ada, forget your image for a sec. What is so damn funny? Oliver, she tries to hold back laughter but fails. "Sorry, but this is hilarious. What can I say?" Oliver points to the arena, explaining to the girls, "Look at that human, he is staring right at our rep like a blade swaying in the wind." Priscilla mechanically follows the gesture, confirming, "Your region's rep." Ada's mind and skills can accept this reality. The massive scythe is just too damn impressive, but I do not sense the kind of killing intent to freeze him like the first time. Ada turns to Oliver, reiterating, "So you are saying our rep is so scared stiff of your rep?" She practically admitted it. Does not that prove it? Priscilla is stuck on repeat, embarrassed, and keeps rehashing the same lines. Cut the crap already. Oliver ponders, is being the top regional player just for show? Our rep has not lost the #1 spot since round 1. The rest of the girls bow their heads, listening to their heated argument. What? #1 in the whole region? Who dares lie to me? But have not they noticed? I bet the angels who glanced at the leaderboard already know that name well enough. Sure enough, among the reluctant audience, an angel recognized Ryuman. That name rings a bell. He is the one who always shows up whenever the rankings are announced. Priscilla's whole body trembled, whether from fear or anger. But one thing's clear, this name really messes with her head. Is Hetshu really Oliver's regional rep? If that is true, then our rep does not stand a chance against him. Just then, a chilling sound echoed in her ear, making her jump in terror. Down on the battlefield, it turned out Jimin had been sliced clean across the neck by the scythe, a quick, fatal strike, making him the first to lose and get the boxed meal. As Ryuman retracted his aura, his attention snapped to the approaching whirlwind near his feet. Oliver seized the moment to pour fuel on the fire. Looks like Priscilla's out. The other reps were shaken to their core by this point's boosting chaos. Hutrta, why the hell is Hetkeju here? The 8 fighters on the floor felt like ants sizzling in a hot pan, all sharing the same sinking thought. Even if they joined forces, they could not beat him. I might be dead before I even react, just like that guy over there. How the hell can I take down a level 30? I am only level 13. Isra hung his head and stared down at his bow, his mind wrestling with panic and doubt. The unlucky #2 noticed Isra targeting him, and instinctively took a step back. Hutrta, it is a pleasure to meet you. Honestly, I am so happy to be in the same region. I might just cry tears of joy. The closer I get to him, The more he freaks out. Hold on, let us chat for a bit. Yeah, Ezra, overwhelmed by the chaos, immediately raised his hand in surrender. Look, I even dropped my weapon. I am not here to fight you. The others, sensing a chance, all turned to the winged women hovering nearby, silently asking for their stance. Hey, angels? I surrender. I give up. Me too. I'm out. I admit defeat. Leiden shouted in disbelief. What a pathetic sight, giving up. Did you just say you are giving up? You humans. Alice sighed deeply. Clearly annoyed. They are just messing around for fun. Miss Jen reluctantly stepped forward with an ultimatum. I am warning you, any mention of surrender, and that guy's head will explode instantly. If that happens, do not even dream about coming back to life. Got it? Those itching to take shortcuts suddenly got doused with cold water, faces drained of color, looking like ghosts. Yujiro hung his head, staring at the bow in his hands, still wrestling with his inner turmoil. Another rep boldly suggested, we are 8 strong? Maybe we still have a shot at winning. Ryuman's face stayed calm on the surface, but his mind raced, so the angels were even scarier than him. Wait, they are planning to attack me all at once. A faint, almost mocking smile played on his expression, fueled by contempt. But no matter how hard he tried, ants are still just ants. His attitude only stoked the others' competitive fire. That bastard's laughing at us. He is cocky just because he is a higher level. We are still the top-ranked fighters in our region. After some trash talk, someone took charge and rallied the group. Hold him down. Without a word, Ryuman silently gathered his energy and vanished from his original spot in a flash. His eyes burned blood red, locking onto each target, scythe ready to finish anyone who dared rush him. He moved in a smooth zigzag, effortlessly clearing obstacles in his path, before the 4 remaining reps could react. They were all hit with some kind of immobilizing glue, each jaw dropped in shock at his ruthless speed. They did not have to wait long. The moment Ryuman opened his eyes, he was already there to finish off the escaping group. A 1 versus 8 battle that seemed like a breeze ended in a way nobody saw coming. The angels watching from the sky all fell silent, sharing a somber look. Harry was the first to snap back. Stammering, I did not expect it to end that easily. Nova and Leiden chimed in together. So it is over. Hutch really won? Hard to swallow. But we gotta respect reality. Then, as the angel responsible for Hudju, Oliver must rule like a king during this whole reign. Right? Priscilla clenched her fists, glaring at the defeated losers. Oliver, Ada stormed over. Accusing. You knew this was gonna happen all along. She crossed her arms smugly. Of course I did. The more you sulk, the more it pisses me off. I knew it. Priscilla's anger spilled over, rallying the others. You guys. This bastard tricked us. Ada made that offer because she was sure she would win. Oliver shot back, teasing the tall, not-so-bright girl. And you actually said that out loud. Ada blurted something in reply. She stayed calm in class, aiming to draw out the other side. So I casually suggested playing since I had the upper hand. From the start, people wondered why I even made that offer. Oliver, standing above, dealt Ada a brutal blow, then flipped the situation around. Besides, I never forced anyone to accept the extreme conditions. Everyone thought it would be fun, which is why they agreed to join. So why are you changing your tune now? Priscilla, fuming, stammered out her words, and she took the bait. Taunting, what is this? You planning to hit me? Go ahead. Hit me. Oliver stands straight and true. No shady moves. He casually reminded Ada not to cause a scene and angel fighting in front of humans. That'd be a major embarrassment. If the Archangel found out, you would end up in a bug's pouch for sure. Priscilla shuddered at the thought of that terrifying punishment, swallowing down all her rage. Bug-s pouch. Or whatever else, anything but that. Knowing the opponent's weakness made her even more determined. What now? You do not want to fight me anymore. Anyway, since I want, that makes me the king now. Priscilla, for the time being, you will be the leader of this unified zone. Ada awkwardly asked how long this would last. Oliver replied coolly and did not forget to prod her. Get it together, what are you doing? Go do your job. Ada had no choice but to shake it off inside the arena. Never thought I would have to stake everything on something like this. Priscilla stood before the other players, solemnly declaring, humans, as you all see, the new representative of the unified zone has been decided. The system popped up with a congratulatory notification. The player Aka has become the new representative of Zone C, as Zero Zivan, temporarily holding supreme command. This power lets you control one player of equal or lower rank, who cannot resist your commands under any circumstance, up to 10 times, but only one player at a time, ineffective on higher-level players. Seeing the other representatives lying defeated at Ada's feet, I already knew Hakal would become the zone's rep. Since I am level 30, I can command anyone I want. Better start cozying up to me. With the plan set, Priscilla moved on to urgent matters. Now that the decision was made, the other players would be resurrected. Ada just had to flutter her wings lightly, and holy power radiated throughout the space. The 9 bodies slumped in pools of blood suddenly glowed, each surrounded by a brilliant golden aura. Jim jolted upright, his face still etched with shock before resurrection. Jiron blurted out, "What just happened?" Nazi looked down at his glowing body, confused. "I clearly remember getting sliced up." Priscilla, unable to hold it back, spilled the truth. "You all lost. The new representative of the unified zone is Hakaw." Suddenly, everyone erupted in applause, each shouting their own line, turning the whole arena chaotic. So that is what went down. Ada continued broadcasting new rules over the arena. Since the new zone rep was chosen, any control powers you had over resurrected players as representatives would be revoked. Seeing the defeated faces looking downcast, Ada threw out a dreamy glimmer. Don't be too disappointed, there is always a chance to reclaim the rep spot. Priscilla wrapped up her speech and waved her hand toward more pressing matters. The free-for-all was over. Now she would lead everyone to the official mission. A notification board appeared before each player. Round 1. Main mission Z3000 within 10 hours. Side mission. Collect 4 balance stones. Rewards will be given upon success. The number of completions in this zone and all others is currently 0. Gemin read the requirements and immediately flinched like a cat that just got its tail stepped on. Damn. Z3000. Ouch. Why is the completion count so low? A nearby brother shared the same question. Along with just a quarter of the players, Ada lost its patience with the complaints. Now you are whining about the final numbers being too low. Should I lower it even more? The 2 chatterboxes were immediately silenced. Wishing they could vanish, Priscilla Dinette cut in sharply. Enough already. So far, you have only gone through the easy rounds. This time, a tougher mission awaits, with even fewer completions. Don't get discouraged. Everyone exchanged looks. Skeptical, Z3000 is a hard mission. Isn't it just a bunch of low-level monsters? I shook my head, clearly signaling how tough it really was, facing them head-on. You would understand why. No more explanations, but some kept their cool and asked, "Angel, what is the side mission? Why's the reward marked with a question mark?" I love messing with players' minds. The answer was vague and ambiguous, nothing like previous rounds. The side mission was now clearly announced, but as you can see, the reward remains a mystery. Ryumine, biting her lip, whispered repeatedly in her mind, a huge unknown. Actually, your mind already has the answer. The reward for the side quest in round 5 is the balanced gem. It is one of the 18 gems I have to collect, and this side quest reward is given to only 1 person per region. The real challenge is how to claim that victory for yourself. Since it is regional, players from other areas also have a shot, but it is way tougher than the main quest. You can't help but wonder, even if you complete the side quest, how many out there can actually meet the conditions to snag the balanced gem? Sure enough, Priscilla voiced exactly what Ryumin was thinking. This round side quest is to collect balanced stones. Once someone gathers all 4 stones, they instantly get a mysterious reward, but only 1 person can claim it. Ada even spilled more details. There are only 4 balanced stones in this region, making it a real treasure hunt. So what if no one manages to collect all 4 stones? Doesn't that just make the side quest pointless? Ada smirked knowingly before dropping a bombshell. It is possible. But do not worry, players can steal balanced stones from others by killing them. The players plunged into a frenzy, boldly speculating, wait, we can steal by killing them, like the regional reps. Priscilla handed over the mech and made a cold exit, confirming it. Yes, but players can steal any other items, only the balanced stones. And unlike previous rounds, there is no respawning if you die. Death means game over. Sensing the tension, Ada suddenly turned back with a pep talk. With that, I have told you everything you need to know. Now get out there and fight with everything you have got. And the system's countdown has started. 9 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds until the round ends. Ryumin watched the teleport gate where Priscilla just disappeared, his heart swelling with resolve. This time, he would see the mission through to the bitter end. No matter how tough it gets, he already had a plan. First, kill 300 orcs fast and set a record, then help Minjali. He was the first to leave the arena, heading back to where the regular players gathered. Strangely, wherever Ryumin went, the crowd followed like moths to a flame. Only after putting some distance did they sneak glances at his cold silhouette. The low-pressure panic had faded. Everyone was regaining basic communication skills. He is gone. They whispered. That was close. I was so shocked when he came near me. I thought I was a goner. Soren scratched his head nervously. But where's he headed? Sammy boldly suggested. Should we follow him? Logan dashed over, crushing that wild idea instantly. Are you crazy? Follow him. No way, you want to be controlled by him? You might end up as slave for life. Yet the guy made a solid, logical case. Isn't he doing something better than just standing around? He is always the first to act among us, that is why he is number one. The rest hung their heads, pondering the info. Lamang seemed the most hesitant. What if we get caught following him? Sammy quickly reassured, we will just keep our distance. But Logan's still on the fence. Still, not wanting to waste time, he cut to the chase. If you do not want to come, stay here. I will go alone. No matter how others debated, he strode off decisively. The rest, caught between doubt and fear, tugged at their hair. Faces twisted like they would swallowed a lemon. In the end, Soren led the pack, following those determined footsteps. Whatever, we are going to. Yeah, we definitely know the drill. At a small, rundown house, one stood guard outside while the others fussed inside the yard. Ryuman showed no hesitation, boldly stepping through the front door. The trailing players spotted the target. Woo! Look, there is a shack back here, let us move in. The guards saw Ryuman approach with weapons and yelled a warning, but Ryuman stayed cool as ever, charging forward like a bullet. His familiar scythe flashed somehow. He struck the guard with deadly precision. Before it could even breathe, it felt the cold bite of death. The moment Ryuman's foot hit the ground, the guard collapsed, leaving the still warm blade behind. He strode into enemy territory like it was a nature walk. The remaining mobs froze solid, completely forgetting their tasks the moment they laid eyes on him. Only when danger smelled close did they snap back, drawing their weapons, ready for a bloody showdown. Without hesitation, both sides charged at each other, gearing up for another brutal battle. Ryuman barely flicked his wrist, and the lead mob's head was already severed, the crimson blade dancing with deadly grace. The others did not flinch at the sickle's presence. Even knowing they were stepping into hell itself, they still charged full force. Spinning the sickle in his hand, Ryuman moved so fast the swirling wind sliced the earth like paper. Then, gripping the sickle tight with both hands, he aimed to end the fight in a single, swift strike. As always, Ryuman's assassin skills dazzled. Two mobs were sent packing with smooth, clean cuts, leaving behind his deadly signature. He moved with steady steps toward his next target. Ryuman strode straight to the largest tent, reaching out to pull back the woven bamboo curtain without a hint of hesitation. Inside, the sounds of clashing blades echoed fiercely. Finally, he emerged calmly, restoring the eerie silence that blanketed the whole village. The crowd watched Ryuman slip away in stunned silence, no one daring to make a sound. Only after he disappeared did they whisper among themselves, realizing these mobs might not be as tough as they would feared. They are probably just like those weak rookies we have handled before. Not because they are easy, but because the ones fighting them are pros. Someone said, thanks to Ryuman's scouting, their spirits ignited. They were all pumped and ready to fight. No room for overconfidence, right? Do not underestimate them. It is getting late, so let us find a village and wipe it out, another said with a fake smile. But Limang was the first to harbor doubts. Did he really have to go along with these guys? The others silently shared his thoughts. Wait for the right moment, pick them off one by one, and it would not hurt to have a few distractions absorbing the damage. The uneasy group lingered at the headout until finally someone reported, hey, there is a village over here. Following Ryuman's lead, they boldly revealed themselves in front of the mobs, but this time, it was louder and bigger. This village was at least 3 times the size of the last one. The mob guards sensed the looming threat immediately, blowing their horns without hesitation, their ominous war cries echoing through the air. The other mobs instantly raised their guard. The Soren group froze, alarmed, whispering, why are the mobs blowing horns? Are they calling reinforcements? Brace yourselves. Only now did the rookies realize they would stir a hornet's nest. They barely had time to react before the storm of fury came crashing from all directions. Armed mobs quickly formed a tight circle, surrounding them, whether by size or number. Even the mobs recognized the players were at a serious disadvantage. Everyone gripped their weapons. But the tension in the air was thick. This village was way too big, with over 50 mobs. Maybe even more. In the heat of the moment, Semi nervously asked, what do we do now? Soren snapped back. What else? Survive. No sooner said than a giant mob charged, terrifying him into a panic. Here they come. Somehow, he would join the Optimist Club without telling anyone. Spotting meaningless pep talks. They only outnumber us. That is all. Let us kill them. Soren stabbed his sharp sword into the giant's tough hide. As the mob reeled backward, Soren slashed across its chest. This raw, gutsy move gave him a glimmer of hope. See, these guys are weak. Sammy nearby nodded in agreement. They are slow too, riding the momentum. Soren plunged his sword straight through the mob's heart. Just warming up, his confidence surged. This was not as bad as he thought. But you know what they say about jumping the gun? Suddenly, he froze. Wait, my sword stuck. The mob retaliated fiercely, smashing its head into him. In the chaos, all that could be heard were grunts, clashes, and curses. You damn mobs. But the players were not exactly holding the upper hand. Sammy suddenly collapsed, wailing. Did I just get killed by a mob? Facing the deadly blade about to strike his head, his mind screamed for mercy. Save me. Elsewhere, Ryuman blinked and vanished, wondering why his tail was missing. He already sensed the presence of 20 people moving silently. Remembering this, Ryuman blamed himself. Why was he worried? After all, they had 20 people backing them, especially when facing a massive mob village. His mind already mapped out a plan. Those villages had some seriously strong mobs, so avoiding them was smart. Like the horn-blowing guard, over 50 mobs would quickly gather there, and deeper inside, there'd be more than 200. Ryuman struck at the smaller villages while calculating every move. Plus, these creatures' muscle power far outmatched any humans, and in a blink, everything he tried to avoid, the other players just dove headfirst into without mercy. If the sword got stuck in one of them, retreating would be nearly impossible, and they were relentless too. Even while lost in thought, Ryuman's hands did not miss a beat. He swung his sickle, reaping the horde of creatures before him, replaying his past experience in his mind. The best move: slash their necks clean, take them down with one hit. Ryuman exploited their sluggishness, slicing 5 to 7 times just to be absolutely sure. He ended his internal monologue with a cold conclusion. This was just for a regular person. Then, he gently landed on the ground, the black blood still splattered around him. Ryuman jabbed his sickle into the tough back of one creature. It collapsed like a building stripped of its supports. He quietly checked the progress window. Even though there were still 8 hours, 59 minutes, and 22 seconds left, yet, he was the first to finish the mission of killing 300 creatures, not just in C007, but across the entire region. Retrieving his sickle, Ryuman hesitated, wondering if he should help Minjuli since he would only spent about an hour on the main task. After all, that was the original plan. He activated tracking mode. Meanwhile, at another creature village, Manji rushed over to check on the guild leader. Are you okay? Ano gasped for breath and admitted, Man, I thought I was a goner. How are these things so strong? The new challenge guild members grumbled in agreement. Yeah, despite their slow movement, we definitely underestimated their strength. Suddenly, someone remembered the mission and turned to ask, Manji, how many have we killed so far? He shot back an answer immediately. About 50. Unho replied, scratching his head in frustration. 5 people, and it took us an hour to kill just 50. At this rate, we are toast. No sat on the ground, raising a hand to correct him, saying we will be eliminated already is premature. Owen, standing nearby, mimicked slicing his neck and added, if we do not kill enough, we are dead anyway. He exhaled deeply. Then, after some thought, shared a bold plan. All right, maybe we need to go after bigger packs instead. Manji cautiously agreed. Isn't he that way too risky? Roman shared the same concern. He is right. Taking down 3 creatures at once is tough. How are we supposed to handle bigger groups? Owen hesitated but voiced his conservative view. I think we should stick to the smaller packs for now. Ano did not deny it but wanted everyone to face reality. You guys are right, I admit it. If we keep going like this, we 1T kill 300, and we will die trying, so we have to go all in. He added one last point before pausing to grab everyone's attention. Then Einho locked eyes with them, delivering a grim truth. Remember, a sinking ship 1T take you safely to shore. The forest grew darker, with only the eerie sounds of the creatures echoing around. After traveling for a while, the group finally reached the dense forest. Ano set a boundary between 2 cliffs, signaling Manji to climb up. I see it, that is the big pack we spotted earlier. But then he lowered his voice. Warning. Hold on. Looks like there is a guard post there. Anho immediately suggested. Let us go around it. No one argued as they stealthily crept toward the pack-ass area. Fate seemed to favor them, revealing a narrow path they could slip through. Manji took the lead, squeezing past the guards to get closer. The silence inside made him breathe a quiet sigh of relief. No one seemed to be around. One by the group slipped inside. Using large crates as cover, Ano tilted his head, whispering, Are they all inside the shelters already? Manji glanced around before replying. I think there are about 5 in each shelter. The info made Anho frown deeply. Damn, this village is bigger than I thought. Owen smacked Noah's head when he tried to grab something. Meanwhile, Roman pitched an idea. Should we blow up each shelter one by one? Though risky. Anho agreed. Sounds good. We are already here. Manji nodded along. All right, if we detonate them properly with 5 creatures inside, it is a piece of cake. Without hesitation, they tightened their gear and headed to the first target. Let us go in when I give the signal. After ensuring no surprises would pop up, Anho gave a subtle wave. The group gently pushed aside the curtain and stepped inside. Soon, they reached the big door of the shelter. Anho gave a final nod to confirm with everyone. Then they slammed the door open together. The scene that greeted them drained the color from their faces. A swarm of creatures inside turned toward them, and the sheer number left Anho stunned. Oh man, 10 of them. Just when we were getting into the groove, out of nowhere, a bunch of uninvited freaks show up, and the closest orcs suddenly rise up growling. Owen stammered, 10, that is way too many. What are we supposed to do now? Anho was out of options too, only one way left. Face them head on. Take them down one by one. Then, he shouted the command. Everyone. Left side first. The group echoed back. Got it. The orc swung its mace at Owen. But luckily, he dodged just in time. Seizing the moment, Anho charged in from the left, slicing sharply with his sword right at the orc's massive leg. The precise strike wounded its leg, and the beast staggered before crashing to the ground. But before it could recover, Anho lunged forward, slashing a cold, clean cut across its neck. The orc collapsed instantly, lifeless on the floor. Its fallen comrade's death sent the other orcs into a furious roar. One of them leapt toward the group with blazing eyes, slamming down hard right in front of Manji like a lightning strike. Before Manji could even react, it smashed him hard in the ribs, sending waves of pain through his body. Anho, seeing his friend fall, let out a furious roar. Clenching his sword tight, he charged straight into the monster, shouting, Die. You freak, with a decisive slash. He cut through the beast's throat before it could fight back. Like its fallen comrade, the orc dropped dead, never to rise again. The remaining monsters just stared at each other, mouths agape, communicating in strange, guttural sounds. Even after taking down 2 orcs, Anho's group did not dare get cocky, especially with one of their own injured. An eerie silence cloaked the battlefield, tension thick as they stood frozen in place. Sweat poured down Anho's face as he calculated their odds. Only 8 left, but can we even win this? Suddenly, as if reading his thoughts, a voice replied, No way, we should retreat. He stood up straight and nodded. Yeah, I agree. Moments later, the whole group turned and bolted, following the command, Move out. This sudden move shocked the orcs behind them, but they quickly snapped back and gave chase. No slash through the tense flap, but barely a few steps out, they froze stunned by the scene ahead. Somehow, more orcs had gathered right there. No could not help but click his tongue in frustration. Roman, supporting Manji, hesitantly asked, How many are we talking about? Owen bit back, eyes burning with determination. At least 10. Roman fully grasped the danger they were up against. It is weird, dude. Manji groaned, grimacing in pain and clenching his fist in frustration. Anho's calm voice cut through the heavy air. Not yet. Grab your weapons. But no one's spirits lifted. Captain, it is. I am glad I fought alongside you. Still grim, Anho pressed on. Why do you think the orcs have not finished us off yet? Then Anho pointed out what they would miss. Look at their faces. They are just toying with us, watching us like we are a joke. The group had gone quiet enough to hear the monsters, mocking laughter all around. Anho saw his friends catching on, so he laid it out. They are laughing at us, enjoying how scared we look like rats caught in a trap. Every word hit straight to the pride of the 4 survivors. Doesn't it piss you off being treated like circus animals? Anho spun around to face the monsters. Don't he give up? Not until the very end. Kill at least one of them, he urged. At least then, we do not die like cowards. No doubted himself for a moment, but tightened his grip on his weapon and nodded. All right. Despite his wounds, Massey still held his sword ready. Roman switched to a defensive stance, solemnly promising, Sorry you have to see me like this, but I will fight with you till the very end. The orcs, seeing the humans ready their weapons again, stopped laughing and turned serious. Anho studied their foes and stretched. On my mark, we attack one at a time. Sound good? No answered for the group. Yes, Captain. Anho smiled softly. All right then, let us do this. But before they could move, a loud noise erupted from afar, stunning the orcs. Half of them immediately spun around and fled, whatever scared them so badly. 3-4 of them stumbled over each other, rushing toward the far side of the village. Noah's group watched in bewilderment. What is happening? Why are they suddenly running away? Anho's calm, firm voice cut through the tension, snapping their attention back. He pointed his sword straight at the remaining monsters. No one knew why the others had fled or why a few stubborn ones stayed behind. Move forward. The remaining fighter instantly shook off his fear, gripped his weapon tighter, and charged ahead. Got it, Captain. After a long, grueling fight, the massive monsters lay piled up like wreckage. No, gasping for breath. Could not believe it. We actually took down 8 of those beasts. Awakens smiled. Turning back. We did it. You did it. Captain. No chimed in eagerly. Yeah? Without you, we would all be dead. Yano humbly brushed off the praise. Don't he say that? It was because you all stood together and gave it your all. Without you guys, I would be dead here too. Then he asked about his teammates. How's the injury? One of them was clutching his sword for support, forcing out the words. It hurts like hell, but I will survive. Aya? Yano sensed something was wrong and quickly knelt down. You need to rest? Done. Team move. You all stay put here. I will find an escape route. No ass worried. Isn't he that too dangerous? But Yanho just calmly replied. Don't he worry about me. Then, without looking back, he strode off, leaving his comrades' concerns behind. Be careful, Captain. Soon, Yanho reached the heart of the village. The eerie silence made him suspicious. Strange, not a single monster in sight since earlier. He could not keep hiding forever. Step by cautious step, he ventured deeper inside. Suddenly, a shocking scene unfolded before Yunho's eyes. What the? Squinting closer, he could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. A heap of monsters lay strewn across the ground, their bodies covered in terrifying, glowing veins. Yunho leaned in, puzzled. What the hell happened here? The massacre was beyond anything he would imagined. Only one question burned in his mind. Who did this? Just then, Yunho noticed he was not alone. Across from him stood a lone figure, silently watching. Who is he? Hey, I heard my name. Ryman spun around in surprise. Huh, someone here for me. Seeing the golden text floating above the stranger's head, Yunho quickly repeated the name Ryuman. The image of 5 teammates popped up simultaneously. Ryuman could not believe this chance encounter. He was also a mercenary. Memories flooded back to Ryuman. One of the mercenaries' skills was close combat mastery. They wielded diverse weapons like warriors and shared a similar skill set. But there was one crucial difference. This difference made the mercenary class truly unique. Only mercenaries could grow stronger by forming contracts with others. That is why most mercenaries either team up with people they know or forge contracts with fellow mercenaries. Of course, every relationship had rules. Mercenaries were the only class that could command others through contracts, gaining bonus effects for accepting them. So if you are a mercenary, you better have a contract. Ryuman's cold gaze locked on the newcomer. This was no ordinary fighter. He was a mercenary, the one and only. To see a mercenary here, I am genuinely surprised. Never thought I would meet one in a place like this. The king in Ryuman's thoughts scratched his head awkwardly. Haha, hello there, sir. Yano's words shocked Ryuman even more. You know By now, Yunho had fully regained his mana. Of course. Who does not know the top-ranked Yunho blushed shyly, like a teenage girl. Wow. Did not expect to randomly bump into a top-tier player here. I wonder if he would hate me if I suddenly reached out to shake his hand. But this friendly vibe did not soften Ryuman's guarded stance. He bit his lip, sizing Yunho up. This guy did not seem like the type to stab anyone in the back. Their paths were surprisingly similar. Maybe that is why he got the mercenary class. He had a kind heart and the mind of a leader. Little did Yunho know, he was being sized up from head to toe. While still clueless about how to approach his idol, maybe a little chat would not hurt. Clearing his throat, Yunho finally spoke. All these monsters here. Did you take them out? Are you the one who did this? Ryuman had nothing to hide. Yeah? Even though he would guessed it. Hearing the confirmation firsthand still amazed Yunho. Whoa. Damn impressive. No wonder you are top-ranked. Then Ryuman bowed politely. Thanks to you, I was able to survive the monster's onslaught. But honestly, I had no idea you were even here. Yunho responded calmly. I know, it is all just coincidence, but a favor is a favor. Right? You probably do not want to face this guy any longer, so you just went with the flow. Got it. Once you are done here, then hurry up and get your other teammates out of here. I said, I have already wiped out all the Chans, so no worries. The more Yunho heard, the more confused he became. Really? But how do you even know I have teammates? Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind him, making him spin around, without realizing it. Noah's group had arrived. Yunho sighed in frustration. Guys, what the heck are you doing here? We told you to wait for us. Owen grinned mischievously. We were worried you would ditch us. Man. Looks like Yaeunho was not exactly the joking type. He panicked and stammered. Jay, just kidding. Like I would go anywhere without you guys. Raimin chimed in, eyeing the newcomers. It seemed the four were mercenaries bound by contract to Yaeunho. Their situation made Yaeunho a little envious. They must be stuck with him out of genuine concern. They were basically his loyal crew, making him feel like a true mercenary king. That is when No and when finally noticed them. Huh? Is that singing? What brought you here? Man, sing us a tune. Raimin smirked and shot back. Just the usual came to crash the party. That deadpan excuse had the other two sweating bullets. Of course. Man, you always handle all the trouble. Yeah? Sounds like you have got your hands full. Enough chit-chat. You snapped. Coldest, if you are done here, let us roll. Inside, though, you felt a warm worry for them. With every Chan wiped out, the central zone would soon emerge, and getting caught in it was deadly. Having an idol to lead the way was a blessing for those two fangirls. All right. Got it. Catch you later. Man, it is an honor to meet you. After a quick nod goodbye, they slipped away one by one. Owen turned to his friend. Hey, did you hear that? No frowned. Hear what? Listen carefully. He urged. Sound grew louder, shaking even Yaeunho. What the hell is that noise? Ryumin's voice stayed steady but carried a sharp warning. It is the central zone. Get out of here. Those words hit Yaeunho like a punch. The central zone. Before he could finish, a massive monster appeared in the distance. Owen gawked. What the heck is that? No guessed nervously. A Chan, the beast seemed to spot the tiny humans below and roared deafeningly. Then it swung its massive weapon this way, crushing the ground with every step. But Ryumin stood his ground, staring down his opponent. Here I come. Even after killing all the Chans in the village, Ryumin had not left because of this guy. A fierce determination burned inside him. He needed to take down this monster to secure the side quest reward. I have to kill him. The hunger was clear in Ryumin's eyes. If he could defeat this beast and the remaining Chans, he would finally complete his side quest. Meanwhile, the Chan edged closer to the heart of the village. Roman was not sure but confirmed with the captain. Dude, that thing's raging, right? Yaeunho's face went pale. Yeah? Probably. The giant monster advanced, making Ryumin even more tense. Let us get out of here. But somehow, the beast seemed to sense something and turned toward them. The sudden attack caught Yaeunho off guard. He just stood frozen, bracing for the blow. The Chan slammed its weapon onto the rocks, sending a massive splash flying. The others screamed in disbelief. Dude, Yaeunho's still alive. One teammate collapsed beside him, shocked by the giant blow. Up close, you could see panic spreading across Yaeunho's face. Just then, Ryumin dashed over, swinging his scythe to pull Yaeunho out of harm's way. Though the back hit hurt, Yaeunho's life was spared. Back in reality, Ryumin scolded. What are you standing there like an idiot for? Only then did Yaeunho manage to call out. Thanks, man. Really appreciate it. Ryumin did not bother with pleasantries, ducked his head, and ordered. Fall back. If you do not want to die. Yaeunho obediently fled. Dodging the advancing Chan, the beast's rage surged after its prey escaped, letting out a terrifying screech. Taruma? That was just a taunt. He swung his scythe hard and charged. I will take this one down without holding back. He struck the monster's right leg. The Chan howled again, but this time, pain mixed with the roar. It could not stand idly by while that tiny human attacked. With a mighty roar, it raised its massive weapon and swung down, but Ryumin was quick. Leaping back just in time, that monster ignored its weapon stuck deep in the ground and swung its other arm fiercely at him. Once again, Ryumin dodged the attack with flawless precision. No sympathy at all for the dizzy beast spinning around like a top. What if it hit harder? He just had to catch it. Frustration boiling over, Trantin spun at lightning speed toward its target. But Ryumin was untouchable before its foot even landed. He was already countering with full force. Looks like he is tired of this chase game. This time, Ryumin aimed his terrifying sickle directly at his foe and warned, no more dodging. The thunderous strike landed like a perfect headshot. Ryumin landed with style, cool as, while the giant monster screamed in agony. But that was not enough for him. He lunged forward for another brutal hit. His red sickle formed a dazzling arc, slicing cleanly right at the monster's neck with surgical precision. Trantin had stored up a lot of power and began to unleash its inner strength. But Ryumin was like a relentless midnight storm. No matter how many hits he took, he would not break. While delivering the strike, Ryumin calmly assessed the situation. Its neck was too thick. 2 cuts were not enough to sever it, so he planned to add a couple more hits. launching himself up to the monster's level, but this time, he switched it up, bringing the sickle around behind Trantin's neck, then yanking hard in the opposite direction. Using its own leg as a brace, he kicked off for extra impact. Then he finished the move flawlessly. The sickle's blade pressed intimately against the thick flesh of Trantin's neck. Success, he severed the giant beast's head. Its massive body crashed down with a thunderous thud. Ryman stood proudly atop the fallen giant. At the same moment, the system flashed a notification. You defeated Trantin Warrior. X plus 37.73%. Gold plus 4,000. Bonus gold plus 2,000. The monster's fall shook the ground, sending dust clouds swirling wildly. Roman Lapop could not believe it. It is finally down. Still stunned, asked that giant monster. Really? After collecting his rewards, Ryman calmly stepped off the corpse. Yet his eyes showed no real joy. As if this whole thing was just another routine mission. The system notifications popped up again. Defeated Trantin Warrior. X plus 37.73%. Gold plus 4,000. Bonus plus 2,000. Acquired Perfect Soldier Sword. Trantin's Core. Low-grade Mana Stone. Balance Stone. Side quest progress. Balance Stone 1.4. This generous loot made Ryuman's lips curl into a smirk just as expected. Boss rewards always beat grinding mobs. Plus he scored some seriously sweet gear. He opened detailed info on the Perfect Soldier Sword, already plotting to jack up its price later. In pure raw damage, this sword outclassed his sickle by a mile. Next, Ryuman weighed Trantin's core carefully. Some might toss it aside, but that'd be a huge mistake. It is a key ingredient for crafting unique gear, like the divine sickle he wielded now. Before he could finish, Yonho's group rushed over, with Yonho calling out, "Thanks for holding off that monster. Thanks to you. My brothers are still alive. By the way, did you know that monster was coming?" Ryuman, not wanting any hassle, just nodded casually, playing it cool. One villager explained that once all the Trantin were wiped out, this kind of chaos often erupted. That made the fanboys' eyes sparkle. So that is why you told us to get moving. You are a real hero, they said, their gratitude almost overwhelming Ryuman. Well, my job here's done, so I'm off. All five politely bid him farewell. Thanks again for saving us. Take care, Yonho said warmly. Then Yonho ordered, let us move out. We should head out early. Just then, Manji suddenly collapsed, groaning in pain. The others panicked. Manji, are you okay? Manji clutched his chest, gasping out, I can't do this anymore. Yonho pressed him anxiously. What are you saying? You told me you were fine just a moment ago. Manji forced a weak smile, his face pale and drawn. I said that to keep you from worrying, but I have hit my limit. Yonho had no choice but to keep encouraging him. You have got to pull through. If you do not, you are done for in the real world. He is basically ready to give up on everything. You know that, if we do not kill those 300 centipedes, it is all for nothing. Just leave me behind. I can be a burden to you. Of course. Yonho refused to accept such a ruthless choice. No way. There has to be another way. Oh right. We will fight the centipedes. And you finish them off at the very end. Okay? Mazzy bit his lip and lowered his head, his body slowly weakening. But if it went this way, neither he nor the others would survive. Even if you managed to kill all 300 centipedes, you one team make it through the rest of the time. The pain hit him again, driving him nearly mad. Yonho cried out in anguish. Mazzy, Ryman coldly took in the whole scene. Damn. I did not expect the future mercenary king commanding hundreds of soldiers to be so weak in front of a teammate. Then he found his own answer. Well, if they are sworn brothers, it kinda makes sense. Just then, a flashback of a past battlefield scene suddenly overlapped with the grim image of the other group. The eerie similarity made Ryumin hesitate for a few beats. Then he decided to turn back. I have got a little brother too. Maybe I should help them. His voice turned cold as he offered. Hey, looks like you need some help. Mind if I check that wound? Yonho jumped up, hope flickering in his eyes. Once more there really might be a way to save him. A simple okay from Ryumin cooled the tense atmosphere. He crouched down, studying Manji's injury before delivering a grim assessment. It is a pretty bad wound, but for me, it is just a scratch. Not hopeless. Then, without warning, a blue energy glow appeared in Ryumin's palm. It shone softly, then gently wrapped around the wound like a flowing stream. Right before everyone's eyes, the torn flesh began knitting back together, healing at unbelievable speed. A miracle was bringing each cell back to life. The two of them could not believe what they were seeing. Oh man! The wound. The wound's disappearing. How is this possible? Ryumin stood up and explained. It is a skill called emergency healing. Anyone can buy it at the shop. No suddenly remembered. Oh yeah. I think I saw that skill before. Roman nodded in agreement. Yeah. Saw it. Cost like 20,000 gold. Right? Didn't expect it to be this powerful. Ryamin was not done. There were things he had not said. You guys got it all wrong. Emergency healing is not that strong. He stared at his hand, deep in thought. It basically only stops bleeding and heals minor cuts. Not enough to fix something this bad. But emergency healing is a divine class skill. The higher the user's mastery, the stronger its healing power. Thinking this over, Ryamin recalled his own skill level. His healing stat was 123. With the boost from the glory skill, he could barely patch up this wound. Then he pulled himself together and suggested, try moving your shoulder. You will probably have a scar, but you should be able to move it normally. Manji trusted him and tried. His face lit up with joy. I can actually move it like before. Ryamin let out a breath of relief, then warned, but do not get carried away. This does not mean you are fully healed. It is just emergency care. If you push too hard, the wound might tear open again, but a little movement should be fine. Manji looked a bit dazed but nodded. Then he slowly stood and bowed repeatedly. Thank you so much. Ryumin, you saved my life. Yanho and the others followed, bowing deeply. Thank you for healing Mazzy. Roman and No also expressed their gratitude. Thanks for saving our teammate. Ryumin, not stopping at words. Yano sincerely extended both hands. I do not know if this will help, but please accept this, it is from all of us. The red stone that appeared sparked a thought in Madzi and Owen. They hurriedly pulled out countless items and handed them to Roman. Please take these too. He said, take this. And this. He added, you can sell them at the shop for some gold. Ryumin knew when to draw the line. Politely declining, then he said coldly, no need to go that far, but their weak protest did not convince No-Ass group. Please take it. It is our gratitude, please accept it. Soon, all their treasures ended up in Ryumin's hands. He froze, thinking, even if these are just random items, it is like getting loot from 5 people combined. This is insane. Ryumin smirked inwardly, thinking about the benefits hidden somewhere. As expected, Yano smiled and added one more item. Thanks to you, this guy has hope to keep living. Besides the gifts I just gave you, one day I promise I will repay this favor. The close bond between those two made Ryumin quietly happy. Lin the mercenary owes me, and she has not forgotten it either. Learning a skill like this, I will figure it out. This kind of advantage. No way I'm letting it go to waste. Everything's been taken care of. He used magic to gather all the items into a pouch and said, all right, see you around. Then, flashing his coolest look, he left as the mercenary group waved goodbye, telling him, take care. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Juri sat on a rock, letting out a heavy sigh. She bit her lip in worry. Is this really going to be okay? An hour has already passed. The system panel in her hand silently flipped, showing 8 hours, 55 minutes, and 15 seconds left. Progress on the main quest. Less than 300 void spirits defeated. Panic clawed at Juri's heart. Am I going to get wiped out if I do not kill all 300? At this point, all she could do was bury her face in her hands, blaming herself. It was all her fault because of fear. She missed her chance to team up with Nhat Kaw. Then, she recalled the time after round 5 started. Back then, it was not hard to spot Nhat Kaw. He was one of the 10 regional reps gathered for the prize game. But after that, Juri clenched her teeth in regret. Why? Why did it have to come to this? The brutal image of that bloody brawl flashed back in her mind. Ryumi's Reaper scythe swept relentlessly, severing enemy heads. No matter how many foes swarmed, a simple swing from him meant their lives ended. Amid the chaos, Ryumi's eyes burned with an unnatural red glow. Meeting that gaze, Juri froze. The cold, silent steel in those eyes made her heart tighten. At that moment, she had her plan. Once the prize game ended, she would talk to him, but her legs would not move an inch. Juri shut her eyes tight, silently telling herself, don't be scared. He won't hurt me. He is not some crazy lunatic who draw his sword and strike on the first meeting. Once she calmed down, she opened her eyes only to realize her chance had slipped away. Panicked, she looked around. Where did he go? Juri knew she would made a huge mistake. Yeah? She missed her shot with him. Now what? She vaguely remembered Ryumin's warning. The quest to kill 300 void spirits is not a joke. They are tough and usually move in big packs. After a sip of tea, he laid out the best plan. There is no way you can tackle them alone. Once the regional reps gather, find Hatko first. And whatever you do, do not even think about fighting the void spirits solo. Even if you do not find him, wait at least an hour before moving. But now, Juri started doubting this advice, being told again and again to stay put. So she waited. She nervously fidgeted. But there was no guarantee he would return to the starting point. Right? What if she misses him before this round ends? Staying still was not helping, so Juri stood up, determined to find him. She followed a narrow path. Tracking Ryuman's trail looks like he went this way. When she reached a clearing, something caught her eye. Huh. Down here, beneath this resting spot, there were tightly packed huts. She was not sure was this a village, seeing the huts lined up like a barricade. Juri guessed could this be where the Usi live, maybe in Hadkawa's inside. But then she shook her head, rejecting the thought. Better stay away, it could be dangerous. Speak of the devil. Just as she thought that, a huge, stinky blackened sea suddenly appeared behind her, something felt off. When she turned around, her heart nearly stopped. That terrifying sound was not just any noise, it was the roar that shakes mountains and rivers. Juri felt a flicker of dread. Damn it! She really did not want to fight in a Z. Quickly, she channeled magic into her sword. Then the notification popped up, skill triggered. Magic blessing reduces all base stats by 50%. As the Yoshi raised its heavy axe with a wild grin, she stayed focused. But two things still worked in her favor. First, there was only one enemy. Second, she knew its weak spot. Another heavy swing came down, but Juri barely dodged it. She kept calculating. Muscles here were tough, she had to target the neck. The question was, how to land the hit. Her mind raced. If she struck the wrong spot, it would counterattack, but she still gripped the sword tightly, thrusting it straight ahead, fully aware of the lurking dangers. And they warned her it would be nearly impossible to pull the blade out because of the dense muscle. Juri aimed the tip right at the vulture's neck, locking that thought in her mind quick and decisive. Though it looked massive, its agility was nothing to underestimate. Just as the sword tip neared the neck, the vulture twisted its body, dodging the deadly strike. In a desperate move, it pressed its bicep firmly forward to block the sharp blade. Seeing only a trickle of blood from the enemy, she bit her lower lip, holding back the panic inside. Damn! It dodged. Without hesitation, she yanked the sword free, a flash of green energy bursting out. Then Juri decisively backed away to keep her distance. Silently grateful, thank heavens the blade did not get stuck in that thick muscle. But that only infuriated the vulture more. It roared and raised its club high. What followed was a relentless barrage of attacks aimed straight at her, like a storm of fury. Suddenly, Juri sidestepped and stopped retreating, her hands gripping the sword tight. Without hesitation, she plunged the blade into the vulture's vulnerable spot. Eyes blazing with determination, gotcha. The neck tore open with a deep slash, its anguished roar echoing painfully. That bought her precious time to slow the pace. Hope flickering brighter. Yes, her skills were working, with unwavering resolve and courage. Juri flipped the whole fight now. The hunter had become the hunted with precise, deadly strikes. Just a little more. Nature's brutal truth. The vulture's neck was riddled with holes. No matter how tough it was, water wears down stone. Its huge body collapsed with a thunderous crash, shaking the entire area. Seconds later, Juri snapped back, eyes wide in disbelief. She did it. But that shock quickly turned into pure joy and excitement. She had taken down a vulture all on her own. Just then, footsteps nearby caught her attention. Yeah, who else could it be but that handsome guy from the Chuo Ryu squad? Juri thought her vision was blurry. Rubbing her eyes to clear it, what the heck is going on? After a good rub, she stared dumbfounded at the guy walking toward her. He was right there. Seriously. The very person she would been chasing so hard all this time just wandered here on his own. But the next second, he brushed past her without a word, and she realized with a shock, nope. He was just passing through. Luckily, Juri snapped out of it just in time. Damn. Now's not the moment to hesitate. She quickly called out, hey, wait, sorry. Ryu immediately turned back, responding right away. What is up? Still a little scared, she gathered her courage and stammered out, hey, how about teaming up with me? He looked surprised. Blurting out, what? Thinking he did not get it, she shyly explained. I mean, like, a team? Together. He sighed heavily, firing back with a killer question. Why on earth would I team up with you? Juri fumbled for a while, trying to figure out how to persuade Ryu. Stammering. Finally, she decided to prove herself, saying, I will show you. A glowing green formation appeared from her hands. Shimmering softly, it grew brighter, enveloping him, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Whoa, Juri smiled proudly. Arms crossed. It is my buff skill. Bless you, it lasts 3 hours and probably boosts all your stats by 50%. He doubted it a bit and pulled up his info screen to check. His skepticism melted away as he nodded. I checked. You are right. She was eager to convince him. Does that answer your question? This buff skill will seriously boost your power. He considered it, nodding slowly. If I want that buff, I have to team up with you. Juri was straightforward. No sugarcoating. Laying her cards on the table. Yeah? More like I want you to help me get the buff. Ryu put on a nonchalant face. Emotionless as he answered, I do not know about that. Then he added coolly, I am the boss here. Right now, I can totally use you as support. Sounds like a fair deal. She huffed, caught off guard, only able to utter a startled before she could hide. He tested her loyalty. Can you promise you won't betray me? Juri jumped, replying quickly, of course not. With that promise, Ryu softened, signaling goodwill. Now that they were officially a team, the conversation flowed more naturally between them. Didn't you just say you needed help? You handled that orc like a pro earlier. Juri could only laugh at that. Truth is, that was the first one I ever killed. Ryumin was sweating bullets watching his new teammate. So that was her first kill in the last 90 minutes. In tough spots like this, all it takes is a confident smile. Haha, yeah, exactly. Even though she is a bit rough around the edges, instead of acting cocky, you actually came up with ways to help her. Then you are running out of time. I will help you take them down as fast as possible. Juri looked confused. Like, how exactly? Without a word, he just turned and walked ahead. On the outside, Ryumin acted indifferent, but inside he was watching his partner closely. Stay close and follow me. If you are out of sight, I can protect you. She nodded and followed. All right. As she quickened her pace to keep up, she secretly thought he was not as cold as he seemed. Glad I listened to myself. Suddenly, something terrible hit those emerald eyes. Right ahead were towering, familiar figures that stopped them cold. Juri, if you are scared, your hands are already ready to throw down any time. And there were 3 of them. But now that she had backup, Ryumin stepped forward and calmly said, hang tight here, then stomped hard, gripped her scythe tight, and launched herself at the orcs, just as they realized they had an enemy. He swung his weapon high, eyes locked on the target, in a flash. The scythe sliced clean across their legs. The 3 shocked orcs looked down at their mangled legs and howled in furious pain. One barely caught the danger. Ryumin jumped right in front of it. The orc wanted to fight back, but even standing was tough, let alone resist. One arm was severed instantly. The other orcs met the same brutal fate. Only one was left, screaming in agony like a butchered pig. Terrifying everyone, Juji was not spared. The horrific scene drained the color from her face, pure terror in her eyes. Meanwhile, he stood tall among the remaining injured orcs, looking like he was not ready to call it quits. He calmly wiped blood from his face, voice steady but deadly serious. Now, kill them. Seeing Juji frozen, Ryumin urged her again. This time she snapped out of her shock. Sorry, she said, slowly approaching one orc, telling herself to stay sharp and cautious. Then, a sword stabbed straight into the orc's neck, making it spew blood before collapsing. Notifications popped up. You defeated an orc. Experience plus 2.4%. Level up plus 40. One after another. These alerts rocked Juji's heart hard. She could not help but be surprised, thinking, this is way too easy. I thought it would be riskier, but killing orcs is a breeze. Then she glanced at the strong teammate she just caught up with. Impressed, Ryumin saw she was not moving and turned to push her. If you are done, let us keep going. She panicked and said, I still have 2 more to finish. He went ahead, while Juji wrapped up quickly and caught up, grateful beyond words. She silently thanked her lucky stars for teaming up with him. After a while, they kept grinding, each orc falling to a single sword strike. Her mood lifted. Teammates teasing one another was the real deal when a pro carries the team. I did not expect hunting monsters to be this easy, Ryumin said casually, not reacting much but flipping the question back. How many have you killed? Juri smiled proudly. 52 in just 30 minutes. Pretty quick, right? He quietly walked among the dying orcs, not fully satisfied. She thought. Compared to other players, that was fast, but for her, still not enough. Wandering and hunting still took too much time. His mind raced with calculations, but if he took on a whole pack, Mindri could get hurt. Even I can perfectly protect others when surrounded by 50 enemies at once. If one plan fails, try another. Ryu Mindri still has a choice she loves more. Seems like hunting down that wizard named Oak is the best strategy. She smiled, updating him. At this rate, I can rack up 300 kills in 3 hours. Before she could finish, he cut. 3 hours is too long. I will finish it in 1. Hearing that insane number, she jolted and panicked. What? 1 hour? Seriously? How? The answer came quick. We will use Wizard Oak. This name was totally new to her. What the heck is a brain mage? Since we are teammates, I won't hold back. The brain mage is a monster that revives other brains. Now, here's the key point of my strategy. If it keeps resurrecting brains, we can cut down the time it takes for those brains to regenerate. She caught on to the plan, but double-checked to be sure. You are saying we won T help the mage. Just let it keep reviving? Raiminjuri nodded firmly, his tone calm as if this was just another daily chore. Yeah, I will let it live until it hits 300 masks. Now that Ryuminjuri had grown more familiar with this seemingly cold teammate, he felt comfortable enough to ask, but how do you even know about the brain mage? Spill it. Isn't this the first time you are facing it? He bluntly revealed the reason. I fought one before I met you. That is how I know where it is. She just smiled, playing it cool with an ow. I see, but reading her unspoken thoughts, he suddenly blurted out, no worries. Then, with genuine concern, he added, I will handle all the risks. She widened her eyes, barely believing what she would just heard. Watching that strong, carefree figure stride ahead, Ryuminjuri's heart stirred with unease. His gaze held a flicker of worry, a silent torn deep inside. He was surprisingly thoughtful. Truly, you only get to know someone by meeting them in person. The scenery here was weird, trees tinted an unnatural red, as if soaked in blood to get that color. Soon after, they finally reached their destination. She eyed Ryuminjuri skeptically and asked, someone as small as you has a whole swarm of stars? He nodded in confirmation. Yeah, if you walk in thinking it is easy, you will get swarmed by the brains the mage is reviving. His eyes darkened as memories of past struggles flooded back, a trap set to crush players. Just like last time, she already sensed the horrifying truth beneath this calm facade and circled around to the back. There, she saw piles of slain players hidden by the brain mage that was its cunning and ruthless intelligence. But from all this, you can guess one thing. It is no coward. It does not have the guts to face you head-on. Ryuminjuri calmly called out to someone behind. This way. As they stepped inside, Juri quickly scanned the area but did not spot any brains. Like a walking encyclopedia, he always had answers for every why. These houses are just decoys to lure players in. The brain mage is the only one actually living here. Saying that, he pointed forward with a blade, looking at those seemingly harmless houses. He explained with a smirk, the brain mage's inside, bait set and waiting for us to step right into it. She felt a chill of confusion. A trap. Ryumin lowered his weapon, dropping his aloofness to explain. The trap's simple. The moment a player drops their guard and steps into the bait, the brain mage will summon brains to surround them. He went on sharing what he knew. It summons around 10 to 20 brains at once, way too many to survive if you get surrounded. Hearing this, Yuri panicked. What do we do? If it summons all at once, survival's nearly impossible. Maybe she forgot she had a big shot right beside her. A powerhouse. He already had a plan. Yeah, but there is a way to turn this around. Suddenly, he leaned in close, whispering right in her ear, making her blush. After learning the full plan, she could not help but doubt its reliability. Really? It is that easy? The brain mage can really be fooled. He confirmed again. Don't worry. It has been tested. Yuri immediately patted her chest, confidently taking responsibility. Then, please leave the plan to me. Ryumi was not too sure about the newbie in front of her. Was she planning to handle this solo? Still, she stubbornly stuck to her guns. Yeah? No need for both of us to go in. Right? Clinging to you like a baby bird just is not me. At least I can handle this. That gave him a new perspective on her. If Yuri said so, he had no reason to refuse. All right then. I will stay out here. She stepped up the stairs alone, approaching the huge door, then quietly pushed it open, stepping into the eerie silence inside. Not a soul in sight, just a long, dark corridor stretching deep ahead. Waiting, clutching her sword tighter for courage, she moved cautiously forward. Suddenly, Yuri spotted something on the floor below. At the end of the path was a massive room, and the object was unmistakable, a red carpet. If you recall the whispered words from earlier, this was the bait spot the mage had warned about. This place was the true heart of the trap. Ryumin's plan goes like this. Inside, a brain mage is lurking. Patrolling the hallway, she will spot a red carpeted area, and stepping onto it triggers a trap designed to stun her and block her escape route. Using that, he set up a second trap of his own. We will approach the carpet and then retreat. The brain mage will think she lost her prey and call in some scouts for backup. We just have to take out those scouts. Feeling scared, she tries to calm herself down. Yeah, it is that simple. Then she slowly steps onto the carpet as planned, thinking she made noise and should run. Suddenly, a burst of light shoots out from a chair against the wall, flooding the room. The mage's eyes snap open, light radiates from an object he is wearing. Yuri stays silent but immediately spins around. She sprints with all her might as the door starts closing behind her. With a loud thud, the door slams shut. After that intense moment, she exhales in relief. Nothing happened, but my heart's still racing like crazy. Ryman quickly asks if she is okay. She laughs and reports back. Of course. I stepped right onto the carpet and then backed off like you said. Got rare praise for that nice job. Yet Yuri still doubts if the plan really works. How precise could it be? Ryman shrugs it off. We will see soon enough. Seconds later, the door suddenly creaks open, revealing a dark, ominous space beyond. Just as Ryuman predicted, the brain mages start pouring out. As soon as they step out, they frantically scan their surroundings. Then Ryuman's voice rings out from behind, making them whip their heads around. What were you looking for? No sooner do they turn than he leaps down with a grim scythe in hand. I am right here. With a swift spin, he carves a perfect arc through the air, severing all their limbs flawlessly. Yuri pokes her head out from a nearby hiding spot. Yeah, time's moving slow. The torch still blazes high. She has finally wiped out the brain mages, exhausted but relieved. Done, before she can rest. Ryuman suggests. Let us lure them out again. Though he is usually right, this time he can't help but feel skeptical. Will they really take the bait again? He explains simply. Smart, sure, but they are basically goldfish. He smiles reassuringly at his teammate. Don't worry. With that promise, she beams and nods in trust. Yeah, just one. And bam, the brain mages are scattered all over the floor, their bodies fading away. Yuri happily turns to inform Ryuman. I have taken out 300 of them already. He nods with satisfaction as an hour ticks by. She tilts her head, smiling warmly. Thanks to you, this hunt went smooth and easy. I really appreciate it. Suddenly, he asks, how many levels have you gained so far? She excitedly replies with a number. I am already at level 19. He encourages her, just one more level, and your job rank will level up. Ryuman gazes at her, imagining her huge potential. As her rank rises, she will learn new skills, and her current moves will get stronger. He benefits from that too. Secretly, he thinks, to break the final record, I need her power to hit even harder. But outwardly, he just offers support. I will help you reach level 20. Once you are there, handling the brain mages will be way easier. Hearing this, she blushes, wondering if he is doing all this just for her. She shyly stammers, well, if it is not too much trouble, please help me. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind, making both turn their heads. Hey, look over there. A group of 5 men slowly approach, firing off questions. Wait, is not that Ryuman? Who is that guy beside him? What is with all these brain mages? Ignoring the chatter, Nova steps forward to Ryuman, awkwardly greeting him. You have got your eye on him. What is going on? Looking around nervously, he admits, we just came here to hunt brain mages. Did not expect someone else showed up first. The sight of so many fallen brain mages sent chills down their spines. Just 2 people took them all down. Ryuman senses something off. How could one quiet guy have this many brain mages? Weird. Meanwhile, Stella focuses on something else. Who is that girl standing next to him? A teammate. I am confused. Ryuman working with others. Doesn't he add up? Celadon eyes Yuri up and down. Maybe she is his type. He chuckles. Well, she is pretty cute. Suddenly, the scythe slams hard onto the ground, echoing loudly. Ryuman instantly sensed the hostile vibe from those strangers, snapping out an order. Don't bother us. Scram. They did not even throw a punch, but the threat in his eyes made everyone flinch. His sharp gaze pierced the air like a warning. Think whatever you want, but stay out of my way. But now, you have crossed the line, he repeated firmly. If you have got nothing to do here, get lost. Those guys clearly took offense, instantly puffing up with rage. Hey, who do you think you are? Telling us to back off, yeah? First time meeting us and already talking tough. That is just disrespectful. Yuri's jaw dropped in shock. Were they crazy? How dare they talk back to him? Celadon stepped forward boldly, voice trembling with hidden fear. I do not care who you are. But before he could finish, he took a solid hit to the face while still trying to insult them. You have got no right to disrespect us. Blood trickled down from his lip, and suddenly he went silent. Too scared to say another word, Ryuman warned coldly one more time. If you want to keep breathing, walk away. They only learn after getting hit. Those guys ran for their lives. All right, everyone, let us. Sorry for the trouble and cutting in line. But despite the apology, those guys could not take it. Quietly plotting revenge. Damn it, you think we will just walk away? We gotta keep tabs on him. See what the hell he is up to. Sensing their plan, Ryuman scowled. Those bastards want to sneak up on me. A few lousy bugs crawling around won't stop me from hunting, but if some idiot steals my kill, I will take care of him and claim the reward, with a clear plan in mind. Ryuman refocused. First, I will get Minjuri to hit level 20. Then he turned to Juri. Let us. The bugs are gone. Time to move on. She obediently nodded. Got it. After putting some distance behind them, Celadon stopped and glanced back. They are probably out of sight now. The others stopped too. Ryuman was annoyed at this teammate. What is your plan? Don't you want to see how that guy handles the situation? He frowned, trying to bait him. Sayla chimed in. Yeah? Me too. Where does he get all that brain power? The group buzzed with excitement. So what now? Are we stalking him from the shadows? No way they will spot us from afar. If you are scared, go die. Cut the crap. Let us move. They headed back to their previous spot, hiding behind trees to watch the two inside the gate. There they are. Just then, more bugs appeared inside the house. Seeing Ryuman standing alone, they charged at him like a swarm of locusts. He stood still, but that did not mean he would take it lying down. His fists clenched tight, eyes blazing red. The lead bug got slammed hard in the gut, blood spurting out. The force sent it flying backward, crashing into another bug nearby. Before the shock faded, more bugs rushed in. Startling it, Ryuman pressed the attack with razor-sharp moves. In seconds, the limbs of both bugs were severed. When the others saw their friend's bodies shaking, they snapped out of their shock. Watching Raymond crush those bugs, Viter could not help but admire. No wonder he is top tier. Stella wiped sweat nervously. We barely managed to kill one, but Gray noticed something strange. Huh, what is that? A bug's eye gleamed as Ryuman just stood there, not finishing the job. Why is not he ending it? Suddenly, the girl from before appeared and instantly finished off the bug with her sword. Nova seemed to get it. Could it be that girl? Celadon's jaw dropped. He is letting her get the kill. The group erupted in chaos. Why? Who is she to deserve that kind of favor? Damn, look how easily she is mowing them down. So jealous. Meanwhile, Juri was steadily moving inside the house, unaware a group was lurking nearby. We are sweating buckets just to kill one bug. She walked in while they kept whispering. Some just sitting back soaking up the XP. Even when she came back, the gruff voices of those skirt-wearing men still rang out. Damn it! Seriously. But Nova had been watching closely and noticed something. One of them seemed to realize something. What is wrong? Celadon asked, confused. He quickly explained his suspicion. Every time that girl entered or left the house, bugs would swarm out from behind her. They watched him flaunt his powers while throwing out doubts. But is not it strange? How many brains could possibly fit in that tiny house? Wait a sec. You mean that shack is a brain respawn point? Looks like it otherwise. There is no other explanation. The group spun wild theories based on their imaginations. Damn it! Turns out there really is a respawn spot right here. Wow. Those jerks have been grinding all night long. And now it makes sense. They told me to come and raid the respawn spot, one of them suggested. Or we just wait until they leave, then the spot's ours. Naturally. Everyone else agreed. Yeah, smart idea. I want to take it by force too. But we are not strong enough. A moment later, Juri beamed at the system screen. She glanced up at Ryuman with eyes full of pride and satisfaction. He sang out, I have hit level 20. She replied softly. Congrats. But the excitement did not stop there. I just learned a new skill. She was so thrilled, she could not hold back. My blessing stats jumped from 50% to 60%. Curious to test it out, she asked. Can I use it right now? Juri agreed instantly. Sure. Why not? Then she raised her hand into the air, and a vibrant green light burst forth instantly. It quickly enveloped both of them, while the system glowed gold with a message. Blessing skill boosts all attributes by 60% and the buff lasts about 3 hours. Her bright green eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she announced the next showstopper. Blessing enhancement. A new skill she just mastered. The aura slowly spread down Ryuman's legs, finally wrapping around his entire body. The flowing energy created a jaw-dropping cinematic effect. The system notified again. Attack and movement speed increased by 60% thanks to the haste skill, which lasts about 30 minutes. Reading the system, she casually remarked, attack and movement feel better, right? Juri nodded. Yep, I can use it on you every half hour. Suddenly, he teased with a smirk. Half casual. I am really grateful. You know, she smiled back. I mean it. Their brief moment of fun had to pause. There was business to handle. All right, that is enough. Let us go catch those brain mages. She hurried after him. Need any help? Ryuman turned and warned. Just keep your distance. Though it seemed like they were unaware, a quick glance at the bushes revealed everything was under control from his sharp eyes. Ryuman spotted shadowy figures lurking in the distance. Those bastards were probably gossiping behind their backs. Meanwhile, Juri remained blissfully unaware, so no worries there. Ryuman had his own plan brewed. Eager to see how this would unfold, he stuck with the idea of luring the brain mages out, but instead of Juri, he would be the bait. Juri hid nearby, frowning with worry as she watched. The others kept tracking them, puzzled by the strange move. What is going on? Ryuman just went back inside the house again. Moments later, two slash marks appeared across the door. With a loud crack, Ryuman burst out from inside. Breaking through, behind him, a horde of brain mages charged, weapons raised to kill. They pounced like starving wolves, while he sprinted at full speed to escape the pack. Juri, standing nearby, immediately zeroed in on him. 1,000 questions flooded her mind. Why is Ryuman running? What is going on? Celadon's group was hiding not far off. Equally stunned. What? Ryuman's being chased by brain mages. No way. Ryuman. Suddenly, a brain mage slammed its staff down hard. It raised its staff high, unleashing piercing screams as the entire space was sucked into a swirling vortex of dark magic. Then it unleashed a powerful blast targeting Ryuman. A surge of destructive energy barreling straight at him. Right after, another wave of brain mages respawned, forming tight ranks to corner their opponent. Victor, witnessing this epic scene, could not help but wonder, who is that masked guy back there? Ray followed the teammate's gaze and confirmed, he is bigger than the other brain mages, and studied the figure carefully and guessed, if he is the only one that big, maybe he is the leader. Victor was stunned. What about the boss? Nova finally caught the difference. So they are not respawned brain mages, they are being revived. Elsewhere, Yuri was panicking. Completely lost. Ryuman surrounded by brain mages. What should I do? Should I step in? But no, she just glanced toward the group. Yuri watched Ryuman fighting alone in enemy territory, and thought, that guy's not scared at all. Sensing the tide turning, the brain mage started summoning reinforcements again, wave after wave of minions. Stella snapped awake. Another 10 brain mages just appeared, but to Ryuman, 10 was just a number. He calmly tore through the battlefield. The brainless creatures struck one after another, but he dodged every move with ease. One big brute lunged at him. Damn, he dodged them all. This guy's a total beast. Ryuman immediately shouted, snapping his stunned comrades out of their daze. Hey, this is not the time to stand around. That big guy looks like the boss, no one's guarding him. Right? Selden snapped back to reality. Yeah, that is right, he grinned slyly, eyes gleaming with greed. Should we just snatch him up? The two behind hesitated, unsure if they should act. I do not know. What if he catches us? Ray waved off the thought. He is busy dealing with those brainless creatures. Even if he notices, he would be struggling to fend them off. Celadon jumped on board, cooking up a plan. Yeah, and if he asks, just tell him we thought he was in trouble, and jumped in to help. Nova was totally convinced. Hey, that actually makes sense. Wasting no time, they cut to the chase. You want to join this heist? One by. They confirmed. Me too. According to the plan, they circled around Monman, creeping closer to the brainless mage while Ryuman was busy wiping out the minions. But Juri caught on to what was happening. Quietly watching, she could not help but wonder, what are those guys up to? Wait, no way. While Ryuman was drawing all the attention, they were trying to help the brainless mage steal the glory. Suddenly, she recalled a moment back at the camp. Hey, Ryuman. Juri had trailed behind him, nervously asking, I appreciate your help, but am I just getting in your way? Ryuman calmly replied, don't worry about that. I have already completed the main mission. Her words caught Juri off guard. What? He looked back coldly, stating his true goal. My target is not the main mission. It is a side quest. I already got one balance stone. Juri's eyes widened in awe. You already have one. Ryuman explained where he got it. I took it from killing a boss called the main soldier brainless. The other stones probably dropped from other bosses too. Juri listened intently, hanging on every word. All I want are the boss monsters, so no need to worry about anyone else. Relieved, she agreed, back to reality. After clearing her mind, she was filled with determination to uphold justice, no backing down. That brainless mage belongs to Ryuman. If things kept going like this, some random stranger would swoop in and steal the credit. That thought pushed her into action. Gripping her weapon tight, I have to stop them. Meanwhile, the others were smugly playing their sneaky game. Suddenly, Ryuman's voice rang out, echoing through the air, the whole space engulfed in his blazing aura. Everyone's eyes went wide in shock. The rest could not help but step out, curious to get a closer look. Nova was stunned by the scene before her. What the hell is this? Celadon quickly covered her mouth to keep quiet. Hey. Before they could say another word, their faces drained of color. Turns out the brainless mage was about to serve them a serious beatdown. A deafening roar sliced through the hellish battlefield. The group panicked, scrambling to escape. Damn it! We have been spotted. Everyone, run. Once reunited, it was hard to part ways, so many stories left unfinished. Of course, he was not about to let a juicy target slip away. Swinging his staff to unleash a deadly spell, a fresh horde of brainless monsters was summoned to surround them. They raised their weapons, ready to strike. Celadon and Nova barely had time for last words. Damn it, we are done for. With a swift, brutal slash across his shoulder, blood spurted like a fountain. The others fared no better, their screams filling the air with terror. The smell of fresh blood stabbed the air. Gray, badly wounded, crawled out, gasping, please, help. But when tears streamed down his face, no one was there. Only one brainless monster loomed, ready to stomp on him. In a blink, it coldly brought its foot down. He cried as tears fell, his fate sealed. It was over. With a swift strike, blood splattered everywhere, painting the area crimson. On Ryuman's side, he fiercely carved a perfect arc, slicing through the ogre mage's neck. Their bodies collapsed like bundles of straw. Taking advantage of the moment, he let out a long breath. But then, his gaze hardened, turning icy cold. Ryuman fixed his eyes on the ruthless crowd. He would already made up his mind. He would baited the ogre mage out. Now, it was a waiting game to see if they would choose to strike while he was vulnerable and snatch the prize. But when he saw the scattered corpses of those players strewn across the ground, he found his answer. So that is how it is. Slowly, he stepped closer to the ogre mage, his mind racing with calculations. Either way, they wasted their time hunting us down. They must have failed their mission and been wiped out. The ogre's minions tried to retaliate, rushing in desperately to block him. Yet before they could strike, their bodies were sliced clean through, crimson wounds gaping wide. Ryman swung his sickle wildly, the speed so blistering even the eye struggled to follow. He smirked, gripping the sickle tighter. His attack speed had definitely spiked thanks to the swift enchantment and a 50% boost to nighttime attack speed. Of course, the system flashed full stats. Death's ancient sickle, double damage effect, and night mode activated. Attack speed up 50%, stealthier at night, and deadly sharp. Locking eyes on his foe, Ryman coldly muttered 2 words. Farewell. Then with a flick, he sent the enemy to the afterlife. He landed lightly, leaving the fallen ogre mage behind. The system buzzed with notifications. You defeated the ogre mage. XP increased by 37.8%. Gold gained. 4,000. Level up. You received the Eternal Rest Orb, a mysterious spirit artifact, and a low-grade mana crystal. Quest progress updated. Balance stones. Ryuman touched the pendant at his neck. Heart pounding. Level 33, and he just picked up a ridiculously powerful item. The system displayed full info on the pendant, Eternal Rest Orb, an epic relic. Each kill adds a stack but drains durability. 100 stacks convert to 1 attribute point. The pendant's gray haze supposedly seals the souls of the slain. The orb grants an attribute point every 100 stacks, much like the Devourer's rune that the flame dragon once wielded. But there is a catch: the more stacks, the faster the durability drops. It is a consumable piece of gear. However, paired with a level 8 rune of preservation and a skilled blacksmith, Ryuman could restore durability, meaning unlimited stat boosts. Lost in thought, Juri's voice suddenly called out, "Hey, where are you?" snapping him back. The Death's Mark effect must be making him harder to detect. Ryuman glanced down at the bloody battlefield. Already plotting, before lifting the mark, he muttered as he cast a cleanup spell, erasing every trace. Once done, he relaxed and lifted the mark. The sky instantly returned to normal. Bright light flooded in, catching Juri off guard. Weird, why is it so bright here so early? Suddenly, she perked up at the sound of footsteps. Finally, Juri found Ryuman. She beamed. "There you are. I have been looking everywhere for you." Ryuman's eyes flicked to the ogre mage's corpse. "See, I have been busy." Juri's tone was curious as she asked, "So you got it in the end? Did you see anyone else around?" "Some tried to steal the ogre mage." Ryuman shook his head firmly. "Nope, did not see a soul." Juri still looked doubtful. Something did not sit right. "Strange. I swear I heard something." She mulled over it silently while Ryuman watched, feeling a wave of frustration. Searching through piles of corpses did not seem worth it. Then he strode off. "Come on. We still have the next ogre to take down." Moments later, The clearing morphed into a graveyard. Ogre corpses lay everywhere. The air was thick with the stench of death. Only one big ogre was left, fiercely resisting Ryuman's assault. But it was no match for him in the blink of an eye. Its arm was severed clean off. Ryuman's sickle delivered a deadly blow across its torso. The ogre's inside spilled out like a river of gore. It was dead before it even hit the ground. The system flashed a congratulatory message. You defeated the ogre guard. XP plus 37.8%. Gold plus 4,000. You received ogre guard armor, a mana stone, and a balance stone. Progress. 3 out of 4. Ryuman stared at the loot. Heart pounding, checking the item details. Ogre guard armor. Epic quality. 60 defense. With an armor enhancement effect boosting defense by 10. Durability 1000 out of 1000. Requires at least common quality. These boots belong to a light archer set. Ryuman's eyes landed on the old boots, thinking to himself, way better than the ones I am wearing now, no reason not to swap them out. He opened the item enhancement screen, fingers flying expertly. If I combine these with the blue mana stone I just got, the effect will be even stronger. After some careful calculations, he tapped the screen to combine. The system promptly popped up a confirmation. Combination successful. The light archer boots gained a +4 boost. Ryuman's heart swelled with satisfaction. Perfect. All the mini-bosses are handled now, but there was still one final challenge left that made him smirk. The last boss was a high-tier brain type. Unlike the others, this one had a timed attack pattern. He had to take it down as fast as possible. He immediately thought of his previous record. The faster he was, the bigger the rewards. The best time last round was 43 minutes. Seeing Ryuman ready, he thought, all right, let us do this. Confidence surged. Minjuri's got my back. This time, I am smashing that record. The two of them set off toward the next mission spot. His mind raced with strategies if possible. He wanted to cut down the time even more. First, max out the level, then use the Eternal Rest Orb to boost stats. This round was not much different. The mob still fell before his power. The system alerted him about 30 minutes left before the first phase ends. After clearing the whole area, Ryuman took a breath. Looking over the battlefield, a twinge of regret hit him. One more level to hit 40. But time's up. Despite that, seeing how smoothly things went, Ryuman felt satisfied. No regrets. He would accomplished his goal. The system displayed his current stats. 9 points. Durability 1 per 1000. Noticing the enemy retreat, Yuri called out, aren't you gonna keep going? He calmly turned back. I think this is enough. She was not convinced and pressed. So now you are going to take down the final boss. Ryuman waved goodbye. Yeah, we part ways here. Thanks for sticking with me. She gripped his hand tightly, her tone heavy with regret. It is really over. Anxiety stirred inside her, about to say goodbye already. I was going to ask if I could stay until you beat the last boss. She shook her head quickly, pushing the thought away. If I will just be a burden. Better to say farewell now. Ryuman caught that flicker in her eyes. He knew she was not ready to let go, but he had no other choice. Seems like she has grown attached in this short time. But the high-tier brain boss is too dangerous. She does not need to come along. After a moment of inner struggle, Minjuri timidly asked, can I buff you one last time? She placed her hand forward, beginning to cast a spell. Thanks again for helping me clear those mobs. It would have been so hard alone. Then she opened her equipment screen and pulled out a stunning blue quartz gem. I got this thanks to your guidance. Not sure if you need it, but please accept it. Ryuman tried to be polite. Keep it for yourself. Juri immediately shook her head. No way. Just letting me gain experience was more than enough. She thought to herself, it is no big deal. I actually have two. But I want to give one to him. Ryuman looked at her. Realizing she worried about him without knowing he was the one in debt, she believed she owed him a favor. He smirked before reluctantly reaching out to accept the gift. I have also gotten help along the way, so consider it even. Juri blinked. Surprised by his sudden change of heart, he grabbed the stone and swiftly turned away. I will take it. If fate allows, we will meet again. She said nothing, silently watching his figure fade into the distance. After a moment, Ryuman took a deep breath, stood up, and vanished into the night. The system notified him. The high-tier brain boss's position confirmed. 1,121 meters to target. His heart quickened. There is still a chance. It is trackable. So no one's taken it down yet. Ryuman dashed forward, mind racing. Has anyone ever beaten the high-tier brain boss in earlier rounds? Among the 4 bosses this round, the brain's so strong the others are barely mini-bosses. Probably only a level 20 daredevil could take it down. Normal players do not stand a chance. Soon, he reached a gloomy rest area, memories flooding back. Even I needed 4 lives to beat it. That is how I set the current record of 43 minutes. Ryumin suddenly sped up as the system alerted him the gap to day 1 was closing, only 321 meters left to the target. His heart steeled with determination. This time, he was going to smash that record. He planted his foot hard, launched into the air, and just like that, he collided with the last bug. The distance to the target shrank to 160 meters. Suddenly, he let out a sharp cry, eyes wide as he witnessed another blonde player being crushed to death. The monster roared. It's hollow. Soulless gaze locking onto Ryumin, towering before him. The beast bellowed ear-piercing howls like echoes from the 9th hell, its eyes blazing fiercely. Razor-sharp teeth bared as if daring anyone to challenge it. Awakens' face drained of color and terror. He collapsed to the ground, mind racing. What the hell was happening? How did it all go so wrong? In his panic, memories flashed back just moments ago. Everything was fine. Awakens' crew was huddled, plotting a split attack at the rest zone. With the squad behind us, what can we handle? Let us wipe these pests out together. He stepped forward, introducing himself with a quick grin. I am Ade, a level 12 warrior. Brady smiled and jumped in. Same level as me, nice to meet you. I am Brady B, a pro blue-collar fighter. Scratching his head, he chuckled. A level 13 martial artist, but by to see, yeah, it is a mouthful. I was panicking, so I kinda blurted it out. What started as a simple mutual deal quickly morphed into a tight-knit squad, full of chemistry and great vibes. In the heat of battle, Brady called out, "Duh, draw their attention." Without hesitation, he nodded. Got it, leave this to me. Then he charged straight at the nearest bug. Hey, you rotten little creep. Over here. Their flawless teamwork made smashing these little pests a breeze. Wenna even snagged another one right on cue. She shouted to rally the team. Brady beat. Aim for its throat. Now, on the other side, Angteng was backing up his buddy perfectly. Watch your back. Brady. After 6 non-stop hours of bug slaying, they proudly shared their kill counts. I hit 300. Same here. Congrats. Everyone made it out alive. The main mission was a wrap, but Dre nervously suggested, isn't it too soon to call it quits? How about we keep grinding? Without hesitation, the others agreed. Yeah, I am gunning for level 20, so they plunged back into the grind. The system kept flashing. Level up. You have reached level 20. Promoted from apprentice to official. You can now use combo skills. Finally, the whole team hit level 20, unlocking new powers, and the results were, the crew circled a bug, with Brady effortlessly wiping out enemies. These pests. They are nothing now. Wenna grinned. Can you believe we once struggled against these little freaks? Angteng nodded. Exactly. They would grown way stronger, but eager for more. Ryumin suggested pushing further. Why not clear a bigger run? Suddenly, Donfi pointed frantically. Voice trembling. Wait, what is that? Everyone followed his gaze. Beneath thick trees, a colossal bug peeked out. Brady froze. Hesitant. It looks like a bug. But, he shielded his eyes, scrutinizing the giant. Never seen one like this before. Could it be a boss? Wenna, still cocky, smirked. Boss or not, we have got a shot if we team up. She nodded eagerly, not ready to skip this juicy target. Bosses drop the best loot. Right? He glanced at his comrades. We split the loot. Yeah, they all nodded. Stealing themselves. Deal. The giant bug moved slowly, then suddenly stopped. It whipped its head toward Degex's group, eyes blazing like hellfire. The beast let out a terrifying roar, cruel and raw. They quickly unleashed their spells, the air thick with energy, despite their power-ups. The situation was worse than they thought. The bloodthirsty monster lunged madly, ready to devour the closest prey. It stomped hard a few steps back, then launched a spectacular attack that stunned the entire team. It crashed into the battlefield's center. They could not fight back, only freeze and take it. The high-level bug swung its massive claw behind it, crushing its unlucky victim. It started with Wenna, her entire body pierced by razor-sharp claws, blood oozing like a river from the wounds. Not satisfied, the monster spun round, hunting for more prey. When it caught Anton stepping down, the beast lunged forward with all its might, squeezing the life out of him. The ground shattered beneath them, and the girl died instantly. That was not the real target. Brady had not even reacted before it snatched him up. Next, it crushed him until blood poured out. This is it. We are done for. Back in reality, the monster swept through the group alone, red blood staining the whole area. This was death incarnate. By the time Dunseok realized what was happening, it was already too late, not giving its victims even a second to breathe. It swung its tail wildly, searching for the next prey. Ban Kai was the unlucky one when the monster grabbed him. It slammed him hard into the ground. The force so intense the earth cracked beneath them. Blood splattered everywhere among the debris. Ban barely managed to cry out before death claimed him, his last sounds hanging in the air. Then, the monster turned toward its final target. As soon as Dun Seok caught sight of it, he was paralyzed. This is it. We are done. We are done. We are done. The monster slowly crept closer, letting out eerie, bone-chilling cries. The pressure made him panic and retreat. No, do not come any closer. Sweat poured down his forehead as terror gripped him. He raised his arms helplessly, pleading, please. But the monster did not care. Instead, it raised its hand, ready to deliver a final, crushing blow. Right then, Ryman appeared just in time. He charged forward with the Reaper's scythe in hand, eyes locked dead on the target. The monster had not even noticed him before a bright slash appeared across its neck. Soon after, the left head was severed, and the other head screamed in rage. But its fate was sealed. Another clean slash scored deep across its neck. In the blink of an eye, the whole monster collapsed to the ground, witnessed by Dun Seok. He stared wide-eyed at the person before him. This person was Ryman. Calmly landed like a savior's punch, utterly surprising him. He glanced down at the fallen monster. Silently impressed, it died with just one strike. The system instantly notified, you have defeated an advanced level monster, leveled up to 40, promoted from trainee to official rank. Trading feature unlocked. Ryman stood focused, reading every line carefully. The Death God's unique skill increased damage by 20%, range boosted by 500 meters, and he would learn the exclusive skill, Moon Slash. The next skill unlocks at level 60. He smiled with satisfaction. Finally, he would mastered it. The Death God's soul attack skill, Moon Slash. The system displayed full details of the new skill, Moon Slash, a focused strike. It deals 1,200% area damage. Mixed damage type, 1.5s damage at night, 10-minute cooldown. Usable only with a scythe. Having only one attack skill is risky, but Moon Slash area effect makes hitting targets way easier. It is super useful because of mixed damage if enemies resist physical attacks. The magic portion still hits them. Ryman chuckled, knowing he would just wreck those monsters. They are still low level now, but some future enemies will be brutal. So this skill is essential. Time to check out the loot next. The system buzzed with notifications. You received gloves, fang claws from advanced monsters, low-level purple mana stones, balance stones, and completed side quests. You obtained the balance seal. Ryam Min reached out happily. This was exactly what he would been hoping for. The seal immediately etched itself into his body. The system showed full details. When the difference between your highest and lowest stats is less than 10 points, all stats are doubled. This only applies to stats increased by points. After reading, he had the whole strategy in his head. The seal only works if he balances all 4 stats evenly. He glanced at his stats, all nearly equal. He would purposely kept them balanced, knowing he would get this seal. No time to waste. Ryam closed the screen, heart racing with excitement. Now that the seal was embedded, it was time to see how high his stats really were. Ryam stared at the screen, awestruck. All his stats were over 300 stars. His eyes widened, lips pressed tight to stay calm. He knew the power boosts from this ring and Minjuri's blessings were beyond anything he would imagined. Just stay cool and chill for a bit. I am guessing that balancing the ancient language skill is the best move if I want to level up fast. And finally, the system drops a time attack reward. Notifications keep popping. You have defeated the high-level brain boss of round 5 in just 1 second, qualifying for the time attack bonus. Maximum reward 100,000 gold. Congrats! Seeing the loot pop up on the screen, he grinned with pure satisfaction. Last time, he only got 23,255 gold, cause it took 43 seconds. No way! I am gonna use this stash to learn all those common skills I never got around to. Before he could even celebrate, the system dropped another bomb. You have just set a world record. Your achievement will be recorded in the Akashic Library, and as a reward, you get to pick a unique item. Ryumin instantly snapped to attention. Wait, what? What is this all about? The reward for setting the record was this. His screen lit up with a powerful artifact card. Ryumin was still reeling, doubts flooding his mind. They said I get to choose any unique item. Like, literally anything, wasting no time. He swiped the card into the slot on the screen. Instantly, the system displayed all available reward categories. He hovered his hand over the options, deep in thought. Can I really pick anything? Then I do not need a unique weapon. I will just craft one when I get back. Something else instead. Saying that, he tapped on the helmet slot. Now that is interesting. Just now recovering. stepped closer with curiosity. His eyes locked on the snails, but his hand flew to cover his mouth in shock. No way! That monster died with a single hit. Jun Shiok still refused to accept the truth, his mind wrestling with denial. That is the power of... What was it? 5 of us could not take it down. And we are level 20, yet he did it solo. Still. Deep down, Jun Shiok had to admit this guy just saved his life. I should be thanking him. Not doubting, suddenly, my view shifted and accidentally caught his eyes. Startled, Jun Shiok took a step back. Before he could say a word, the other guy turned and walked away. He stood there silently, watching him leave, regret washing over him. I did not even get a chance to thank him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Brazilla was casually asking, did everyone finish their missions yet? No one answered, so Brazilla guessed out loud, looks like a lot of people died in those 10 hours. Then she chuckled dryly, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I do not think you all died because of those weak snails. Is there some kind of civil war going on? With a snap of her fingers, she said. Well then, let us check the results. The round 5 leaderboard flashed on screen, showing the top spot held by ESK-007 in Region C and across all regions. Other players read it and could not help but whisper, dang. Level 40. His record's untouchable now. The chatter exploded instantly. Ryu Min was suddenly the center of attention, 300 snails down in just 1 hour. Is that even possible? But he did not care one bit. He just sighed and said, I just want to claim my reward. The system immediately popped up a bunch of notifications. Congratulations. You ranked first in all regions, topping the entire southern round. You received the intermediate competition necklace, a special reward gem, and the title of all region leader, a feat that seemed unreal. Raymond smiled. Fully satisfied. Awesome. I finally got the title I wanted. The title appeared right in front of him. All region leader. Conditions. Rank first in all regions throughout the first southern round. Effect. All experience gained increased by 1.5x. He stood still, pondering for a moment. This is exactly why I aim to top all regions. I can miss the chance to level up 1.5 times faster. Then he readied his fingers, ready to pick his reward. The system opened the selection menu for competition necklaces. Knight's Necklace of Frost, Java Necklace, and Power Necklace. After scanning the list, Rimin's mind raced. Most people would just pick one randomly, like I used to with all of them. Then, decisively, his finger pressed the second option, the Java Necklace. The system instantly showed detailed info. The Java Necklace is a competition necklace that boosts all stats by 3 and grants 35% resistance to status effects. With full durability at 1000 per 1000, no class restrictions, and rumored to hold the magic of the Java tribe. After clearing his thoughts, he kept calculating. What I really need right now is not raw power or stats. More than anyone, I understand the challenges ahead. I have to be prepared, especially with resistances to negative statuses. He stared at the glowing necklace, feeling a rush of excitement. Items with resistance stats are rare. If I ever do not need this, I can sell it for a good price. But for now, he set it aside, eyes locked firmly on the reward screen. There were 3 options. Triple experience boost, only for round 6, 6,000 gold, and info about round 6. It did not take long before he chose his answer, of course. The experience boost. Suddenly, Priscilla's battle cry echoed through the air, and every player's eyes shot up to the sky. He calmly asked, has everyone checked the leaderboard yet? Then his eyes lit up fiercely, his tone sharp as a blade. A total of 1,585 people completed the main quest. Listen carefully, everyone ranked 1,212 and below is marked for death. The unlucky players wept, shouting, Vazen, wait, Angel, please, mercy. Cries for help echoed everywhere as they slowly dissolved into dust and vanished into the other world. Priscilla chuckled coldly, mocking them mercilessly, begging for your life. Pathetic. You are worse than worms. Ryman could not hide his disgust, thinking, do you guys really think you are different? He focused intently on reading every line of the leaderboard. No one had actually finished the quest. Then he glanced at the speaker with a knowing look, or at least, he thought so, seeing Priscilla's confident smirk. He challenged, so you are the one who completed it. Priscilla hurriedly cast a spell to leave. All right then, humans. We will meet again in the next round. Right after, a summary screen popped up. 19,327,557 survivors in all zones, and only 1,211 left in Zone C. SS7. You will be teleported back to reality. The next round starts at midnight on June 1st, 2023. See you then. As night fell, the city skyscrapers lit up one by one. Ryumen took advantage of a rare free moment after a long battle. He stretched toward the back. muttering, "All right, now that I have eaten, let us get started on combining." His hands worked fast, placing the weapon in the center slot. I will use the Grim Reaper scythe as the main ingredient. Then he started adding other materials to the adjacent slots. The secondary materials were a heart and brain, a mysterious wooden block, an arrowhead, and a premium tooth. Suddenly, he paused, thinking, if I combine these, my weapon will reach epic tier. But then he remembered the black core from Hong Waiwang Min. Changing tactics instantly, he did not hesitate to hit the combine button. With this, I will get a unique item instead of just epic. The system flashed a message. Combination complete. You have created the Grim Reaper scythe. This unique weapon deals 300 damage, boosts all stats by 10, increases skill damage by 10%, has 3000 per 3000 durability, and is only for experts and above, said to carry the shadow of death for 3 whole days. Ryman laughed out loud in pure joy, his heart nearly bursting. Finally, he upgraded his old Grim Reaper scythe. After scoring huge kills, he could learn new skills by drinking potions. Now, I will spend all my cash on some basic abilities. The moment he entered the skill shop, he picked the first skill, Aura Scan, which lets him see the surrounding area like a mini-map. The second skill quickly caught his eye, boosting his eyesight to improve range. Next, he absorbed a steady stream of new knowledge, learning basic resistance to increase debuff resistance by 15%, plus hand-eye coordination to improve skill accuracy by 20%. That wrapped up his general skills. Later, Raimin sat back, feeling a little bored with all the money he had left. I still have 14,000 gold after everything. Nothing to buy except epic items that will drop in a few days. Then suddenly he sat up straight. Yeah, that is enough. He opened his status window, and a dense flood of info appeared his entire progress after 5 rounds. Ryumen smiled as everything aligned perfectly with his plan's various buffs and stat boosts reflected in his profile. He felt confident but thoughtful. All right, I am as strong as I can be right now. Time to team up with Magiwang Rock. Then I will call on Hong Yeoman for some tasks. Speaking of an old acquaintance, a knot of worry tightened inside him. Wait, what happened to him? Is he still alive? Without hesitation, he activated the skill he just learned tracking Hong Omen. If he could track him, that meant he was still alive. Ryman smirked. Good, he is still useful to me. A plan sparked inside him. He would use this guy one last time in the real world, then toss him aside for good. On a peaceful morning in the real world, Ramin sat in his usual cafe, staring out the window. Only she knew how nervous he truly was. Why do I feel like I am about to meet her again? Don't he tell me? The image of feet sinking in a bed of roses flickers across the scene. Ryuman nervously tucks her hair behind her ear, then whispers, Ryuri, I have missed you so much. She quickly shakes her head, trying to erase the blush creeping onto her cheeks. Calm down. Calm down. Do not let it slip out. Just then, the cafe door swings open. Ryu Min has arrived at the meeting spot. She casually asks, You are here. Have you been waiting long? Riri startles, jumping to her feet. Oh no, I just got here myself, trying to shake off her awkwardness. Ray off. I will go grab us some drinks. What do you want? Today's on me, pick whatever you like. Ramin grins. Really? Then I will take an iced Americano. And one more shot. Please. She rushes off to order. All right. I will wait here. He sits down, smiling warmly. Thanks for the drink, Yuri. Flustered, she replies. No problem. She blushes as she sips her drink, her mind wandering. Why is the vibe so stiff? Maybe it is those weird thoughts I had earlier. That earlier scene flashes again, but Ryu Min cuts it off with a question. How's round 5 going? Have you met Hako yet? Ryuri snaps back to reality. Yeah, just like you said. I met him and we teamed up. Talking about it still lights up Yuri's face. Honestly, I did not think the most stubborn guy would actually cooperate with me. But when I showed my skills, he agreed. Ryumin chuckles. Told you once he sees your muscle moves. Even Hako has to lean on you. She goes on to explain everything. Surprisingly, the mission became super easy. He helped a lot too. For the first time, I even ranked 2nd in the region. Ryumin's eyes widen. Whoa, no way, that is awesome. What prize did you get? Yuri does not hold back with this friend. Wanna see? She quickly pulls out a rare level transmission relic, boosting speed stats. How's that? Pretty good, right? Ryumi's surprise deepens. Oh wow, that is gorgeous. Didn't expect you to pass it to me. Hey, take it. His gesture makes her step back. Embarrassed? Why are you giving this to me? She tries to persuade him. Just take it. I got it thanks to your prediction. But Ryumin firmly refuses. No need. I can accept a reward you worked so hard for. His words make Yuri blush. It was not that hard. Really? Hako carried me into battle. So the mission was a breeze. Ryumin presses on. Then why not give it to him instead of me? She sighs deeply. Would a top-tier player like him even need a low-level transmission relic like this? She thinks to herself. Of course not. He does not need it. So Ryumin waves him off again. I appreciate your kindness. But I do not need it. I have not even reached official rank yet. Yuri is surprised. You are not official yet. What rank are you at? He looks down shyly. I am at level 19. It took me forever to kill 300 orcs in 10 hours. Yuri can only respond with an impressed oh. Then, with a hint of regret, she reclaims the relic. Right? Prophets are not really cut out for fighting. Suddenly, she remembers something she has been meaning to ask. Hey, 1000. How does a prophet even fight? Ryumin scratches his head. Honest, I do not have magic skills, but performing in front of people is kinda embarrassing. Yuri ponders. So you do not need a speed-boosting relic because magic relies on intelligence. Right? He nods emphatically. Exactly. Then she pulls out a red stone. Then I will give you this instead of the relic. Yuri holds it out firmly. I found this while out on a mission. Just take it. Not sure how good it is, but it is mine. So do not refuse. How could Rai not notice her care? Happiness sparkles in her eyes. He reaches out to take it. Thanks. You even thought of me. The sudden contact leaves Yuri speechless. It is not that I am thinking of you or anything. You always share info with me, and I hate seeing people take without giving back. Suddenly, Yuri cuts in with determination. Then I should give you something too. Yuri looks at him expectantly. What is it? His next words crush her hopes. News about round 6? Of course. She forces a smile. If you tell me, I would be super grateful. Yuri, unaware, keeps going. All right, the mission in round 6 is... He lays out every detail without holding back. After hearing it, Yuri is confused. Should I team up with Hatko again? Yuri answered confidently. He definitely won't say no to you. You have already proven your worth with your muscle skills in round 5. Those words made Yuri fidget nervously, teaming up with him again. You are a bit surprised by this strange attitude. You are happy about it, are not you? She heard the answer and nodded. Of course. He treats me really well. Ryumin let out a relieved sigh. But then the next comments hit you like arrows to the head. He is more thoughtful than I thought, and not nearly as scary as I imagined. It sounded a bit arrogant. But well, he did come in first place. You waited as he repeated it mechanically. Is that... Now recalling, Yuri noticed some odd details. Plus, he seems to have a pretty sharp intuition. Ryumin asked tensely. What do you mean by that? She recalled and recounted a few things. I do not even know how to explain it, but it feels like he can see right through people's hearts. You quietly acknowledge this vague feeling. That is thanks to his mind-reading ability. The helplessness from the past resurfaced. I am far from perfect. I have failed 99 times already, and last round felt like a trap, because it required a team of 5. The system back then caused Ryumin to stumble and hit a wall. To unlock boss round 1 out of 5, you needed at least 5 players. Thinking this through, you silently vowed, no matter what, this is my last shot. I have to make it to the finals. Alongside Min, Yuri, and the monk from the US. Yuri's voice pulled you back to reality. Min, what are you thinking about? Ryumin snapped out of it. Nothing. It was just that your earlier feelings showed in your eyes. Are you worried about the next round? When the other side gave you a reason, why hesitate to use it? Yeah, a little worried. I am not that strong after all. Yuri sighed regretfully. If only we lived in the same neighborhood. I could be helped you out, Ryumin immediately asked. For free, she quickly confirmed. Of course. Then she shyly fiddled with her hands. But I do not feel comfortable always being the one to receive help. I do not get to give back anything to you. The young man gave her a thumbs up. You have already done more than enough for me, Yuri. Thanks to you, I took down that high-level idiot in no time. Then Ryumin grinned at his opponent. Don't worry. One day we will cross paths again in this world. Yuri felt a flicker of hope. You bet. That beautiful scene seemed to fuel her strength. Hang in there until then. I will give it my all too. Good luck. Ryumin awkwardly raised his hand in return. Good luck. But inside, he was a little worried. Damn. I hope he does not freak out when he finds out I am the one who helped. After that meeting, you quickly headed back to Thana Corporation. At the entrance, Sang Chung announced to those inside, Boss Ryumin is here. Gaiwanglok chuckled in his chair, then stood up. Welcome. Then he friendly patted your shoulder. Have a seat. Security. Bring 2 cups of chrysanthemum tea. Sang Chung immediately took the order. Yes, boss. Then he politely asked the guest. Boss Ryumin, I hope the trip here was not too tiring. Ryumin responded politely. Thanks to the car you arranged. It was very comfortable. Gaiwanglok nodded approvingly. Haha, that is good to hear. If anything does not meet your expectations, just say so, I will handle it right away. On the surface, Ryumin remained calm. Alright. But inside, he was already calculating. Gaiwanglok, the killer who treats murder like a daily routine, claimed he would take care of everything. Best not to say anything unnecessary. He generously offered. Have you eaten yet? If not, join me. But Ryumin cut him off sharply. There is something more important than that right now. Gaiwanglok leaned in. Intrigued? Could it be info about the next round? His attitude made you smirk slightly. Thinking, such a hothead. Then he calmly confirmed. That is a given. Everything was going so smoothly that Gaiwanglok was surprised. Really? Thanks. But before he could finish, you interrupted. But I also need you to arrange a shareholders meeting. Ryumin frowned and proposed. We need to discuss business. We have to change both the company's business model and its name. Gaiwanglok played along with a teasing look. Then asked, what exactly do you want me to do? What Ryumin needed was simple. Please support the business idea I will propose at the meeting. He added firmly. There can be a single objection. I need you to convince the other shareholders. Also, explain why I need support for the future vision I have. They are a bit skeptical about this idea. Gaiwanglok suddenly had a bad feeling. What kind of business idea are you planning to pitch? This reaction was exactly what Ryumin expected. He looked genuinely curious. Well, of course. Since I told him that changing the business model would lead to success. Ryumin did not hold back at all. He laid out his upcoming plan straight up, creating a social marketplace exclusively for players. Gaiwanglok was not quite sure and asked for clarification. You mean like a dedicated sales platform? Ryumin nodded firmly. Exactly. The twist, only players get access, and they will be trading in-game items, not regular goods. He went on to clarify some details. Wait, so they can buy and sell items using real money? That caught Sang Chun standing nearby, a bit off guard. Cash or trades? It is up to the seller when listing the item. Gaiwanglok molded over. Then said, trading makes sense. But do players even need real cash? Ryumin flipped the question back confidently. Of course some players will want cash, do not you think? But sure, there are still some details to iron out. Right now, no perfect solution exists. Those 2 words made him frown thoughtfully. So you are saying there will be a new method someday? His sharp reaction made Ryumin silently impressed, still sharp as ever. He leaned back, relaxed, and continued explaining. Exactly. I caught a glimpse of the future. Players over level 40 will trade using gold instead of cash. Gaiwanglok echoed. Gold? Huh. Ryumin elaborated. Once they hit level 40, the trading feature unlocks. They can swap gold among themselves. We will build a secure trading system, of course taking a fee whether it is cash or gold. Gaiwanglok got more convinced with every word. A social hub just for players. The idea had serious potential. We would have first mover advantage since no one's done this yet. If it worked, we could corner this niche market. Then he raised a key concern. But will people actually use a player-only social platform? Naturally. Ryumin had done his homework. By round 5, players already hoarded tons of items. Being a player himself, he knew what others needed and what they could not do. Monster drops can be sold to shops, so chances are they are stuck with useless items and more. For someone like Ryumin, who defailed 99 times before, this mindset was crystal clear. Most players had passed level 20 and unlocked crafting. They are probably experimenting with every combo imaginable. So what if a website popped up where they could easily buy those items? Gaiwanglok stroked his chin. They would flock to it instantly. Ryumin seized the moment and dropped the final bomb. Now's the perfect time. He stayed silent, lost in thought alongside Mon Van. If this prophecy is real, launching the system now could be a massive hit. We could attract users by spreading news articles. Ryumin did not rush, giving the other guy time to mull it over. They would also build an app for easy player access. Adding an auction system might be smart, too. Maybe start by letting people list items for free. That attitude cracked Ryumin up. Looks like he is genuinely hooked on the business plan. Well, I am a prophet. Hard to say no. Plus, it benefits me. He thought about his own stash. If he cornered crafting materials no one else knew about, could craft unique items. Legendary sets. Maybe even god-tier gear. After a pause, Gaiwanglok stopped to ask one last thing. We have settled on a social platform business model. Right? Yeah? So what should we name the company? The question felt like a green light from him. Any ideas? He flipped the idea around. Forget my ideas for now. We should follow the prophet's vision as closely as possible. But are not you the biggest shareholder? Riemann forced a laugh. Haha, anyway, this is not complicated. What about a name that means player press? How does that sound? Guy Wonglok did not push back. Sounds good. Shortening it to method works too. Just one last thing, glad you like it. How long to develop and launch? After thinking, he threw out a number. Fastest would be 1 month, Riemann calculated. Then it is after round 6. If the plan's solid, no need to drag on. Let me share info about round 6 with you. Both Guy Wonglok and Sang Chun focused in. After listening, he leaned forward. Thoughtful. Looks like round 6 calls for teamwork. Then he bowed deeply. Got it. Thanks. Prophet, Riemann replied plainly. No problem. Just out of sight. A satisfied smile spread across Storm's face. I knew keeping the seer by my side was the right call, everything as falling into place. Both in the real world and the other side. Then he switched back to his usual friendly self. So I am moving forward with today's business plan. I will push to fast-track the emergency board meeting ASAP. Ryu Min, can you attend in my place and pitch the plan? You are cool with that? Great. No problem. Storm nodded with a mix of sincerity and hesitation. Got it. We will be in touch once the meeting is set. Then he turned to lead Ryu Min out. Eat something, and please escort the seer home. On the way, swing by the actor CEO's place to drop off the info. He immediately took the order. Yes, sir. Storm kindly walked Ryu Min to the door. Shall we go? Seer, a few days later at dawn. Ryu Min checked his phone calendar and muttered. Today's the day the epic item appears. He quickly pulled up the system interface to check the shop's stock. Moments later, Ryu Min found exactly what he wanted. There it was, the tattered cloak of the Wanderer. After scanning the details on the screen, he clicked his tongue. Defense stats were weak, but the boost to attack speed and movement. Perfect. Without hesitation, Ryu Min hit the purchase button. An epic item for just 20,000 gold. That is a steal. Closing the system, he pondered quietly. I won't have to rely on the shop anymore. From now on, I will get everything I need from the social aid. The future vision had already taken shape in Ryu Min's mind. Blueprints would soon sell for a fortune. Once a design included the crafting formula, no one would waste time fumbling around trying to figure it out. He could not help but smile. Plus, since these could be resold, they would become wildly popular. If I play this right, I can pull in tons more people to the social aid. Thinking that, Ryu entirely flopped onto his bed. But first things first, I have got to nail that emergency board meeting tomorrow. The next day, sunlight poured through the glass windows of Tranmac Consulting. Sang Chun formally handed out files to the attending shareholders. Please take these documents and fill the front rows. The shareholder meeting kicked off smoothly. No hiccups. Just as Ryu Min expected, there were skeptical voices and complaints. But as he answered every question with firm confidence, the challenges gradually died down. In the end, under Ryu Min's assured leadership, the resolution passed without a hitch. After the meeting, Storm smiled and praised him. Big bro, you worked hard today. You spoke with real confidence, not showing a shred of nervousness. Ryu Min humbly replied. A few rehearsals at home helped a lot. Then Mir. Storm slapped him on the back. I will handle website development and system setup. You just focus on surviving the next round. But Ryu Min knew the subtext. They feared if he died, they would lose access to the seer. Storm then invited. You must be starving. Let us grab dinner at the hotel. This time, Ryu Min did not refuse. Yeah? Sounds good. He felt a weight lift. Today's tasks were finally done. Ryu Min started plotting the next move. Only one thing left. Using Hongya. Min. That Sunday, the Survival Cafe players held their regular meeting. Rami cheerfully waved. Hey there, Haporin greeted back warmly. Hello? Lord Rami. She looked puzzled. Huh, why's the vibe so gloomy? Something wrong. He glanced up and whispered. Haven't you heard? Lord Rami. She leaned closer to the screen. Heard what? Then Poppering dropped the bomb that rocked her world. We lost contact with me, 30 and lost password. No news since round 5. Looks like they did not survive, but that feeling did not last long. Rami furrowed her brows, wondering, no wonder the atmosphere is so heavy, someone's dead. But still, something feels off. Right? They only met over video chat, so why the deep sadness? A thought struck her. They are acting. Trying to put on a good front for the chairman. A familiar face flashed in her mind. The founder of this community cafe was a top-tier power player. Brown-nosing the boss was basic survival. especially when the chairman truly mourned every player's death. Rami covered her amused smile with her hand. Well, I can fall behind. Then she launched into her acting skills. Oh no? 30? Lost password. Those two. The other players were not much better, all rubbing their eyes. Pleading, please do not cry. Rami. Honestly, this day's got me wanting to cry too. This whole mess was driving Rami insane. Look at these desperate fools, clinging to any chance they get. Humans really are something else. Right then, the system popped up a notification. The chairman had joined the survival cafe's player room. Tihai keenly noticed something off. What is going on? Why does everyone look so down? Lostik lengthily briefed the others. That is how the chairman is. Hearing this, Tahai's heart sank, his lips trembling. How could something like this even happen? At least some of the others should be survived. He shut his eyes tight, trying to suppress the flood of emotions. The chaos kept crashing down. Now only 6 members remained in the executive team. At that moment, Bressa tentatively spoke up. Chairman, can't we take this chance to recruit new executives? Tahoe sighed deeply. Clearly frustrated, I want that too. Believe me, but there is no suitable candidate. Right? And there has been no news from any of the previous applicants either. Lostiak still has not heard back from the 3 interviewees. With a heavy heart, he answered, Nope, I have called them countless times, but no one's picking up. Tahoe turned away, anger and regret twisting his face. Then they probably died in round 5. Now Lostik revealed a crucial piece of info he had. I do not know about the other 2, but Het Shu is still alive. His expression was calm, voice icy and certain. Even if the other 2 did not make it, Ryuman definitely survived. You have all seen the round 5 results. Right? A powerhouse like him surviving the game probably means he is untouchable in real life too. Tihan stared silently at the leaderboard on the system screen. Ryuman still held the top spot. Then why did he apply to join and vanish without a trace? That question twisted in his mind, leaving him stuck. I do not know. Brave scratched his head. Maybe he is just messing with us, pouring throughout a skeptical theory. Or maybe that was not the real Ryuman from the start. We have not heard from them, because they actually died in round 5. One teammate nodded in agreement. Poporing's got a point. Tahan frowned. Pondering. An imposter. That is plausible. Jemai stayed silent. Eyes deep with thought. Hembo sighed heavily. Smirking bitterly. Right? Someone as big as Riemann joining some no-name cafe like this? Suddenly, Hembo froze. A chill crawling up his spine. He would just said too much. Everyone's eyes locked onto him, each gaze sharp and scrutinizing, yet completely different from one another. Tahan was the first to react, voice calm but laced with steel. You said no-name cafe. Care to explain what you mean by that? Hembo stammered. I mean, his face darkened as sharp eyes scanned him. This cafe is where players gather and lead the new era. Sounds like you have got a problem with this cafe. The tension in his voice rose. Hold up. Chairman, I did not mean it like that. Too bad. No one was buying it. Hembu, you are off the executive team from now on. Scratch that, you are banned from this cafe for life. Hembo gasped. What? Tahan delivered the death sentence coldly. Now's the time we need unity, not disrespect for the cafe. I can accept someone like you as a member. Hembo's face paled. Trying to salvage the situation, Hembo spoke. But Tahan cut him off. You are blacklisted from now on, and when the new era begins, you better learn to adapt. Immediately, Hembo's chat window vanished. A system notification popped up. The executive had removed Hembo from the chat room. With that settled, Tahan quickly returned to his usual composed self. All right, the dissenters are gone. Let us carry on with the meeting. The room quieted, the remaining members responding hesitantly. Yes. Suddenly, Lostiak flinched like he would just uncovered something. Lostiak, what is up? Someone asked. He stammered, eyes wide with shock. Someone just submitted an application and it is Ryuman. That name hit the 3 others like a lightning bolt. None could believe it. Tahan raised an eyebrow. Skeptical, Ryuman applied again. Losty checked and reported, yes, Chairman, but this time, the real name's different. The applicant is Hong Wai. After a moment of deep thought, Tahan decided to go straight to his place and confront him. We will never know for sure if he is the real deal without meeting face to face. He cautiously asked for advice. Like, what if it is some old dude again? What do we do then, Chairman? Tahan pondered for a moment, then said. He raised his head, eyes burning, with more thoughts than ever. This guy's going to pay for daring to show his face to us. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit computer room, only the glow from the screen illuminated the silhouette of a man, sitting with his back to the chair. Riemann crossed his arms, coldly analyzing the situation. Another imposter using his identity has appeared. So those Phoenixaba operators definitely want to sleep easy. He slowly spun his chair. Speculating further, they will probably use a fake interview to get to his place. The exact address I gave to Hong Waiwang Min. He stood up and paced slowly in the cramped room, thinking about how forcing people to make life or death choices and turning civilians into slaves is utterly wrong. Those brutal acts only drive a wedge between players and civilians, eventually leading to total destruction. His pace slowed, heavy but resolute. That is why I can just fold my arms and watch. It is better to wipe out those operators at the root and take control of the organization myself. Sooner or later, Phoenixby will grow into a massive force. With over 30% of domestic players as members, he soberly weighed the pros and cons. So instead of wiping out that group, using the organization to control the player community would be way smarter. That is why I applied to join Phoenixaba from the start. Min pushed the door open. Once I use Hong Waiwang Min to topple those operators, I will grab the chairman's seat for myself. Saying that, he took off his hat and coat and calmly left the computer room. The doorbell chimed clearly, signaling a guest's arrival. The boss sitting behind the reception desk was absorbed in reading the newspaper. Not noticing the suspicious figure who just walked in, Dalian stopped and tried to start a conversation, greeting him, but the old man suddenly froze when a rough black bag was slammed down hard on the table. Waiwang Min was dressed head to toe in black, his face hidden, looking every bit like a classic masked bandit threatening the place. Put all the cash in here if you do not want to die. The old man's face went pale, trembling uncontrollably, sweat pouring down as he glanced nervously at the player. His eyes immediately darkened, a cold glare slicing through the air like ice, freezing the atmosphere. His brows furrowed, face sharp with deadly intent. Patience ran out. He clenched his teeth, slammed his fist down hard on the table. The sound of wood cracking echoed loudly as the tabletop shattered into pieces. You damn bastard. Still got the nerve. You think I am playing around? Young Min snapped furiously, not even bothering to hide his frustration boiling over. Hurry up. You want your skull smashed. Dalian forced himself to stay calm despite his heart pounding like crazy, hands shaking as he grabbed the bag. I am doing it right now. He hurriedly stuffed cash inside, then pushed the bag toward him. Here, the gloomy silence hung thick around Young Min as he questioned coldly. Is this all you got? Dalian bowed his head to explain. Sir, with the number of people being temporarily banned, business has been slow lately. We have been selling some convenience store stuff on the side. But, Hanjin stared him down, arms wide, voice sharp as a blade. I did not ask about that crap. I want the cash. Now. Han raised his fist threateningly at the old man. Bring it out. Right now. Dalian quickly turned and obeyed. On it. On it. After a short while, Han returned, the bag swollen, packed so full of cash it was nearly impossible to zip up. Young Min silently calculated roughly 10 million in there. That should be enough. Before leaving, Han glanced back, his expression icy cold, delivering a dry warning. Try calling the cops. I will break out of jail just to personally deal with you. Don't even think about fighting back. After that, Han quickly vanished into the silent night of the city. Young Min darted through several narrow alleys, only taking off his hat and coat when he was sure he would lost all eyes on him. Sweat drenched his face. He took a deep, relieved breath. Feeling the weight of the mask lifted, his body suddenly lighter. A sly grin crept across his lips. Heck, today went pretty well. This should keep me afloat for at least a month. But the joy was short-lived. Han's smile faded instantly as darkness clouded his eyes. I can handle the real world. But what about that other world? Will I even survive the next round? He clenched his fists tightly, fury rising. It is all because of that damn Ryuman. I lost a friend because of him, and my stats took a nosedive. Burning with resentment, Young Min let out a roar into the night. Suddenly, a stray cat leapt over a low wall, startling him into freezing on the spot, heart pounding wildly. Han darted his eyes around, his steps slowing instinctively, on high alert like someone was tailing him. Ryuman, that ruthless bastard, if I ever catch him face to face, I will take him down right there. Silence hung thick in the air. The narrow street lit only by a few flickering window lamps. Young Min clutched his money tight, nerves on edge as he scanned the surroundings. Breath quickening. When he turned, Han's muscles tensed, spotting someone standing at his door. Damn, Han's voice softened, losing its earlier aggression. Ooh, who is there? Lostiak lifted his head from his phone, the light from the screen casting shadows on his face. Calmly, he locked eyes with the man before him. You are Hong Yaomin, right? Han froze, clenching the money tighter. He took half a step back, still on guard. Tension rippled through his spine like a warning. Lostiak stated plainly, judging by your reaction, I guessed right. Then, almost on autopilot, he asked, who are you? Young Min's instincts flared up. Defensive as hell. A cop. The question caught Lostiak off guard. Confused. A cop. He hesitated, then cracked a half smile. Half laugh. Ha? What is this? You a criminal or something? Then, warming up, he introduced himself. I am Los, manager of Fonseba's interview department. You applied this morning, right? Hence eyes flickered briefly, but his brow immediately furrowed. What kind of scam was this guy trying to pull? Lostiak looked increasingly puzzled but kept his cool. Aren't you Ryu Maisao? Realizing the implication, Yaman snapped back. You think I am Ryu Maisao? You are messing with me. And what the hell is Fonseba anyway? Lostiak paused. Huh, embarrassed. He covered his face with his hand. Sorry to bother you. I am gonna head out. Hence irritation boiled over. Shouting. What the hell is this? At least tell me what is going on. This time, Lostiak did not dodge or hide anything. His tone leveled out. Someone must know your info and is trying to frame you. Your name and address match perfectly. Yongmin's anger flared like he would been stabbed in the back. Who the hell dares pull a stunt like this? Just then, a sharp voice cut through the chaos. I am the one who used your name. Both men snapped to attention. Turning toward the newcomer, it was Ryumin, masked and radiating a calm yet intense aura, calling out clearly. Hong Yongmin,